All right, fantastic. Connor, your microphone wasn't set up.
Okay, so if we go there, hello, and then we have set up yet. Sorry, the lean is alright, cool. Alright, we're live? We're live.
Are we live on YouTube?
We're live on YouTube. I have it pulled up right over here. It is hearing itself, so I'm gonna fix it. Okay. Yeah, we're live right here. Alrighty, should I do introductions since you have to go monkey?
Yes. I don't know how much time.
Alright. Not very much. No, there is definitely a lag.
Yeah, there's going to be. Don't worry about it.
So cool. This is, I don't know why it's not, why I can't do anything about it. Do you want to pull up OBS? Do I just wanted to pull up YouTube? How do I do that? I am a Mac person. I am technologically illiterate. Hi, I am Constance Frazier. I am going to be your guide through Revolution Rumble. This is going to be Tier B Longsword. Once he is done fighting and stabbing people, my co-host Capel will be joining us today. Say hi, Connor. So, in this pool, we have a plethora of fighters in the Tier B division. Twombly, Tanya Smith, Pat Dunham, and Christian Butner, as well as Rhea George. I will put these on and make sure the audio is good, because it doesn't look like the audio is good. Test 1, 2. Should I turn the volume down a little bit? I'm going to start screaming on the mic. I can hear myself. Okay, then it's a little muddy because the microphone is picking up many things. Okay, I didn't, because right here it's saying that the microphone is muted, and I guess it's over somewhere else. Okay, yeah, okay, it's good. It's fine. I was just double checking. If you need me up here, thank you. Alrighty, back to the madness. So I'm going to be doing Keller and technical commentary, and then we're going to have a couple of guests on later on. Things are still kind of getting big at the moment, but we should have a really good show for y'all today. Feel free to post in the chat with questions, comments, concerns. I believe the link to the rule set is in the description for those interested. It is a right-of-way format, so it's going to be interesting to see how it comes out.
For the YouTube page, we don't have the rule set.
Okay. Stevie.
Still have a little bit of magic to work if you can switch out with me. Also, that new theme is awesome.
Thank you. I was connected headphones.
How's it going, everybody? This is Cowell from the Semester Channel here. I am about to be fighting at pretty much any minute right now, so I'm just helping Connie get set up so that they can run stuff while I am underway. We're going to have a lot of great fights today. We're still waiting for our ring to be open, the one that's directly in front of us, but we can see a little bit of what's going on with Steve Chaney and Alex Caracas' pool across the way. I believe this is a Tier B match. I know that on our left here we have Tony Klon. On our right, I'm not too sure who exactly that is. But, I believe that was counterattack from right here. I'm not too sure exactly on quality, but, oh, no. Judge is giving it to, please don't let Shelton be. Oh, thrust from Tony, thrust from Klon on the left here. That is now 3 points for Klon. I don't think our sensor on the right here has any points on the board just yet. Oh, attack from left, counter-attack from right. It's going to be another point for Klon.
If you need to get warmed up, I can take over from your last.
Okay. I'm just still trying to get... yeah, we can just you know, keep track of points and then just talk for it. So.
No, Sean should be fixing it.
Okay. Well, yeah, like until it gets fixed. Maybe I'll.
Okay, it should be fixed.
Paulino versus Cowell.
Working good.
We got it up and running. Could you just talk to the chat to make sure they're hearing us? Can y'all hear us all right?
The cord is a bit fucky. So
Cool. Yeah, we're good.
okay.
I will project a little more to make sure everyone can hear me.
That's exactly right, folks.
There's audio.
Yeah.
Project into cave. Anyway, yes, so this pool should be starting any second. They are doing a gear brief at the moment, and then we'll get to the action.
Yeah, we got a little bit of everything going on, folks, but I think that this match over here we're going to turn to is a bit of a banger. We got Jonathan Paulino versus Matthew Huller from BA, who's going to be one of our guests later on. Oh, let's see what's going on over here. Okay, we got Paulino versus Huller.
Huller is working his way in with the point. Paulino parries.
Oh.
Beautiful direct attack.
Big
for
thrust,
Paulino.
big thrust from Paulino. We have the sword flying. You love to see it. You love to fucking see it. Both of these fencers have incredible pin work. BA is
Our
very.
pool is starting, Connor.
Okay. Wait, my pool is. Oh.
No, our pool.
Oh, okay. All right. So we're turning things back to our main focus. Okay. We got Christian Butner from CKDF on the right. I'm trying to figure out who we got on the left here. Give us 1 second.
Two Ravens fencer, I can tell you that by the patch on his gambit.
Well, there you fucking go.
Expect to see a lot of parry riposte from the two Ravens fencer, and I know Christian's been working on his direct attack, so this will be a very interesting matchup.
Okay, we got Christian Butner on the right, and we have Alex Kellogg on the left. Don't know too much about either of these fencers, so we're going to figure out how things work out in the mix. And our match is starting.
Has the size advantage, both fencers creeping into measure.
We got a low guard versus kind of center held. We'll
Christian
see.
probing. Parry riposte to the hand.
Yeah, that's going to be 1 point for Christian.
Beautiful parry riposte, Connor.
Yeah, but we're still getting started here, folks. You know, we don't know how these fencers are gonna keep on going once they feel each other out a bit. Another center line guard. These folks are hanging out really close in measure. You know, they need a fence on the left. Oh, cut to the arm.
Beat attack to the hands for Mr. Kellogg.
Okay, so that is 1-1 here. If Christian's going to be that close, he really needs to make sure that he's working for something. When you're in that range where you can get hit on the arms, you need to make sure that you're doing something to keep that blade occupied, keep the other fencer occupied.
Very much so. If he's going to creep into measure like that, like you said, he needs to generate a thrust. I'd love to see a thrust from Christian just as a way to kind of scare the other fencer. I think that could be worthwhile for him.
Okay, a little bit of judge deliberation. It looks like maybe the fencer on the left here might need some assistance with something. But yeah, we're still very early on in this match. 1-1 here. Christian Butner versus Alex Kellogg. Christian on the right, Alex on the left. So far, we're still on the early side of this. I don't know exactly what to expect from either of these fencers. These are folks that I haven't really seen
There
play
is
too
definitely
much.
a size disparity, though, Connor.
Yeah, there is, but, you know, size is not everything as long as you have that cunning. Quote from the good book from Filippo Devati himself. Thank you.
How dare you? Fiora is better.
We're not getting into that discussion just yet here, Constance. Not here, not on this
We can
stream.
do that after the stream.
You're damn right, you're damn right.
I believe Mr. Kellogg has had a wardrobe malfunction that they are currently trying to rectify.
Well, hopefully they can get underway sooner rather than later. I know that this kind of delay can really cause drag to occur. You know, can really get you kind of out of the mindset that you need to do. I know personally, whenever I'm in like in the middle of like some kind of hang up or something like that, I can really get antsy. It can really take me off my game. But you know, shit happens, gear malfunctions. It's all just a part of the scene.
Completely agreed. It'll be interesting to see how both fencers bounce back after this.
Yes, indeed.
I think we're in for one hell of a show, though.
Still having a little bit of deliberation here. Well, while we're waiting for stuff to continue, I just want to say a big thanks to Buck's Historical Longsword for running this wonderful event. PMAC family showing up. Over 100 fencers here today, all willing to put it on the line, all showing some great fucking skill. Sorry, did I was on your hand?
Nah, you're good, you're good.
Alrighty. Over in the corner here, we're seeing a little bit of action from Steve Doherty and Michael Asbury.
Two of Philadelphia's finest.
Yes,
my
yes.
own coach versus probably the fastest fencer in our region.
Yep, and that is a classic matchup. These two have traded with each other time and time again. And it looks like we're still in
Feeling each other out.
still feeling each other out over here as we turn the camera to focus on them over in the corner. If there's one thing that's for sure, Steve D is a very patient fighter, but if you get too complacent when you're fighting against Michael Asbury, you're going to catch a point to the fucking face.
Yes,
and that's
you
fully
are.
what I expect to see a lot of here. Not to mention
Almost
his
had
mid...
that counterattack for Steve. Mike working his way into measure. Steve with a beat attack to the hands. Beautiful fencing by Doherty.
bread and butter from Doherty here. If there's one thing I know for sure is that if you do not have a plan to cover your hands when you are fencing against them, they will be taken.
He is very good at lopping at those fingers and has beautiful setups for it. And in this rule set, you don't necessarily have to worry about a deeper target until they're afraid of the hand hit. Mike's slowing down the fight a little bit. Steve is definitely setting the pace here. Both kind of feeling each other out. Mike's starting to push the tempo a little bit, try to make Steve fight his fight. Beautiful displacement by Steve, but Steve goes out of the ring, and our ring is live again.
Okay, we're back on with Butner versus Kellogg here in the center ring. Butner on the right, Kellogg on the left. Both fencers, I think, are at a single point right now.
Yes, the score is 1-1.
So we are still at the beginning of things here.
Both fencers stepping in, kind of feeling each other out right here.
Still very close. We're not seeing too much action on the blade. Oh, and there we go. That's the same setup. He's got his plan
Attack to the
programmed.
hands.
He's got his plan programmed here, Constance. I think that if we don't see any kind of mutation from Butner when he's in that range, that might take him all the way.
Yes, it's a very simple strategy, but it's a solid one. Move the point offline just enough, land the hit to the hands, note the hell out of measure before you have to worry about that.
Exactly right.
Brilliant fencing by Kellogg here. We'll see if Butner can figure something out. I'd love to see a direct attack from either of them. I think it might benefit in this fight. And in this rule set, the direct attack is your friend.
Oh, and there it is. There it is.
There's the shield house from Butner. That was attack, counterattack. My guess is it's going to be point Butner. Beautiful fencing. Butner creeping into measure, probing with a little cut to the hands. Kellogg tries to throw a hand snipe. I'm not sure if it lands or not. Butner has a beautiful follow-up to the forearm. I believe that's going to be point Butner.
So we're now at four Kellogg, 1 Butner.
Oh, wow. I am blind as a bat today, apparently.
I guess that makes 2 of us, because I thought that was for Butner all day. But
we only have one side of the view. We don't know what the other judges see. Ooh, Butner getting a little more aggressive, coming with the renewal. I believe renewal lands to the head. Kellogg is fencing beautiful on the back foot, though. He's doing a great job of setting the tempo of this fight and weathering the storm that Butner's throwing at him. Really good fencing from both fencers. I can't wait to see how they do in the rest of the tournament. That is match Kellogg, I believe.
That is match Kellogg. Great fencing from both competitors here.
Beautifully done. Our next match is going to be Kat Dunham versus Rhea George. This is going to be one hell of a matchup. I know both of these fighters very well and have fought them a lot. Both have very good parry riposte, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see some longer exchanges. Kat has been in this game for a very long time, and Rhea might be new, but she's got lots of experience and she fights some of the best people in the game. I can't wait to see her play. It's just a good matchup in general. Wow, it's still Doherty versus Asbury over there, Connor.
Yeah, if there's one thing for sure. Oh, I think the match just concluded. I look forward to finding out what the outcome of that fight was, Constance.
So do I. That's one hell of a matchup. We also have Sherlock versus Huller right now. Two of the most patient fighters I have ever watched fight. That would be a really interesting matchup to watch. And now we have McCaffrey versus Wallace. Pure Fiore Pasta versus one of the best lefty fencers I have ever had the pleasure of watching fight. That is another beautiful matchup, and maybe we can turn the camera to it while we wait.
Okay, over in the corner here, far yonder, in the green with the poof, we have McCaffrey on the left and Wallace on the right. If there's one thing I know for sure is that Wallace can be a powerhouse of a fencer. He's got great initial actions, wonderful parry ripostes.
And he is a veteran of the game, Connor. He has been in this game longer than almost anyone else in this room.
Yeah, I think that he and I started at about the same time, going on 7 years. I can fully expect this. All of the matches here today are going to be a blast to watch.
One hell of a tournament with a really cool rule set. And I believe our ring is starting up again, Mr. Capel.
Okay, well, if that's the case, while we are... Oh, classic engagement with a thrust, forcing McCaffrey to parry hard, and then that schnapp coming right off of the bat. Like, whenever you give hard pressure to a fencer that has those arms crossed, you totally have to be worried about that cut around coming in faster than lightning.
Tell Sturup's ring he doesn't have light protection on.
Oh, shit. Okay, well, excuse me. I'm going to go help with a safety equipment issue.
Thank you, Mr. Capel. You're moving a little quicker than I am. Lucas! Anyway, this match is getting off to a start. Both fencers feeling each other out. Rhea with a direct thrust to Kat's face. Kat easily wards it off. Both fencers just kind of playing games. Rhea with the counterattack. I'm not sure if it lands or not. Kat with a renewal follow-up. I think that will be parry riposte. Kat, beautiful fencing from both of these ladies.
Okay, and we're back in the game here.
Parry riposte Kat with that beautiful Unterhau to the hands. Ooh, Ray just barely slipping that hand snipe by Kat. Beautiful fencing.
Yeah, if there's one thing, use of ox, it's something you don't really see too often. I think there might have been a beat attack from Ray there, but I bet they're probably going to give it to Kat for that cut around.
I completely agree. I think they're going to say it's a parry riposte for Kat.
I believe so. I think the score is that is attack from Kat, counterattack from Ray. It's going to be a point to Kat. We got 4 to it looks like maybe 0 here.
Fight starts yet again. Attack, counterattack yet again.
Again, Ray really needs to find a way to get Kat on the back foot here if she's going to want to progress.
Still, interesting fight. It's normally Kat is not this aggressive. I think she's definitely trying to play to the rule set. Renewal from Ray, parry riposte, longer exchange, kind of like I said we get out of these two. But I believe that is point Kat for a renewal.
Yeah, that blade work was really nice. She went for the cut behind the blade and mutated it into a thrust. That is fucking great shit. That's exactly what we want to see here today.
Beautiful fencing from both layers.
Yeah, wonderful blade work, great technical skill. Ooh, that was a mutation behind the blade for a cut to the head from Dunham.
Gorgeous work. This is a really good fight, Connor.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And it's far from over. It looks like judges' deliberation trying to decide if they like that cut to the head, that rising blow to the head. You don't usually see cuts behind the blade landing with a rising blow, you know.
That's really interesting technical fencing from Dunham.
A good adaptation here. You know, she saw that the cut wasn't going to land if she tried to throw the... Okay, we're back into the next match, and that is attack, counter-attack. Dunham secures that thrust right down the pipe.
This is the most aggressive I've ever seen Dunham play. Very well done by her. I'm looking forward to seeing how the rest of these last couple exchanges for this fight plays out and the rest of the pool goes.
Okay, I think that is match Dunham. Good job. Beautiful fought.
Both fencers leaving the ring with a smile on their face, as it should be.
As they should. That was a wonderful, wonderful match.
A glorious matchup.
Okay, I think our next match is going to be Christina Twombly versus Tanya Smith.
This will be interesting. Christina's one of the best grapplers I've ever had the pleasure of fighting.
And Tanya is a veteran, if we're going to talk about veterans here. This is a classic matchup. I remember they fought for gold at IGX a few years back.
I remember that fight too, Connor. It was one hell of a matchup.
Yes, it was.
See a really good time today. I can't wait to watch these two display their art.
We're going to see a lot of aggressive actions here, like just continual pushing from Twombly. It's been a little bit since I watched Tanya fence, so I'm expecting a lot of descending cuts, maybe a bit of blade work.
Tanya is a Myris, so we can definitely see some of that bouncing blade and dancing blade work.
Okay, instantly we're getting into measure, touching. Okay.
Beautiful rising blow to the hands from Tanya. Gorgeous fencing. She definitely knows Twombly likes to pick her hands up, and she's going to exploit that. Gorgeously done.
Take the blade, let it rise up, then hit those hands.
Twombly almost with a thrust to the hands. Parry riposte Twombly to the forearm.
Okay.
Current score is 1-1, I believe, Connor.
Yep, so it looked like that exchange was just a mirror of the first one. Let's see how they're going to progress now that they're kind of feeling each other out a bit.
Yes. I'd love to see them have a longer exchange just so they can really see that display of talent.
Okay.
Renewal, counterattack, I believe that's going to be point Twombly.
I believe so as well.
Renewal is the worst option in this rule set for those watching. That's when you cut once and then immediately follow it up with a second blow. If you can do it cleanly, you're fine, but in a double, it is a bad choice.
Yep, and that is a point for Twombly. It's going to be 2-1. I think Tanya, to progress forward here, needs to be a little bit more patient with that second attack, wait to catch the parry, and then work afterwards.
She needs to be thinking cover, cut, cover, Connor.
Exactly right.
Cover, cut,
exactly
cover.
right.
You can work defense into your offense in this rule set. That will behoove you.
Now, surprisingly, if you attack, you should probably defend. I mean, if you get attacked, you should probably defend.
Getting hit with the sword kind of hurts, Connor.
A little bit. Yeah, so we're at 2-1 for Twombly.
I'd love to see Tanya come with a direct attack rather than kind of dancing with the blade. I think that might benefit her because she is fast as fuck. Twombly creeping in. Tanya with that hand snipe. Twombly parries.
Yep. The game's...
Same exchange again. This time Twombly, I believe, lands the forearm blow.
I thought I saw mutual cuts. It could go to Tanya since she had the attack here. She was the one moving forward while Twombly was moving back.
I agree with you, Connor.
But yes, we're seeing the blade work from Tanya here being pretty much the same. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Consistency is key. And here we go with another exchange, folks. Let's see what these two do. Tanya starting in high tug, immediately drops to long point. Twombly closing in. Counter attacks from both. Something lands, but I couldn't tell through the screen.
Yeah, I don't think that we really got too much of anything there. At least from my angle here, I got a little window. I didn't see anything I really liked there. It looks like the judges agree too. No points scored.
Feeling each other out, playing tippy-tap games. Parry, renewal.
I think that's renewal from Smith.
Correct.
To the dominant forearm of Twombly.
Beautiful fencing. Smith is definitely trying to be the aggressive here. And if she can maintain that pressure, she will probably benefit her in this rule set.
Okay, they gave the point to Twombly there. I think that there might have been another cut on the other side that I might have missed.
Interesting, Connor. It's a little hard to see through a screen in Henry's rear end.
Oh, maybe cut to the arm. Okay.
I have no idea what happened there, Connor.
Well, the cut to the arm got missed. I think that it didn't have enough rotation. There wasn't like a very clear chambering action. You have to chamber your cuts in this rule set to make sure that it will be counted as a valid blow. With Twombly grabbing the blade after the action had occurred, if Tanya wanted to have that count as a slice to the arms, it would give her priority for a blow afterwards, but there wasn't a follow-up. I guess she thought that was probably going to be enough for her.
Slices are not scoring in this rule set for all of our watchers.
They are not. Like I said, they just give you priority on the next blow. So I'm seeing here that what probably is going to end up happening is that's going to be a point for Twombly for that grapple afterwards.
And Twombly denies the point.
Oh.
Respect to the fencer.
We love to see. Yeah, go grab. Oh, yeah. Water. That's what we love to see. Playful conversation. We're all here to have fun at the end of the day and show our art. And that's another cut to the hands.
Yep. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, Connor.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I think that little hand snipe is going to behoove Tanya this entire tournament. It hits a really weird opening, and she's fast enough to do it safely.
Yeah, those horizontal angles, unless you have a good, strong, tight parry where you leave your hands out of the equation, it's going to be difficult to cover because that length of the blade reaches behind your parry a lot easier than you would expect.
Yes. Completely agree. And we are off with another exchange.
Okay, so I see attack from Tanya, forward move, a counter attack from Twombly. So
I think they're calling it attack Twombly because she beat hit as she stepped in.
So beat attack there, folks, and that's going to be a match for Twombly. Great fencing from both competitors here.
That was a really cool matchup, Connor.
Yeah, if there's one thing that goes to show is that, you know, if you use the same tack over and over again, it can really work, but you have to have some kind of change up after you've done it enough times. Get your points up, let your opponent get into the programming of you throwing that same thing, and then work towards something afterwards. That's the way that you play the game. Fencing is all about control at the end of the day. Making sure that your opponent attacks into openings that you want them to attack to, getting their blade to where you want them to be, and knowing where you're going to be putting yours next.
Constrain and hit, Connor.
Exactly right. Constrain and hit.
And now we have Kellogg versus George.
Kellogg versus George on the stage.
This will be yet again an interesting matchup. Will Ray be able to implement her game plan, or will Kellogg work those beautiful parry ripostes he's been displaying all day? Ray with the attack, nothing landed.
Okay, so I saw a cut to the hands from Kellogg to Ray.
But I think Ray also had a thrust to the chest. I am not entirely sure if it connected, though. It might have been no.
How long have we been streaming? We only just got started maybe a good 30 minutes ago. Right now we are watching George versus Kellogg right here in the front.
Ray with the direct attack, parry riposte to the hands, I believe. I think that is attack Ray.
I'm not messing with that.
Judges deliberating yet again. I will say both fencers have a great aesthetic. Ray with the blue and gold, and Kellogg with that awesome gray red and maroon gamson. Looks fabulous. And aesthetics are important in HEMA. You might not win the fight, but at least you have the style points to go for. Right, Connor?
You're damn right there.
You look one ring over, there's someone borrowing my entire HEMA kit.
Okay, we're back to the match here.
Yes.
Just out of measure.
Kind of feeling each other out. Ray closes. I believe that was attack, counter attack.
I'm not too sure about that. There was a chamber and then there was a cut after the chamber, so that might have gone to Kellogg there.
Interesting, Connor. Ray pressing forward. Kellogg content to wait. Beautiful blade work from both fencers.
Yeah, great parry, great parry.
Great parry. It was parry good, Connor. Hey, you invited me on the stream. Puns are going to happen.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Ray pressing forward yet again. Fencers feeling each other out for a second here. Ray with a direct attack. Parry as she retreats out of measure. Nothing done.
I want to see something a little bit more from Ray here. She's got a good strong attack, but oh, great option there. So she pulled Kellogg's hands up and then took them with the initial attack. That was
Beautiful
solid
fencing for Ray. That was a gorgeous feint.
Solid zoning.
Ray biding her time. Kellogg on the low guard. Kellogg sniping at the hand. Ray covers. I believe Ray has hit to the hand. I'm not sure if the afterblow was in tempo. Anyway, that would have been attack counter-attack, so I think that's Ray's point either way.
It is indeed. I want to see a little bit more blade work here, and it looks like I'm going to get what I want.
Good for you, Connor. Good for you.
Oh, that was direct attack from left to the head. That's going to be 1 point towards
thrust
Kellogg.
For Kellogg. Gorgeously done.
Shot right behind the blade, landed perfectly at the top of the skull.
He has a good way of getting his point across. Ooh, Ray going to Ox for a second there. That would have been interesting.
Ray's got the right idea. She's throwing that cut to try to pull him out of that low guard, but she needs to get her parry into the right position if she wants to capitalize.
Completely agreed, Connor. I think she needs to switch up her game plan. Maybe play a flute or Spreck Fenster game and go for a direct thrust rather than the shield.
He's chewing her up when it comes to that initial attack.
He's figured out her game plan, and I think she needs to switch things up if she wants to continue having the lead in this fight. Kellogg is adapting beautifully, though. It's gorgeous fencing for Kellogg.
Yeah, if he keeps this...
Ray is changing it up. She's playing Spreck Fenster now. Covers the hand snipe.
Same setup as before. False edge. So the same setup as before as the first time we watched Kellogg. False edge cut to the blade, and then a descending cut to the head.
Beautiful setup. Flows quite beautifully.
I think that was attack. I think they're throwing it out.
Fair
Yep,
enough.
they're throwing it out.
The water's muddy. Don't look into it. Ray probing, kind of feeling things out.
Yep, now he's figured out what he's doing here with the when it comes to her overbinding that blade, getting her sword on top, and then trying to pull out his next action.
Yes.
So he's letting it down there to feint, and I think Kellogg takes that match.
That's
very
one hell
well
of a comeback, Connor.
Yes, very well done between both fencers
Yes,
here.
both fencers playing very different games, but they did a really great job being foils for each other, and I hope we can see more fencing like that as the day goes on.
Okay, I think up next we got Butner and Smith here. Christian Butner and Tanya
It would
Smith.
behoove me to make a joke about David and Goliath here, Connor.
If there's one thing that HEMA and all of the sources have done very well, it's reference the ancients, and I think that's what we just got right here from Constance Frazier.
What can I say? I'm not that tall myself, so I have my shortcomings.
I'll be right back, folks. I'm just going to grab some water.
Hydrate so you don't dehydrate, buddy. So this match is getting rolling. Will it be Tanya's renewals or Christian's beautiful patient fencing? Both fencers have a lot of skill and are long-term veterans of the game. I can't wait to see them both work. Both fencers probing forward, Tanya taking her time. Christian with a direct attack. I believe that is parry riposte Tanya for 1 point Tanya. As direct attack was covered, Tanya then swears to the torso. Yep, judges agree with me. Here we go with the next exchange, folks.
Pardon me while I eat this whole bacon, egg, and cheese.
Wait, you actually remembered to eat today?
Oh, I had something a little bit earlier.
I could not quite tell what happened. Both fencers kind of orbited, so I just saw backs for a second there.
Swear how the arms after the bind from Smith.
Beautiful fencing for Smith. She is definitely playing it aggressive, and I think it's benefiting her. Oh, head. Paulino versus Lily over there. And Doherty versus McCaffrey. They've known each other for almost a decade and have never fought. This will be amusing.
Everything working out all right?
Thanks, Robert.
We missed that exchange because Connor was eating and I got sidetracked by watching my coach fence. I apologize, folks. I have the attention span of a gnat. This is very distracting. So back to it. Butner presses forward. Tanya tries to thrust or cover. Butner beautifully displaces underneath with a cut to the arms and torso simultaneously. Man, I get winded easy these days.
Yep.
Butner pressing forward. Tanya with the attack. Butner tries to parry or cost. I believe it is yes, so that's going to be point Butner.
Yep, he zeroed in with that rising cut. You know, it's surprising. I've been seeing a lot of those here today, from fencers from different clubs too.
Yes.
At least in our region, we don't really see too much of a true edge rising cut, but they've been making excellent use of it. If you know how to throw them, they can be very difficult to cover and very difficult.
Take them below, Connor.
Shame from below. Classic quote from the good old book of Lichtenauer.
Direct attack Tanya, I believe, is yes, followed by a counter attack for Butner. I believe that is going to be 1 point Smith.
No, I did not see the point connect there. She was close, but that cut from Butner came in first.
Very interesting, very interesting. You have a better view of the fight than I do since I'm watching through the monitor right now, Connor. It's a little hard to see blades.
That was thrust from Smith.
Completely agreed.
So attack, counter attack. It's going to be a point Smith.
Yep. Both fencers kind of figuring out how the rule set flows right now. Butner pressing forward yet again. Tanya with same attack. Butner comes underneath. I believe both attacks are yes, so I think that will be attack Smith, counter attack Butner. If Butner wants to change this pattern up, he's going to have to maybe throw a Schielhau or a direct Oberhau rather than Martian Sprecht Fenster. What do you think, Connor?
I think that he's got this fight dialed in pretty well. But, yeah, see, if Tanya's going to outstretch her arms like that and just rush in without any kind of setup to deal with the blade, she's just going to get direct attacked to the arms over and over again.
Yep.
Like I said, Butner has this dialed in. If he keeps on going, if Smith keeps on giving him the same stuff, he can just keep on going with no real worries here.
Yes, he can, Connor. Yes, he can. Still great fencing from both. I believe Tanya's attack was yes in this case, so it will be point Tanya. I will go copy-paste the rule set link and post it in the chat, yo.
That would be wonderful. Thank you very much, Constance. Okay, that is... I think that's going to be a double. Both fencers were moving in as the attack, as both attacked, and that is going to be match Butner.
Beautiful fencing for both. Quick little golf clap.
Jason James, we're putting the rule set up in the up in the chat here for you. But we are doing a right of way rule set. With all points being worth 1, all the fencers are fighting to 5.
Alrighty, let me copy paste these rulerinos for you.
Oh no, I knew I had gone in my first move.
No cell phone. I do not want to block the rule set. I want to copy paste. Oh damn it. Copy like text. There we go. I can make technology work, Connor. Twombly with the grapple, I believe.
Okay, our current fight is Twombly versus Dunham. Twombly on the left, Dunham on the right. Judge deliberation here. I missed the exchange, folks. Sorry about that. Oh. We got Doug Bostick in the chat here. What's up, Doug? Good to see you. Good to hear from you.
Welcome to Rev Run live stream. Little Pubert. I've only gone through 2 of those now. Back to the fight.
And it looks like we're getting a rules clarification here, folks. Again, just wanted to thank Buck's Historical Longsword for running this wonderful event. All of the fighting that I've gotten the chance to watch here today has been incredible.
And the rules are posted in the chat for those who are curious.
There's always next time, Doug.
We would love to have you, Doug. Please feel free to come on out.
I'll be right back, folks. Excuse me.
Alrighty, fencers being friendly while we wait on a rules clarification. I'm not sure what the clarification is about because I have headphones on and can't hear anything. Both fencers take their corners, and the clarification is oncoming. Again, Dunham has a beautiful parry-riposte patient fencing style, and Twombly is an aggressive grappler. So this is definitely a matchup game, and I'm curious to see how it goes. Dunham pressing forward, Twombly on the back foot. Twombly with a cut to the arm, attack Twombly. The fencers reset, Dunham takes stance, Twombly takes stance. This is also the Italian versus German matchup, which is always entertaining to watch. Both fencers probing, Dunham with the attack, parry riposte, Twombly close to the grapple. I believe that is going to be parry riposte with a rising blow for Dunham. Again, beautifully fought by both of these fencers, watching them kind of play their own games and see how things work. Kind of jealous of Twombly's helmet. I've heard good things about those Rakusi masks, and love to see what the insides look like one day, just to see what it's like. Checking on an old friend. And I believe things are starting back up again. Here we go. Twombly versus Dunham, part 3. Fencers take their guards, and the match begins. Cameo by Saxon Sherlock. Dunham snipes at the hand with an attack. Twombly parries. Mutual thrusts in. And Twombly with the grapple. Point Twombly. Beautiful Ringanon Schwert for Twombly, or wrestling at the sword for you non-Heva folks. Beautifully done. Again, like I reiterated, when I have fought her, Twombly is one of the best grapplers I have ever fought in a tournament. And woe betide the person that gets into close measure with her. It'll be interesting to see if Dunham can account for that going forward. Attack, parry, riposte for Dunham. Both fencers doing a beautiful job, fighting elegantly. Renewal Dunham, point Dunham. Thank you, T, for the rules clarification. It's quite appreciated, and it's a wonderful thing having you in the chat, and my co-host is back.
Yo, what's going on, folks?
Looking stylish in your Gambison, by the way.
Yeah, you know, I like to keep it classy. At least I try.
And the exchange starts. Dunham with the attack. Twombly with the parry riposte. I believe that'll be point Twombly. Yes, I am correct. Talking is tiring. Dunham pressing forward, Twombly feeling things out. Both fencers kind of tapping swords, seeing what's going on. Reset out of measure. I believe that is going to be counterattack. Dunham, attack, no Twombly. And the traditional Bucks cry of Zeus, atomic has begun. Twombly pressing forward this time. Dunham on the parry riposte. Twombly with an attack to the hand.
Great little feint from Twombly there, pulling the hands up high, throwing them to, pulling the hands up high and then taking advantage of that attempted parry.
Beautiful cut to the hands. I'm curious to see how this continues forward. Not entirely sure who won there because HEMA scorecard hasn't updated yet, but we will announce that in a moment.
Where are we at here? That was...
Match 6.
That was match for Twombly.
Beautiful fencing by both, though. We got some of those really fun parry riposte exchanges you always love to see.
And
makes my little Sabror heart sing.
And now we have Smith on the left versus Kellogg on the right here. Kellogg has been doing a wonderful job in the pool today so far. I'm fully expecting to see some up. Well, you'll love to see some.
Yay, friendship.
Yay, friendship, indeed. Let me get stuck on my words a little bit further here, folks. Okay, aggressive action from Smith here.
Parry riposte, I believe, for Kellogg, though. Oh, I am incorrect.
Yeah, that when the blade slid off from Smith, it was able to land on the head here. I'm hoping to see. Oh, we got an ox.
She's oxing some good questions. I believe her attack was no. Attack to the arm for Kellogg. On the other hand, in that last exchange, Smith had a great way of getting her point across, Connor. Thrust for Smith. I'm not sure if it is yes or no. Exchange ends. Both fencers go back to their corners.
Okay, let's see. It looks like Tanya has figured out that she needs to switch up her game a little bit here. But if she's going to be an ox, she's going to need to watch those hands. Need to keep them tucked back towards her head.
Point for Kellogg with a beautiful falso to the hands.
When you're talking about fencing and ox, the only two options that you have, right? I mean, the only two options that your opponent has
Tanya
is...
probes with a thrust. I believe Kellogg parry riposte, no. Counterattack Kellogg, yes. On the screen, it was a little hard to ascertain whether Tanya's was quality.
It did not land, folks, unfortunately. It looked like Smith was very, very close to getting it there, but just given how overextended she wasn't able to commit all the way to the hit.
Tanya tends to be overextending in these matches. It might behoove her just to keep it a little bit tighter, but she's doing a great job pushing the advantage. You can tell she's having one a hell of a time.
Yep. We're dealing with a bit of a reach advantage here, right?
Yes.
So she's got to get in deeper and make the exchange a bit more messy, get control of the blade, and then work afterwards, which is what she's trying to do with this explosivity. Doing that also secures her priority, at least until we get a clash of swords. So that looks like it's match Kellogg.
Beautiful fencing, folks.
Like I said, I've enjoyed Kellogg's matches all day today. He's been really solidifying himself as a possible contender for finals.
I could easily, the way he's been fencing today, I could easily see Kellogg's making it way into the words. Tongue-tied, words hurting. I could easily see Kellogg making it into the late elims or even finals in this tournament. If he keeps this up, he is going to really display his art in a beautiful manner. And that's the great thing about HEMA, is everyone does things a little different, and I think that's great.
Absolutely agreed. Next on deck, we're going to have Ray George versus Twombly. These two today, as well as everybody in this pool, has really let their stylistic methods of fencing kind of stand out. Yes. And these two in particular, I expect there to be a lot of fireworks.
Yes, this will be very good. Twombly, like I said, if she gets close, you are doomed. But Ray is very good at getting out of measure before someone can get close, so this will be interesting to see if Twombly can overcome that.
She's also got a fucking mean tware. If Twombly tries to close the distance here, I fully expect there to be a parry riposte. Oh, and that's a cut to the hand.
For Ray. Beautiful.
Trying to set the pace here. She left her hands a little bit close with a thumb grip, kind of like a Shielhow-ish position. But doing that can expose your hands when you're at that range. Oh, and Twombly with the Tramezzone, a wheeling cut to the head. A perfect use of a crossed wrist parry to just unwind that cut and let it fucking rip.
Very Italian, Connor. Very Italian.
Okay, let's see what's
pasta, baby.
Yep, and
Ray
that
with
is
the direct attack. Twombly with the parry riposte. I believe that is going to be point Twombly.
Absolutely, parry riposte from
have
Twombly.
Massive rins on. This is what we want to see at a tournament like this, Connor.
So I'm fully expecting that if Ray is going to keep on trying to use her primary weapon here without any kind of plan for parrying that, she's not going to get too far in this match. It's 2-0 with Twombly in the lead, and there's another cut to the hand.
Yep.
Like I said,
thrust, pop to the hand.
Like I said, when you're in that measure, you really need to be working something. You cannot just be hanging out in that. Oh, I'm bouncing shit. You cannot be hanging out with that close a distance without an expectation that you are going to be attacked in some kind of way.
Don't get too excited, buddy.
Okay, there's the parry.
Beautiful parry riposte for both fencers. Ray doing a great job of maintaining measure and nullifying Twombly's grappling game, but Twombly hangs on and lands what I believe is a cut to the arm.
Yes, it was. It was a cut to the arm, and that is going to be match Twombly.
Great fencing. That was a really fun exchange to watch, Connor.
It really was. I saw Ray trying to claw her way back up. She was really just beginning to adapt at the very end of the fight here. I think maybe if she takes home a little bit of what just happened and brings it to the next exchange, she'll have a little bit of an easier time.
Very much so. Connor,
as always, great fencing and a good showcase of some technical fencing.
And now we have Butner versus Dunham. This will be fun to watch. You might be up soon, Kempster.
I got 2 more fights left in my pool.
Wait, do you want a water bottle or a Gatorade on hand or anything?
If you need to go, boss, I can take over here.
Well, I got you. Don't worry. We're not heading out just yet. Actually, yeah, no, it looks like I need to start getting ready. All right, folks, I'm going to be heading out for a bit. I'm going to be finding us Matt Huller. Hopefully he has some free time here to come in as a guest commentator. We'll be right back.
Yes, I will steal your chair, Mr. Cowell, if that's all right.
Just give me a
That way
second.
everyone can stare at my ugly mug a little better. I love troll comments. Little bit of admin duty, my apologies. Back to fight, we have Dunham versus Butner. Things are getting off to a beautiful start as I stand up very slowly so I don't faint and hop into a slightly less comfortable chair. So, anyway, the next exchange begins. Both fencers get ready to fence. Let's see how this goes. Once again, we have a massive size disparity in this matchup, which should be interesting to see how fencers deal with that. I am excited to see how this unfolds. More deliberation from the judges. Yes, let me kick the camera a little bit and then recenter things. Hopefully that's... There's only so much I can do. The courts are causing a bit of a debacle, but I will do my best. And there we go, folks. Camera is a wee mite more centered. Would you like to... And joining me on commentary is from Boston Armatsare and Queen City Sword Guild, Matt Huller.
It's great to be here.
Commentate the violence. So, Matt, what have you thought about the fight so far today?
I mean, everything has been spectacular.
Hell yeah.
The speed on display, the technicality on display, but also I want to really shout out the level of control. In all of my fights, I fought people who were throwing very fast attacks, but none of them hurt. And
That is what we want to see
I want
here
to shout
today.
that out specifically because that was awesome to see and feel.
You're going to need to speak louder.
Okay.
And bring yourself a little bit closer to the mic.
Alrighty, so we have Butner versus Dunham. So, Matt, what do you think about this matchup from what you've seen so far?
Well, I think it's going to be interesting. I always like to see fights with a height disparity.
It's always fun to watch.
And I gotta say, Kat Dunham is always a pleasure to see.
She has gorgeous parry riposte. Butner's been working on his direct attacks, so it's definitely going to be the long-range versus mid-range game that we're going to see played out here.
I love to know when somebody's like, I've been working on this, I've been working on that, and they match up perfectly with
Exactly.
that.
It's always fun to watch.
We'll
Matt.
get to see whose practice has been more fruitful in a sense.
Yes. That said, Kat has been able to land those beautiful parry ripostes with the true edge over and over, just like that. I'm not sure if Butner's afterblow is in tempo, and if it was, it would automatically have priority since Dunham's was a blow to the torso. Plus, I believe it was a renewal, so that loses priority anyway. Hi, Marlene. I was saying hi, so I missed that exchange. What did you think about it, Matt?
I thought that it looked like Kat was correcting there. Same parry, rising blow, but she moved her hands a little further back to try and cover the renewal, and I think it worked that time. It's a little hard to tell from here.
It is a little hard to tell through the screen. I'm kind of trying to multi-manage 3 things, and it's hard to see blades on the monitor.
Yeah.
But here we go. Next exchange. Uh-oh. Judges having a talk about things and stuff.
This is a beautiful venue.
Yes. Stevie
sometimes-
Parker did a beautiful
Oh, yeah.
job finding this place.
Yeah. I mean, for those of you on stream who unfortunately can only see the inside of the gym, this whole campus is fantastic. There is a real castle.
Yes.
As real as any castle is for us Americans.
So it's like a McDonald's castle. We have a McDonald's, a Burger King, and a Starbucks in the basement, arguably better than your castles.
Yeah. We have AC. There's air conditioning.
Exactly. And right now, with that heat outside, we definitely need the AC.
Oh, if we were fighting outside, I wouldn't have made it to my first bout.
I wouldn't have been able to commentate. I would have been a puddle having heart palpitations on the ground right now.
We also would have died of smoke inhalation.
That too. It is a wee mite smoggy outside, and things are getting rolling again.
I think they're about to start, yeah.
Here we go.
Both fencers starting right at the line, which is interesting.
Ooh, Butner with a counterattack.
I think he'll take priority on that one.
But I think Dunham's attack was also yes, so priority
Oh,
Dunham.
you're right.
Gotta love right of way, baby. Butner with the attack is no. Dunham with a clean renewal.
Again with the rising cut, and this time the parry with the strong.
Yes.
Very nice, very quick.
Very crisp fencing for Dunham. Butner's also doing a beautiful job. I think both fencers are playing their game quite gorgeously.
Oh, absolutely. And that's
Beautiful fencing for both. I don't know who won. We are... Where is my curse? Please come back. Or not. Whatever. We're on the screen today.
right.
I'm just going to pull it up on my phone so I can watch. Don't text and stream, kids. It's very unsafe.
And here we have, is that, I believe, Alex Kellogg?
Yes, that is Alex Kellogg versus Christina Twombly.
I have fought him before, and Christina Twombly is the person who taught me literally my first day of HEMA.
Yes, both have been fighting gorgeously. This is, I think, the matchup for who wins this pool right now, the way the pool has been going. If Twombly can implement her grappling, I could see her taking this. Oh, parry riposte for Twombly, I believe.
I'm not going to be a homer. But that,
gotta stay impartial, which
Exactly.
is fucking hard.
But that parry and posta frontal.
Hi, Mr. Gore. We are in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the city of brotherly shove.
Yeah. I'm feeling a lot of love today.
There's a lot of love to go around. It's a
Certainly
sword tournament.
a lot of shoving too.
Yes.
Well,
Twombly
controlled
probing into measure. Kellogg slowly creeping his way in. Twombly now on the back foot. Beautiful use of measure by Kellogg. Baits Twombly into an overextension and punishes. Gorgeous work. Let me get HEMA scorecard up so we can actually keep track of the points here. For those following, thank you for joining us. Ooh, direct attack to the hands for Kellogg.
Kellogg was moving from the low and high, and on that one, he moved from low and arrested his motion and went straight into the attack. So
Yes.
a nice, I almost want to call it a trap there.
That was definitely a bait.
Yeah.
Kellogg with another blow to the hands from what I could see. Twombly might need to adjust her game a little bit if he wants to avoid getting picked apart like this.
Kellogg has, he's got very good strikes to the hands. I learned that the hard way in Dayton one day.
The current score is 4-0, by the way, for Kellogg. Twombly probing in, feeling things out. Kellogg really likes taking those hands. I believe that falso is yes.
If Twombly wants to parry those rising cuts, I think she's going to have to get her point a little lower.
Yes, I think a more breve position rather than a longa position. Italian. We got to Torres here. Might benefit. For those who do not do Italian fencing, it's Flug in German. So she might want to plow forward with a slightly different guard approach.
Yeah. Oh, I see James Conlon in the chat. Hi, JJ.
The Red Tornado himself, or I guess the Blue Tornado himself now. And the match begins yet again. Twombly pressing forward, once again in longa.
Both of the point forward.
Beautiful parry. Attack Twombly to the arms. After blow is a renewal, so it doesn't matter. That's going to be point Twombly. Current score 1-4. Twombly probing forward yet again. Beautiful parry riposte exchange. No point awarded. Fencers feeling each other out, posing for a second. And that is Kellogg with a smook to the hand.
Again, with his sense of measure is really good.
He's a really handy fencer too, Matt.
Twice in there, Twombly through cuts he managed to avoid.
Yes.
Very impressive.
That was gorgeous fencing for Kellogg. I think he is one of my favorites to win this whole thing. Plus, he has very good aesthetic points. I think he look great with a pair of gray and maroon Fluderhosen.
I mean, this was a very clean.
Yes, I have been very impressed by the fencing today. And now we have Dunham versus Smith, which is going to be the battle of parry riposte versus aggression, which should be an interesting matchup, right, Matt?
Absolutely.
Both of these fighters are veterans of the game, too. Display of camaraderie before skullduggery begins. Tanya taking the back foot against Dunham. Tanya closes with the thrust. I believe Dunham with the parry riposte.
Again, those rising cuts, they're snappy and they provide good cover. Very
She's getting
impressive.
a leg up in the world.
Oh, yeah.
Gorgeous fencing for Dunham, though. Tanya probing forward. I suspect an attack's going to launch any second now. Yep, there is that close. Dunham backs out of measure. Renewal, I'm not sure if Smith's counterattack lands.
Yeah, it was hard to tell. She's also moving back.
Yes, but since Dunham had a renewal, that would still lose priority to the counterattack.
You're right, you're right.
Nothing. Attack Smith to the arm. It was not on our side, so it was a little hard to make out. But still glorious fencing. Having a lot of fun here in Tier B today.
Oh, absolutely.
Both fencers probing forward. Dunham with a bit of a flourish. Nothing done.
That's just the right measure to flourish. Any closer could have been a little more dangerous.
Yes, and Tanya is very quick. I could see her being very good at taking the hands. She should pass my water bottle.
Absolutely.
Or I will start squawking like a prepubescent teenager.
Going to high bump dog, back down again.
Both fencers kind of feeling each other out here, taking their time. And our score right now is 1 Smith, 2 Dunham. Very close match, folks. Both fencers displaying gorgeous fencing.
I believe on that last one, Smith managed to get cut into the hands before Dunham was able to get deep.
Gorgeous fencing for Smith.
Ooh.
I believe that was attack Dunham. Nothing of quality for Smith since her arms were already extended. I do not think that any contact she had would be considered anything beyond incidental. So that's going to be point Dunham.
Dunham's descending cut's quite snappy and able to draw that very high. So even if that first cut didn't land, the second intention rising bow certainly did.
Yes. And that's what you want to see is fencing to the second, third, and even fourth intention if you can help.
Oh, yeah.
You can play the long game, you'll go much farther. Nothing done, both fencers feeling each other out. Tanya with a Smith, Dunham with a parry riposte. Dunham with a beautiful left warehouse renewal.
Yeah. And that nice offline movement.
Yes. Why fight on railroad tracks, Matt?
I mean, if you're lazy like me, sometimes
fair enough. Or if you're just an aggressive little goon like I am, railroad tracks are nice. Counterattack, nothing done. Both fencers really relying on those rising blows. I think Tanya lands one to the hand.
Yep.
Our current score is 2-3 for Dunham. I think we're about to see that change, however. Hydrate so you don't dehydrate, Connor.
I'm also very impressed, I want to say, with the pace of everything. Things have been running very efficiently.
Bucks has been practicing their
you can
rear
tell.
ends off to make sure this event runs smoothly. Until I wound up getting sick, I was on the judging staff and I was excited. But hey, I get to ramble about sword fighting with cool people. This is great. We've seen some really good fencing, and the match is back on, folks. Current score 2-3 still.
Probing with the points, rising cut.
Rising cut for Smith.
I think it just gets past the crossguard there.
Yes, right to the hand.
I mean, that's one of the tough things about those rising cuts. You have to be very careful about your angles.
Yes. Both fencers looking really clean today. Not much use of right-of-way, which always makes me happy. Even though we have a cool rule set, the cleaner it is, the happier my little heart is.
I mean, if the right-of-way is not happening, that means there's not a lot of doubles. And I think so far in this match, and in general, I think so far, there's been very few doubles. People are being very technical, which is very nice to see.
Yes. The end goal, especially with a club like Bucks, is not hard fencing, it's pretty technical fencing. And I think we're getting to see a lot of that today spread out through the tournament. Ooh, and over in that ring we have Jeffrey Will versus Nick Reynolds. That'll be an interesting matchup. Both fencers use a lot of measure. Ooh, Dunham with the Krumpau. Tanya closes. I believe Dunham with the parry riposte.
Yeah, that point was coming in very hot, but Dunham was able to void out of the way and parry, which is very crucial, I think, in this rule set because if you do double and your opponent is able to land a hit deep point online, or a point to the a thrust to the throat,
Yes.
that will take priority.
Yes.
So use of measure is critical.
Oh yeah. You have
mean,
to
it's
see how
always
everyone
critical.
measures up. Hey, you put me on live.
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you.
Yeah, I told everyone the puns were coming.
And they'd have been fools not to believe you.
I am literally the pun queen of Philadelphia.
Is there a official pun counter?
My record is 60 in one practice.
Next year, there will be a pun counter on the screen.
Just to maximize suffering. All right, now
Exactly.
we have Ray George versus Christian Butner. This will be a fun matchup. Ray is a bit of a protege of mine and trains with Buck's historical longsword as well. Butner probing with a shield howl. Nothing done, I believe. Or was Butner's through?
I think it may have gone through, but on the other side.
Judges are throwing it out.
Okay.
Nothing done, folks. Ooh, Ray in Ox. Butner with a probing thrust to the hand. I believe that was cut around or attack for Butner. Ray's parry was just not quite there.
That's a good idea to attack a tall person in bomb talk in Ox.
Yes. Renewal Ray, although I think Butner also had an attack in there, so point Butner. Renewal is a rough choice to make unless you can do it cleanly in this rule set. Butner with the attack, I believe it lands.
I think he's able to mutate that thrust into the flank.
You could say he's the shield deal, Matt.
Oh, absolutely.
Maybe it'll work out in the end.
Oh no.
Ooh, snipe to the handies.
That was nice. On the preparation. That's how you should fence everybody, is with them in the
Yes.
preparation, but especially when there's a height or measure difference in measure.
Attack on prep is your friend. Ooh, Unterhau to the Unterhands. It is the one weakness of Ox in Finestra in the Italian system. I'm not going to try to name Bodyguard because it's an entire essay. Fuck you, Connor. But that is a beautiful counter to Ox. It's actually straight out of Codex Gelf 83.4 for you source nerds like me. Yes, I love obscure sources.
Oh, we all do.
It's
I'm hoping to see some things out of Wittenweiler today.
I would love that. I haven't
sorry.
actually read one.
I have been corrected before. It's Witteweiler, I think. Correct Swiss German pronunciation.
So if you do it really well, are you a witty wheeler?
I would say so.
Good to know. Good to know.
Yeah, and I want to going back to that last pass. A lot of people from Bombtag forget that you can do more attacks than just your Zornhaus, your Oberhaus. In the Italian system, as Fiore tells us, from Posta di Donna, you can throw the 7 blows.
Yes. I love throwing Roverso Mazzani, so a false edge from the right shoulder over like that, because it would fuck with people's heads and would set up a beautiful beat renewal type action.
I believe that's exactly what you hit me with at Cake Fact to knock me out of Elim there.
It's almost like I knew what I was doing.
Yeah, almost.
Almost. In actuality, it's dumb luck because you're a better fencer than me, but
Oh no, we fenced enough times. I think
we're about even.
I'll give you the edge.
Really?
Yeah.
I appreciate the compliment. Might be done with longsword competitions, but I owe this fucker a rematch once I'm off the cane.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Or if you show up at a Bucks intramural, I'll probably still be fighting at those.
One day I'll make it down to one of those.
Love to have you. And I believe we are about to get the party started again. Let's pay better attention. Ray presses forward, Butner pressing forward. Butner with that shield howl. Ray wards, I believe they disengage. Butner rechambers and lands another shield. I'm not sure about George's action. But they're saying point George, so I believe it was attack, counter-attack, point George.
Those shields are quite snappy.
Yes. George pressing forward. Snipe to the hands, attack on prep for Butner. You can get someone while they're chambering, you're in a good place.
Yep. Got to be careful chambering when you're fencing a taller fighter.
Oh yeah, especially when there is that massive reach advantage. Butner is tall as fuck and has beautiful structure and control.
Oh yeah, that cut was very quick, but you could also tell, as I want to keep pointing out, controlled.
Yes, Butner is one of the safest, prettiest fencers I have ever had the joy of playing against. If you ever find yourself in his neck of the woods, I would highly recommend playing sword tag with him. And now we have Dunham versus Kellogg. This will be an interesting matchup. Both fencers really like those rising blows. Although I know Kellogg prefers it with the falso, Dunham prefers it with the true, so there could be an interesting reach.
I believe that is the Italian versus German at play.
Does Two Ravens do German?
No, Two Ravens is Fiora.
Really?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Both fencers feeling each other out, being very tentative. Falso to the hands. Harry riposte for Kellogg. Gorgeous fencing for Kellogg here, folks.
Yeah.
He is quickly turning into probably my favorite fencer to just watch him play his game out of this pool. I really think he's going to do well. Let's see how Dunham adjusts, because she's been really doing some beautiful fencing today, too.
When it comes to parry riposte, a lot of people have the parry down. Being able to riposte to that open line is so important, and that's what he's able to do there.
So we're applying a little military saber theory to your longsword fencing is worthwhile, Matt.
Oh, absolutely.
Dunham attack, grapple. A little late on the halt, but no one got hurt, so we're chilling. I don't think any card's going to get thrown out for that. I believe Dunham's attack was yes.
I think so, yeah.
Gorgeous direct attack for Dunham. She's clearly been working on those explosive whacks. I could wax eloquent about that for a while.
We need the counter.
We need the counter. Next year.
Next year.
With a little ding or like a fart sound effect just to make it very obvious when I crack
Very,
the front.
very loud, of course. And it should be able to sound not only on the screen, but throughout the whole auditorium, so everybody knows.
Disappoint everyone with the sheer amount of puns I'm making. I'm certain someone had an aneurysm by now, Matt.
Perhaps.
Perhaps. I should stop pontificating and get back to reviewing the fight. I think Matt's the one having an aneurysm.
I might be.
We'll keep an eye on him.
I might have to fight after this. I don't know. I'll be injured by all these puns.
Secretly, if Henry hears this, he probably hates me right now because I am just vomiting out puns.
This is why we need that counter.
Exactly.
So everybody can react like that.
We are getting some gorgeous fencing in this pool, folks. I know it's tier B, but clearly these fighters train their asses off and really hone their craft, and that brings me joy to watch. And here we go. Dunham probing forward, feeling things out. Quick beat to the blades, nothing done. Dunham changing guards. Whoop. Hand snipe once again for Kellogg, and Paulino has had an aneurysm. My job is complete.
Rest in peace, JJ.
No more. I don't have to worry about getting Unterhaut anymore. Dunham with the direct attack. Harry riposte for Kellogg yet again.
Man, those reversi are coming in quite fast.
Yes. There is no false blade work in this man's game. It is just crisp, clean fencing.
Oh, absolutely. And it's quite the hard angle to parry.
Yes, those reversi as a Harry riposte are really quite fascinating. I'm going to have to steal that for my own game. Ooh, gorgeous fencing for Dunham. Snipe to the hands yet again for Kellogg, though. Dunham definitely trying to seize the board.
And again, from Kellogg, excellent use of measure. Able to hit, get out, and just barely not ring out.
This man is going to be in Tier A very soon.
I could see that for sure. And for those who don't know in this rule set, for the ring outs, it's a little unique. The back line is where you lose a point.
Yes.
So he made sure on the back line, he kept his front foot just in.
He is doing a gorgeous job holding his ground, Matt.
Yeah.
And again, the fencing seems very controlled. Judges deliberating about something, I'm not sure what. It's a little hard to tell through the screen whether or not they're hitting. I am glad everyone appreciates my puns in the worst way possible. I love you, Doug.
This is HEMA. People do like their puns.
Maybe they'll forblade me from doing commentary next time.
That would be a crime.
Thank you, Matt. And here we are with the fight yet again. Both fencers pressing forward, Dunham and Tog. Kellogg in breve, I believe.
Yep.
Definitely taking their time here. Lots of mutual respect, picking at the hands, trying to feel each other out. Dunham probing a little bit to try to judge responses. Backs out a measure into Tog. Direct attack, riposte, and falso to the hands for Kellogg again. That is one of the coolest maneuvers I have seen in a tournament.
That was very impressive. Right until the last moment, I thought that first Dunham's attack was going to land.
I thought Dunham had that. I thought it was going to be that direct attack into a thrust, but Kellogg is really controlling measure.
Very impressive, for sure.
Gorgeous fencing. This is a really good fight between these two, and you can tell they've definitely honed their craft.
And a very conscientious fight.
Yes.
Adjustments are being made from pass to pass. We're back on.
And we're live. This time it is Kellogg pressing forward. Dunham just barely squeaks out of measure. Beautiful use of distance management.
Of course, her sense of distance also quite good.
Dunham probes, comes to the left side. Neither fencer really going all out. Dunham with a renewal. Grapple is a follow-up. I believe that's going to be point Dunham.
I believe
Gorgeous
so.
rise and glow. Her renewals are some of the cleanest ones I've seen in this tournament.
Absolutely.
I think the term is thoroughly impressed.
That goes for me too. I mean, I think against somebody like Kellogg was very good distance and very good parry post. Being able to throw those rising blows and come back up to defend yourself, quite important.
Yes, sometimes you just got to make it ugly, Matt.
Yep.
And while Dunham's fencing is not ugly, she's clearly figuring out how to play her game against this fencer. Let's see if she can bring it back. In the background, we have Quarterfinal versus Jenny Kelly, but it's kind of hard to make out again from the screen. With expert judges Alex Kudarakis and Stephen Cheney. Yep, and the fight is underway yet again. Curious to see how this one plays out, Matt.
Yep. Both fencers starting off point offline. Moving
Kellogg
into the point
immediately to that breve position. Dunham in a long point pose. High tog, always fun to see high tog get pulled out. Kellogg prosing with a crisp hand snipe. Dunham probes back with one of her own. Attack, counterattack, nothing done.
I think it's hard to see what happened there from our angle, but that was certainly very impressive. I think Dunham had a very nice pump fake.
Yes.
But I think Kellogg just barely parried it.
Yes, I would agree with that. Really gorgeous fencing from both. Dunham on the aggression. Kellogg using that distance management yet again. Attack Kellogg, parry.
Ooh.
Falso to the hands. I think the edge alignment was good, so that is going to be point Kellogg.
I agree. I could see the flat, which meant that the edge was on.
Makes sense to me, Matt. Makes sense to me.
I learned that from JW Pugnetti and his Hema Fight breakdown videos.
10 out of 10, plugging that YouTube channel. There was a review of a certain me, and I'm very narcissistic, so, you know, I will plug his YouTube channel.
I'm on there too, him stabbing me in the throat a dozen times, I think.
As JW is wont to do. He is actually fighting here today and might be joining us on commentary in a bit.
Well, that'd be a real privilege.
Yes, the dude is got one of the best fight brains I have ever seen.
Yeah.
Current score, 4-2. This is a closer match than Kellogg has had all day. Beautiful work by Dunham.
I like how Kellogg is advancing and then retreating, pressuring his opponent to get them to overextend so that he can trap them.
Unfortunately for Dunham, Kellogg is doing a gorgeous job dictating the pace of this fight with that crisp footwork, and that is going to be counterattack, attack, but Dunham's was to the torso, so it loses priority.
Yep. You've got to be very careful when it comes to priority, using not only the right way, but also the target priority.
Yes, this is an interesting rule set to try to play under.
Because the target priority will override the right of way.
And both fencers with a display of camaraderie at the end, just as we like to see.
Oh, yeah?
Gorgeous fencing by both of them. They should be incredibly proud of their performance.
Absolutely. The sportsmanship today has been on point.
Yes, I am really proud of everyone. And now we have Twombly versus Butner. The real question is Twombly crazy enough to grapple Butner?
Absolutely.
I can't wait to watch it.
Absolutely.
Because Butner is also a very good grappler when he has to. Having gotten into clinchy, happy fun times with him before, it is a very fun time. And this is two very patient fighters, so this might be a longer match, but it'll be interesting to see how they play. I'm expecting to see shield from Butner, and probably, yep, there's that shield. And that was attack. I'm not sure if the judges, because Twombly rechambered, I think they might count her hit as a renewal.
They might.
So that will probably be counterattack Butner.
Yeah, you're right.
It's almost like I fought into this rule set before. Plus, Kirkpatrick had the same rule set.
It did, and you did win that.
I am a cheeky fucker. Ooh, so that is renewal Butner. Parry riposte Twombly. But that was to the torso.
Exactly.
Oh, they're giving Twombly the point.
Was that then to the upper line?
So I thought it landed here.
Okay. Interesting. From our angle, quite hard to see.
It is a tough time.
Okay, one of Christina Twombly's strengths is her ability to cut around Dritto Reverso.
Yes, she has been showing that all tournament. Ooh, mutual thrust. I think that's going to be attack. Both fencers stepped in. This might be a mutual double, Matt.
Yeah. Or I think they're
It's good to see that.
Game.
I think they're calling Butner's thrust as passe on that one.
What's that?
Oh, Butner
And back to
cut to
the
the hands
commentary.
on Christina Twombly's preparation.
Hell yeah.
Double, I believe target priority will give that to Twombly.
Yes.
Butner's might have also been flat. I wasn't looking at that part, so it might have rotated, I'm not sure.
Twombly pressing forward. Butner with the probe. I believe that was mutual hits
I think
again.
so.
Attack or counterattack renewal, however. I think that's going to be point Twombly.
You're right, it is.
Again, in this rule set, the renewal is the most heavily punished option. So unless you can do it clean, you are in for a tough time.
And despite the renewal being one of my main things, I understand why that is, because it's not great.
Butner with the attack. Twombly with the counterattack. Also, yes, Jason, Twombly has the dopest aesthetic.
Oh,
and these
absolutely.
two fencers are doing a gorgeous job of playing. They should both be incredibly proud of each other.
The kit is very nice, the fencing even better.
Yes, I love HEMA because we get so many fun aesthetics. I do have gear envy with Twombly, if you don't mind me saying.
I'm wearing all black. I'm just
You're boring. Congrats.
Shadow number 5,748.
Forgettable HEMA fencer, I guess.
Yeah.
You get your aesthetics on point, man.
Oh, going for the
Twombly with the
wrestle.
grapple, Butner with the cut to the head from the grapple, overpowering her.
Let's
And
see
checking
what
on
they
each
call.
other to make sure force was acceptable. I believe that is going to be Bonkaroonie for Butner.
You're right, you're right.
She was crazy enough to grapple him, Matt.
Yep. That, and you'll forgive me for forgetting the name of the technique in Italian, unfortunately. But
I won't.
that sort of clearing with the hands.
Attack on prep for Twombly. That was a brilliantly done fight for both fencers, and I
Absolutely.
can't wait to see them keep playing in elims. We are in for one hell of a treat, folks.
Match. Really back and forth, and nice to see a little bit of grappling. From our point of view, unfortunately, you on stream can only see one pool, but when there's a little break in the action in front of us, we get to look at one of the other 6 pools where invariably there's a beautiful fight happening.
Yes, right now in this ring we have Shelton versus Will, and both are gorgeous fencers. Shelton's probably the least textbook fencer in HEMA, and Will is super traditional KDF, so that's always a goofball matchup to watch. Plus, Shelton has that drift going for him.
Oh, absolutely.
Shelton with the cut to the leg. Back to this fight, I am an easily distracted gremlin. Parry riposte for Tanya versus Ray. I believe that is going to be point Ray.
I think you're right. That nice parry in Ox, you'll love to see it.
Oxing some good questions. Fight continues on. I'm not sure who landed there because there was a director in the way.
Is there a ring out, or was that a land?
I am not entirely sure. It might have been a ring out, Matt.
You have to be careful with the ring outs, that if you're going to ring out, go out the sides and not the back. No, JJ, Chire is in the same room, just next pool over.
Snipe to the hand for Ray. Rising blow for Smith with the renewal. I'm not sure who will get the point.
I believe that's going to Smith.
Yep, I guess Ray's did not have enough rotation. Ooh, counterattack for Ray. She is in the Zorn now, Matt.
Absolutely. And the Zorn, you don't see it as much, but when it's executed like that, when it really covers the line and lands a nice crisp hit deep, very fun to see.
Ooh, counterattack again for George. Falls short. Parry riposte Smith. Beautiful fencing by both. Smith is really doing a good job of being the aggressor in this match and forcing George onto the back foot.
And I also like there's a lot of bind work going on. Ooh.
Ray with the attempted probing thrust. I think it connects. Beautiful job pulling it too.
Yeah.
It's always nice not seeing an ice get bent 90 degrees on someone. Parry riposte Smith with the rising blow. Ray needs to stop leaving her hands this high if she wants to continue playing her game. Smith will be able to capitalize on that.
And Smith is quite fast, so even a small tempo for preparation in measure is very dangerous.
Yes. Smith in high tug. Ray drops to a fluke position. Counterattack Ray, I believe.
Does that get through the parry to the head?
I heard Spez heavy noise.
Okay.
It's a little hard to see from this angle.
And if anybody on the stream is having trouble hearing us, please just let us know.
They're saying point Ray.
Okay.
And the fighters engage into the fray once again, Matt. Ray with the renewal, nothing done. Both fencers back out of the measure. That was, something landed. My most profound apologies.
I think they're calling that Duplaren as having landed.
Yes. And we have an interloping Jeff Kim. Everyone say hi, Jeff. A Kim interloper, as it were. Ding! Ray with the direct attack. Point Ray.
Quite nice, quite snappy.
Oh, good. Glad the audio is good, JJ. Everyone can suffer through my shitty puns. Whoop.
Oh.
Kanya with the thrust into a rising blow by baiting the hands high. Clean fencing for Smith. Huller, water.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad I caught it. That wasn't a guaranteed catch.
Yeah, I could see you sense the gravity of the situation.
Yep.
Ooh. Ray with the counterattack, Tanya with the attack, nothing done.
Very close.
Ray with the counter renewal Zwehr that I believe connects.
Yep. Yeah, those Zvehrs very tricky.
Hi, Nathan.
He is in the building right now, but is also watching the stream. That's dedication.
That is dedication. Thank you for the views. Ray with the direct attack, Tanya with the parry pass. Those rising blows are really working for her.
It's very nice to see that the rising blow from Ox. Which,
yes.
Sadly underutilized, but
I'm not sure
very
who won
apropos.
that fight. I think it was Smith, but
Well, it was certainly a very close fight. A lot of back and forth, a lot of adjustments from both fencers. So it's really nice to see that, regardless of what the result is. Which I believe should be available on HEMAScorecard.com if anybody wants to follow along to the
that was the
scores.
last match of this pool. 5-4 for Smith.
Okay.
Beautiful fencing from both, and that is the end of this pool. I have no idea who is coming here next. I was Stevie, my friend. Who is coming to this pool next?
This pool?
Yeah, we just finished. Nobody?
No. Pool 5 is in ring 3. No, that's ring 4. Pool 6 is in ring 6.
Alrighty, I guess I get to play.
Pool 3 for tier A and ring 1 and pool 4 for tier A is in tier C.
I guess I have to adjust the camera, Stevie.
Do you want me to do it or?
Yeah, that would be great. World goes spinny, and I've been talking more than I have in months, so World goes spinny. I am good vibing for a bit.
2-2?
Yeah, why not? I am going to run to the restroom, or hobble to the restroom real
Is
quick.
the
Would you mind,
angle okay?
Yes, that should be
All
good.
right.
Would
Yes,
you mind
okay.
taking over commentary for a second while I relieve
Absolutely.
myself? Here you go, Matt.
Thank you very much. All right. It's just me now. So welcome to the Matthew stream, where I'm gonna talk for 4 hours about why I think Italian fencing is better than German fencing. Welcome. Just kidding. Just kidding. I won't be doing that. So in this fight, it might be a little hard to see with the distance, but we have just wrapping up Nick Reynolds, Tyler Dunham, two excellent fencers. I've had the pleasure of fencing both. Also very nice people off the ring. Hello, Nathan.
Hi. Oh, this is lower than I thought.
This is the official setup. So,
very nice. I don't want to put my
Yeah.
cup anywhere near anything.
so Cam is on a break, but when she returns,
Connie, yeah.
and Connie is on a break, when she returns, I guess she'll boot you off the seat.
Yeah.
But
I'm just keeping it warm for her.
Exactly. Well, it's just like at the Oscars, folks.
Yeah.
When a celebrity stands up to leave, some anonymous nobody comes and sits down, just so it doesn't look weird from the camera angles.
Yeah. So it's like And sitting next to Robert Downey Jr., just some guy.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm obviously Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah.
I've committed several crimes.
I've committed several crimes. I have a child on the way. I am 78.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to hitting my Iron Man, but hasn't happened yet.
Your Iron Man?
Yeah.
Oh, the
movie.
recovery.
Yeah, the recovery. I think if there's a way to zoom the GoPro in, I don't know how to do it. So we're stuck watching at this angle. Over there we have the venerable Connor Cowell, body expert extraordinaire, versus J.W. Pugnetti. Probably one of the most exciting matches we might see today. Unfortunately, for those of you on stream as well as us, very far away.
Yeah. We're cheering for Connor because this is his YouTube channel.
It is. I gotta say, I love the way that Connor will engage from high point forward guards. For those of you who somehow have not read Vadi, especially not Wielding the Light of Mars, his commentary with translation by Ian Davis, which is a fantastic book, one of the best, if not the best, books of him ever written, in my opinion. And they didn't give me my copy for free; I paid for it, and I've covered it multiple times. Using Bodyguard, Sagittaria, Posta Breve Longhesa, Connor's very good at engaging it. And right there, the beautiful...
It looks like he got through to the head, right?
Yeah.
JW. Yeah.
The beautiful back and forth from high. JW, excellent Zver game, excellent high game. Both fencers can really hit you from any angle.
A couple of scouting cuts.
Connor being very aggressive. JW is one of the most patient fencers I've seen. I think he got him on the prep there.
Big kneel, big lunge.
Yep. Yeah, if there's one thing that JW has hit me with dozens and dozens and dozens of times, it's baiting me to close and then just punishing me relentlessly and without mercy, but with absolute control. Ooh.
Ooh, did he get through to the head there?
I'm not sure. I think he's going to have to...
Yeah.
He's going to have to be careful of closing like that. Oh, was that a one-handed thrust to the thigh? That's fair. I believe, Jason, that there is a link to a YouTube channel in the book. We have a little chat over there.
Yeah.
Live chat. So I believe that you can go on the secret YouTube playlist, and there will be larger, on whatever device you have. That's what I used, and that was quite helpful. Sam Riles,
sitting
relaxing
on the ground now, doing the Snorlax technique from the blue version of Fiore.
Of course.
Yeah, we all know about blue version.
Of course. I for a second I was worried that somebody had hit him in the groin again. But this time
does happen a lot.
It does happen a lot.
It's more with one-handed swords.
Yeah.
So
props to Sam, one of the toughest fencers I know.
He's got
at
least in a particular area.
Yeah. I certainly hope to be able to fence him again
I
today.
can name 2 places on his body that are.
I'm not sure who he's fighting, but very slow. Ooh, Riles coming in, trying to land a thrust to the hands, but fencer on the left manages to parry it. He's trying to draw him in with those slow rising blows, but Riles is not falling for it. Ooh, bold.
Big one-handed cut. Oh. Looks like fencer on the left got to the arms.
Yeah. That was a very nice parry riposte to be able to get there and cover. I'm not sure who fencer in white is, but whoever they are, very snappy parry riposte there. Very impressive. Riles' first intention attacks, very crisp, very clean. Ooh.
Looks like an arm.
Yep.
Old rising hand hit. Even the bane of my existence.
Oh, for sure. Definitely trying to unsettle him there. We'll see if that opens up the high line. Oh, quite nice. If that landed. That was on the other side, so... But it looks like Witherspoon's giving him the point. I think that was a very nice parry and then riposte on the forehand side. Quite nice. And an excellent use of measure. Riles with another one-handed thrust. Oh, it's Jeff. Oh, it's Jeff Kim. No, that's a good fight. That's a good fight. Thank you very much, JJ. Fighting Flug to Flug, going to Vom Tag here. I believe you're out, Nathan.
Get lost, scrub. Thank you. Yeah. Seriously, thank you. By the way, gorgeous fencing from what I saw.
Nice.
Just like...
Just like Matthew Holler.
well, no, that's not what I meant. But it's just like at the Oscars, when a celebrity leaves, we have the nobody come and sit down to keep the seat warm.
Nathan is not nobody. He is one of the best fencers I know.
Yeah, I've learned that the hard way. Although we've yet to fight in tournament, unfortunately. Or fortunately, from my point of view. I don't want to lose. So we're just watching Riles versus Jeff Kim, because tournament pool number 2 has wrapped. Would you like the headphones back?
Nah, you got it now. My ears need a break.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, no, this is an interesting fight. Both are excellent fighters.
Yeah.
Jeff is one of the most patient fighters I have ever watched.
And that is absolutely on display.
And Sam is the exact polar opposite, with lots of cheeky one-handed bullshit to boot.
Yeah. And very crisp first intention blows. Ooh.
Sam with the thrust, barely warded by Kim.
Yeah.
I can actually see this without the screen. Sam with a wheeling blow. Oh, gorgeous fencing from these two.
Oh,
Jeff
no.
with the arm snipe.
That was gorgeous.
That was one of the coolest exchanges I have seen in a while.
Yeah.
Both of these fencers are not bruisers, but they are some of the best fencers I have ever had the pleasure of watching play, Matt.
Absolutely. I've unfortunately never fenced Jeff Kim. Hopefully I'll be able to rectify that at some point. I think that last cut was really spectacular because he was able to just hesitate long enough to bring Riles over to the wrong side and then punish him for it.
Yes.
I know that would have landed on me. Jeff Kim getting more aggressive. Riles flailing almost with the one-handed.
Yes.
Got to be very
Riles
careful.
loves those one-handed shots. Riles pressing his advantage. Clean footwork from both fencers. Neither really able to commit. Riles with the Gazelin into a Moulinet. Just barely falls short.
And he's lucky he didn't draw a card there.
I agree. That could have been carded for excessive force, but also...
Oh!
No quality clearly on that thrust. The
yeah,
blade
yeah.
didn't bend 900 degrees.
Exactly.
No, beautiful absetzen for Riles.
Or were we to be florists, we might call it the Scambiar de Punta.
His point was indeed scrambled.
Oh, absolutely.
My brain's a little scrambled too right now after that one. That was a beautiful display of fencing for both fighters.
I'll see if I can adjust the camera slightly because I believe ring number, whatever that one is done. So I'll see if I can, without falling over, move to the center. Oh, over adjusted it. I think that's it. That's our angle. Unfortunately, don't know who is fencing.
In the center ring, we have Matthew Velez versus Kwok Liu. I probably botched the pronunciation. You can kill me later, bud. Kwok is a brilliant fencer. I train with Velez, and they are extremely good at what they do. Beautiful pair for Velez, noping out his measure. Kwok with the attack on prep. Point Kwok Liu.
Okay.
Wow, someone's wearing Naaman gloves over there.
Now that is a blast from the past.
Ancient HEMA history up there with Connings and Blacklands gloves.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was attack Velez to the leg, counter-attack Liu to the head. That is going to be point Liu. Anime Fairy, we have Kwok Liu versus Matt Velez. I believe the match just concluded.
Yep.
Ooh, and in the tier A ring again, we have Pugnetti versus
that we gotta
McDonald,
watch.
I believe. Pugnetti with the parry riposte to the noggin.
This parry riposte is very clean.
Everything JW does is clean.
That's true. I've never seen him do something dirty.
I have never seen McDonald fight before. I am curious to see how he stacks up on an East Coast meta. Pugnetti creeping into measure, probing. Counter thrust. Gorgeous fencing by Pugnetti.
Wow.
I think that was a counter swear, too.
Yeah.
I guess it'll just work out pretty well for him.
You already used that one.
Gosh, darn it. I've made too many puns and I am running out, folks.
Oh, another nice bear. Did McDonald's blow get through to the head?
Yes, but it was Perry Riposte versus Renewal, Matt.
Okay, yeah.
Both of these fences are clearly of a very high caliber right now. I'm excited to watch them both play.
I hope I don't have to meet either of them in elims.
I understand that feeling on a deeply spiritual level,
there's no easy fights. Oh, wow. A nice series of Zvers there.
Yes, I believe that might be Perry Riposte versus Renewal again.
Yeah.
Once again, this rule set really punishes that Renewal. I'm trying to think of a good Pugnetti for this one. Hi, Mariana. Thank you for joining in. McDonald probing forward, chambering action. I believe that is attack, counterattack, point McDonald.
I would agree.
Both of these fencers are of an insanely high caliber, and it's a joy watching them work. Once again, Pugnetti taking very static position, probably. Oh, no. One-handed thrust for McDonald. Gotta love the cheeky bullshit, Matt.
Yeah, that was very explosive.
As cheeky bullshit is literally my middle name when I'm doing longsword.
If it works, it works.
You mean if it works, it works?
I don't think you've used that one yet.
What, are you crumpy now?
I don't. All right, that's the double. 2 in a row. Streak.
Zook it up, man. I got more.
3 in a row. That I assume that's not a record, but we're getting close.
My record is a 4-hour conversation of nothing but whale puns, Matt.
Then we're not getting close. I take that back.
We were whaling by the end of it. And the exchange begins again. And we are off to the rat races. This time McDonald extending between Flug and long point. Pugnetti probing at the hand. Ooh, Perry Riposte McDonald, I believe.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Aiden's head got a little bit in the way, so I couldn't see that. But I could certainly see the tempo.
That boy does have a big head, Matt.
He does have a large head.
If it was any bigger, it would have its own gravitational orbit. Yep, point McDonald. It's a really good fight, Matt.
Oh, absolutely. McDonald likes to start low. Pugnetti likes to start high. It's very nice to see. Well, as soon as I say that, he goes to Vom Tog. Oh!
Geisland whiffs Pugnetti with a pointerino to the throaty bit.
Exactly.
That Geisland would have hurt, though.
You gotta be careful throwing a Geisland at Pugnetti.
You could say he whipped it real good. I am breaking Matt.
I might not be able to make it back to Boston. They'll have to take me home in a stretcher.
Hey, with all these puns, you could say it's a pun to falsa.
Yeah. I'd rather be hurt by the puns than hurt by the fencing, and so far, none of the hits that I've been hit with, which has been quite a few,
emotional damage is vastly superior to physical damage.
Yeah. I'm so far free of emotional damage. I think the pun is psychic damage.
Got it. Matt's going to get a nosebleed in a second.
Probably. I can see that.
Ooh, and now we have Riles versus our host, Cowell. Crazy one-handed lunacy versus pasta.
Yeah.
This will be amusing. Both of these fencers are of the highest caliber, too, Matt.
Absolutely.
Connor with the probing thrust at the hand, trying to do a chambering action to bait out a response. Riles patiently passing out of measure. Connor with a bit of a flourish. Ooh, Perry Riposte Riles to Connor's upper opening.
Riles' Perry Riposte is on point.
You could say really he's riled up right now.
You could say that, and you just did.
Connor in Vera Fenestra with the falso to the hands. Riles parries using distance.
Oh, Connor trying to give Riles a little bit of his own medicine.
Beautiful exchange.
Oh,
thrust for Cowell.
Yeah.
Gorgeous fencing.
There was that one moment of hesitation, and then he went for it.
Yes.
You love to see it.
Love to see it. Cowell pressing the advantage.
Oh,
Perry
he just got it.
For Riles.
Just under the cross guard.
Gorgeous work.
That's some fine motor control right there.
That is point Cowell.
Oh, I think maybe his thrust ended before.
I guess he got his point across, Matt.
He did.
Useless tip. You can't really stop me when I start. Ooh. Riles with a one-handed blow to the torso. Connor with the falso. Pop to forearm. Yep. Beautiful fencing by Cowell.
As always.
As always. Yes. And after that PSA, folks, we are back to the action.
Now, am I losing, or did you say we were? Did Stevie say we were
We're
running?
going straight to elims now, folks.
Okay. Oh, because we're so far ahead of schedule.
Yeah, we are. Gotta love it when an event runs ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
Riles with the direct attack.
Yeah, able to move
Cowell
off the line.
fails to parry. This is going to be point Riles in a very aggressive exchange.
I believe he was able to land that in the bind as a Duplaren.
Yes, gorgeous fencing by both of these fighters.
Of course, if Connor had landed that hit, we would call that a mezzo tempo.
Hasta la hasta, pocket bodyist. Spoiler, I have a grudge with body. Cowell, both fencers feeling each other out. Riles with the one-handed thrust to the throat.
Got to be careful with Riles.
That's one way to get it.
Yeah. And he is very snappy, very long, and has a nice sense of tempo.
Ooh,
and so if you
attack for Cowell.
Yep. If you let Riles stand in measure, he's just going to spring that one-hand thrust.
Ooh, parry riposte for Cowell to the hand.
I think he just got that thrust offline and then went right to the hands.
Yes.
Very nice,
Beautiful
very
fencing
snappy.
by Cowell. And the parry riposte is your best option. Yes, Jason, we are ahead of schedule by the grace of the gods. I believe that is match Cowell.
How
you doing, bud?
Are these A-tier elims?
Yes. No, these are A-tier pools.
Oh, okay. We're in the second flight of pools?
Yes. They are running 2 fights from this pool simultaneously to
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that they weren't going to call me, and I'd be
you're
late.
vibing for a
I would be
bit.
very embarrassed. We'll move the camera a little in front, because I believe that pool is done.
Yes, then let's adjust the video yet again.
Nice judging team here.
Yes. Jamie and Burgess Linden doing a beautiful job, as always.
I believe the thrust went through on that. Hard to see on our angle.
Yeah. Alyssa is one of the best lefty fencers I have ever met, but Purple and Gray has really taken the advantage. Ooh, Osplay. That is attack for the fencer in Purple and Gray. Alyssa is just a little too on the back foot right now.
Oh. Got a little close on that one without clearing the line for the thrust.
Ooh, and in this ring we have Kim versus someone. McDonald.
Well, that would be an interesting fight.
Yes.
I can turn it back if we want.
Ooh, attack for Capel. Beautiful fencing by Alyssa. Area riposte for Kim. That was gorgeous fencing.
Oh, absolutely.
And both fencers press forward. I believe that is attack to Capel. Parry riposte for Blue and Gray versus Renewal Alyssa. That's going to be a point for Blue and
You've got to be very careful when the point is forward going for the renewal.
All right, let's tune into the McDonald versus Kim fight. Thank you, Matt,
Hi,
for
stream.
being my camera person.
There we go.
Ooh.
Geisler coming in.
Very whippy blade work for McDonald. Parry by Kim. Jeff Kim really likes those hanging parries. That is attack McDonald to the hand.
It was a
Beautiful
very nice,
rising blow.
yeah, and a very nice setup on that too.
Yes, bait the hands out just enough to punish.
Yeah,
You can tell these fencers have been in this game for a very long time.
because you're not going to hit Jeff Kim if you don't have a nice preparation, a nice setup.
Yes, correct. Having fought him on many occasions, he is a brilliant fencer. McDonald is holding his own quite nicely. Hit to the hand for Kim. McDonald extends just a little bit too much, and Kim punishes. Digit. It was a real bad con, even by my standards. Ignore it. Both fencers closing in yet again.
Ooh,
Parry riposte for Kim.
very nice. It's nice to see a rhythm being built up like that.
Yes.
And then broken at just the right time.
Always break that rhythm if you can.
That was a lesson I learned very hard fencing Micoletto once.
Ooh, that sounds like fun.
I think 20 minutes,
Ooh,
I didn't
Parry
touch him
riposte
once.
for Kim yet again.
Very nice, very nice.
Bad manner Korea, I am not entirely sure.
I believe so. If you look on HEMAScorecard.com, the results should be posted essentially live. There might be a slight delay, but it's not very long.
This fight... Ugh, Gatorade down the wrong pipe.
Turn back or?
I believe the match is still going on. Let's keep it on this one for a bit.
Yep.
Kim with a parry.
Oh.
I believe that was cut to the hand, after blow, in tempo, attack, counterattack. I think that'll be point McDonald.
I think weighted will go to McDonald. You've
Yeah.
got to be careful with any rules that would target priority, that you're not trading low for high. I believe that is the call.
This is a very good fight by both of these fencers.
I think that pool is done.
Alrighty, can you switch the camera back to Alyssa Capel versus Kevin Brow? I've fought both of these people before, and I will admit, Kevin absolutely picked me the fuck apart when I fought him. This guy is a very legit fencer. Ooh, direct attack for Alyssa to the hands.
You love to see it. A lot of one-handed thrust today.
Yes, makes me happy. Giacomo de Grassi has been appeased. Ooh, Alyssa with the direct attack, Kevin with the counter attack, and Alyssa.
Are these elims right now?
No, this is still pools.
Oh, okay.
Attack, counter attack, point Alyssa. Alyssa is a veteran of the right-of-way system from Buffington from Eurospace Swap.
Yeah. And having a little bit of experience with the right-of-way can matter a lot.
Yes.
It doesn't generally come up. I mean, in my pool fights, it didn't come up in every single one. But the one time it comes up could be the one to decide the match.
It is again attack, fast simultaneous attacks, no points awarded. Both fencers stepped in at the same time. Ow! That was hard
Yep.
by both fencers. That is a bit of an oof, as I would like to put it. I think Mr. Brow is a little tilted at the moment.
That could be. In these situations, I like to start, rather than on the starting line, further back. Give a couple extra steps for the fight to take.
Sometimes that distance makes one hell of a difference.
Oh, yeah. I think...
And if we switch back to this ring, we have Pugnetti versus Riles,
Ooh.
which will be one hell of a fun matchup. Ooh, Riles with something to the head of Pugnetti. You could say it was a hit, Matt.
One could say that.
How do I do all these puns? No one knows.
It's a mystery to science.
Because my dad made me have pun competitions when I was a child.
Peer-reviewed studies have been written. No conclusive answer has been determined.
And we are back to the action. Pugnetti probing at the hand, Riles parrying. Riles with a
at the
falso, not declared quality, mostly cross guard. Pugnetti now in top, Riles in a low guard. Pugnetti with the thrust, parry riposte,
Nice.
Pugnetti in a gorgeous exchange.
Absolutely.
The great use of broken tempo by Pugnetti.
That's one of my favorite things about watching Pugnetti is that he's able to be very much on the march, very aggressive, see a setup that he doesn't quite like, and is not afraid to just wait for something better.
Riles probes at the thrust, almost connects, Pugnetti barely wards. Pugnetti probes to the left side, Pugnetti and up, Riles probes. One-handed cut with renewal.
Oh,
Riles
just
hanging on by the skin of his teeth. Man, that boy is strong. Riles in a low guard, thrust comes in. Capel, Zwerkow.
I think nothing done. I think they both parried that.
I think Pugnetti might have had hand, Matt.
Oh, you're right. Was that on the reverso side or was that on the...
Pugnetti denies the point out of
Okay.
politeness and honor. Gotta love this level of sportspersonship.
A very honorable fencer for sure.
Ooh, attack, counter attack. I think that's point Riles, Matt.
I agree. I think he was able to come in with what I might describe as a
Oh,
shield
point
house.
Pugnetti. I
Oh,
apologize.
never mind. Interesting.
Pugnetti pokes, Riles comes. Pugnetti with a long sweeping blow. Both fencers fall just short. These two are on another level. Perry riposte Pugnetti from that
Very
flush
nice.
thrust.
Very smooth.
Gorgeous fencing by both parties.
Yeah. I've been hit by that more than once, for sure.
I've eaten it too. Sam was the first person to throw me in a HEMA tournament after I came out as trans. Boy, is scary in the grapple. But that was a glorious fight from both fencers.
Yeah. I think we'll rotate back to center pool.
Terry Baker versus Purple and Gray again. I believe that was Terry's attack versus counter-attack.
And this should be a very exciting fight.
Yes.
I
Ooh, and in the other ring we have Kim versus Cowell.
wish that we knew Purple and Gray's name.
Yes, I could look it up actually. And we have an interloping Jeffrey Will.
Hello.
I
Our
say to
celebrity guest.
Yes,
Yes, a sweaty guest.
Yeah.
our sweat celebrity guest.
Oh, wow.
Moist, we continue this conversation.
All right, I'm out of here.
I'll be damned I can make some good puns.
I never see them coming. I never see them coming.
It is point Purple and Gray. I don't want to look away to look up his name. Or their name. What if I know? Probes in the hands, Baker in the tug. Attack, counterattack, point Purple and Gray yet again. Well, they are deciding these two are hatchet men, though.
That was quite a nice little thrust.
Yes.
Not
completely agree.
overcommitting, which is good to see.
This is Tristan Rivera versus Terry Baker. So that is attack Baker, point Baker. Both fencers step in. I believe that's going to be Baker's attack, Rivera's counterattack, Matt.
Baker on the backing up.
Attack, counterattack, point Rivera. Rivera's doing a very good job of forcing Baker onto the back foot, Matt.
Yep. And you have to be careful with those rising cuts.
Yes. I think a good shield how would be a decent counter to him if anyone's paying attention to the stream. Or just a good Fiore flick thrust is totally only in my interpretation of Fiore, but fucking works.
I learned that the hard way.
Yes. Yes, you have.
I think we'll go back to Kim Cowell
Cowell
versus
versus
Kim.
Jeff Kim. Two very different styles playing very interesting games.
Nice
Probing
point work. Ooh.
Jeff Cowell with a beautiful falso to the fingies.
Yeah, very impressive.
Gorgeous fencing by
And
Jeff
that
Cowell.
that riposte was very good,
I
very
believe
fast.
that is match Jeff Cowell.
Yeah, that parry was fantastic.
Yes, gorgeous fencing. I think that is the end of the pool question mark.
I think so. Well,
I
so
see
far,
Jeff Cowell removing his hat thingamabob, so I believe the pool is over.
I mean, this event's been running extremely efficiently.
Yes,
I've been
the Bucks
very-
Historical Longsword team has done a phenomenal job of making sure everything runs buttery smooth.
You can really tell that they've been practicing.
And in the center ring, I believe we are going to have another match in a second.
Yeah. I think we can see my boy Derek and my boy Jonathan Paulino are about to free fence a little bit.
Yes, would you like to commentate this while we T-pose?
I absolutely would.
Paulino with the renewal to the head.
Yeah. Oh, I got hit by a couple of those this morning.
The Hipster, our fellow commentator, has swept his bull, by the way, folks. Everyone give a round of applause to the body boy.
And he flips us off.
Girl, look at that body.
Yeah. That's the kind of brotherly love I expect in the great city of Philadelphia.
Go fuck yourself, Matt.
Exactly.
I live in King of Prussia. I don't actually count as a Philadelphian. And if we go to the center ring, we have Capel versus Baker.
Was that a broken sword?
That is a broken sword, and that is Steve's favorite sword.
We have a break. Our first one of the event, I think.
Robert has broken 3 swords in the last 3 months, maybe.
Very bad luck.
Very bad luck.
Very bad luck. It's very unfortunate whenever a beloved sword breaks. I think those of you who are King's Cup may have heard my bemoaning wails as my beloved Siggy King exploded.
Ooh, Baker pressing forward, nothing done. Capel with the attack, Baker with a clean counterattack. Point Baker. Beautiful shield. Really got a point across with that, Matt.
Yeah, I think you've used that one before.
I'm running out of puns, okay? There is going to be some recycling today. I am a broken record.
A lot of...
Baker with the pommel.
Yep.
She really came to grips with that situation, Matt.
A nice controlled pommel. The stuff,
Yes.
the kind of pommels we like to see.
Yes, if you are doing 2019 actions and wailing on someone with the pommel, congrats, you're a shitheel. Baker with the counterattack. I'm not sure if Capel's attack with the falso lands. I think that's going to be point Baker.
I believe you're right. A thrust in opposition is a counterattack. Very nice.
Her fencing really isn't half Bakered. Yet again, with the counterattack for Baker.
Wow.
Capel needs to change up her game plan here if she wants to continue finding success. Direct attack, EQ ring and on square. I think Capel's direct attack is good.
I think so. I think so.
Oh my God, it's a Pugnetti. Are you coming to join
The
us
real,
on the commentary?
the real HEMA commentator is coming.
Yeah.
The fraud is
Alrighty,
leaving.
And now we are losing.
It was an honor.
It was an honor, Matt. And now we introduce our next guest host, JW, the Sword Ronin of Pittsburgh, Pugnetti.
Yeah.
Beautiful fencing today, by the way.
Man
Yes.
who's too tired to sit down properly.
You could just fall asleep on screen and not
Oh,
commentate.
fall asleep, huh?
Nice little happy nap.
Oh, how's it been over here in the booth?
I'm starting to lose my voice, not gonna lie.
No, I do that all the time with the videos. I try to do too low of a voice and it
If
screws
this
with
goes
me.
on any longer, you're gonna get this out of me and we might have a problem. No one wants that kind of commentary, I promise.
My question, why didn't you put my pool up in front of the camera?
We were switching it over,
Oh, good, good.
you narcissistic fuck.
We gotta, no, I just mean like we gotta get the good fighting in front of us. I'm staring at a blank court.
We have been moving it around.
Yeah.
There is a fight going on over there. Let me adjust the camera over
Yeah,
here.
yeah, let's get that. It'll be a little hard to see, but
I believe
I'll
it's
talk
Josh
if I
Daniel
can.
Geringer versus Kevin Brow of Steel State.
Yeah, I know Kevin.
And I have not seen Josh fight longsword in a long time. I'm curious to see how this goes.
So far, today, aggression's been the name of the game.
With the right-of-way rule set, that makes sense.
You know, going into this, I figured that Harry repost was going to be the key.
One-handed cut
But
to the hand.
those sneaky little cuts walking forward, they really are paying. Oh, it's over.
And that is matched. But if we go back to the center ring, we have someone I haven't figured out the name of yet versus Tristan Riviera.
Oh, very nice. Looks like we got two people with their right foot forward. With this rule set, I would definitely advise if you're right-handed, have your right foot back.
Agreed.
Favorite fight in my pool, JJ? Honestly, Connor Kemp Powell, don't tell him I told you. I think he's going to win this whole tournament. His style is perfect for this rule set. He's doing amazing. He's throwing clearing cuts into every action, getting priority and right of way, and he's cleaning up. It's incredible. He kicked my butt so bad.
He's behind us right now. You
Oh,
don't
no.
want to inflate his ego
He
too
knows.
much, JW. The only reason Connor's doing well is because he borrowed that floppy-ass Gorget, by the way.
I don't know if you noticed, but it's not actually recording anything. Still frame.
Oh,
Whatever. Did you get the radio version? So
Should
basically,
we do 1920s radio announcer voice?
yeah. Well, basically, what we're seeing is that
Our stream has frozen. Could someone grab either Robert or Connor and beg for
Connor
help?
killed it. I was talking about him. Isn't he behind us? All right, whatever. I don't care.
Connor, the
froze
stream has frozen.
We got. Let's step in.
Okay. Let me see what I can do. Excuse
Yeah.
me, Mr. W.
Oh yeah. Get me out of here.
Yeah. We've been commentating the whole live stream. No one heard it. I didn't hear it. You're good. Anyway, in this exchange, Riviera probes forward, parry riposte Riviera. Thrust that is a little hard. Counterattack also lands, point Riviera. I'm doing my 1920s radio announcer voice. Ooh, exposure of back of the head. That would fucking hurt. I saw what happened.
Robert's FC broke.
Oh, his Rev C broke. I thought it was the Instigator.
The Instigator broke that sword. So I was using the FC. I was using Castigator. I went up for.
Is it working now?
I believe we are live. Nice fencing, Coach. Good luck today. Beautiful fencing, Kempster.
I tried. Let me get a crouch off screen. Oh, God. Hey, folks, how's it going? Connor Cowell from Sinestro Channel back after sweeping my pool in Tier A. We're going to be moving on to eliminations quite soon. I have a bye, thankfully, but I need to stay ready at all times.
Oh, are the buys posted?
We have the first
Yes.
casualty of the day.
Oof.
No, on scorecard. I'll show you where you're at, JW.
I'll find out.
Connor.
Yeah, we got a buy.
Yo.
See?
Jeez. Rest in peace.
This is the brand new sword.
It's under warranty then.
2 months old, I know.
All right, folks. So, I think we're running through Tier B eliminations right now.
This is not Tier B elims. This is still a pool, Connor.
Oh, this is still pool. All right.
Yeah.
So, who do we got here?
They have decided to pool their resources. Tristan Riviera versus Josh Daniel Garinger.
JW, are you doing something?
No. I have a
Okay.
buy.
Here, why don't you take a break and it'll be me and JW for a bit?
That would be marvelous. I
Rest
need
your
to
voice,
vibe
man.
for a second.
Okay, so coming on to the stream with you now is JW Pugnetti, also known as Hemofight Breakdown.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No, don't.
We're tagging, we're plugging.
I'm not ready.
I would like to thank JW for coming on today, along with Matt Huller for being kind enough to come to the stream. And now we have. We're going to be commentating on this match right in front of us.
Yeah.
JW. I couldn't tell exactly who had the attack there. It looked like both fencers stepped in at the same time.
I would say same thing as I said before. The real key here is you want to have your dominant foot back. That is the key to success here because you're going to step forward with that full, clear step and you're going to get that priority. So like right there, left kind of walked into range, stopped with their right foot forward, both people just swung at their heads. It's really hard to tell who's in the right of way in that situation because of the hesitation. Whereas if you just stepped full with a stepping thrust like that a little bit more, it's much more clear what's going on.
Precisely. Now, the other thing that's really messing folks up is that they can't really adapt to switching up those renewals to fairy ripostes. All right. There's a grapple.
I don't think it's going to go anywhere. Yeah.
I think that that left fencer here was able to get their point on line, but I couldn't tell if right had the hand on. Don't know if they're going to give him the point. Okay, failed grapple. Get out of the way, Jeff. Both fencers stepped in there. I don't think that it was anything. They're probably going to throw it out.
Especially with the way pommels work, in a lot of ways, if you don't get both arms in the initial grapple, you're probably not going to get much out of it. It's too easy for that other arm to just grab at your sword and prevent you from getting anything.
I think we're seeing right as the attack here, possibly.
Yeah.
Oh no, it was left as the attack. As right fencer stepped in, they backed off at the last second, giving left fencer the priority in this case. But I'm seeing a lot of.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a lot of stuff that's happening in measure without any real attempt to control the blade whatsoever. A lot of counterattacking here. I don't think that's going to serve these fencers quite well. You know, the one big thing that I've seen so far is that folks are not adapting and they're dying if they do not know how to switch up their renewal game to a parry riposte. It's one of the most important things that you can do when you're working on a rule set like this. And it'll also make it so that those kinds of gambles that you always have to make in fencing are that much slimmer. You have less margins for failure if you're going to make sure that you defend yourself first and then work something in afterwards.
I think a lot of it comes from all these people in their KDF backgrounds. They're
Absolutely.
always fishing for that left winding stab. They're
Yes.
always sitting in their left plow, waiting for that right side overhaul so they can wind it out and get that clean control point that they've been basically forced to look for their entire careers. And now it's serving them very poorly because they're walking into measure, standing still and waiting. And that's the worst thing you could do in this kind of situation. And we see something similar. We see a movement up into the grapple. At least this time there was a cut follow-up, so it's a little bit more likely to happen. But you see that same problem. Fencer on the left here was just fishing for that thrust, and the second it missed, they stood there.
Precisely, yeah. No, the other thing that's shown here is that folks need to work on their second intentions. You cannot walk into this kind of tournament, you can't walk into any tournament for that matter, without having an action plan, right? Look what your opponent is doing, try to find control, and then land the hit. right? There needs to be more follow through and needs to be more thought. And now I think right fencer is just running away with this. You know, the left fencer, they're doing the exact same thing. They're standing in measure, they're letting that attack come in, and then they're kind of like they're glitching out as soon as the hands rise up and the blade gets grabbed.
But the problem is that despite the fact that right fencer here is really taking command, he keeps getting carded. Because every time he enters that grapple, rather than just throwing a follow-up second intention, he's just trying to stuff and slash, and I think he's just getting carded every time. But, well, it is what it is.
Looks like the match is over. I can't really see what the
score was
results
on that
are
one.
here. We'll try to find it for you folks.
I believe that gold fencer won off of a red card, which is not a good feeling.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
Damn shame.
Good old HEMA scorecard refresh. They probably took it down for calculation. I don't know, do they do that in HEMA scorecard?
I'm not sure, my friend. This is my first time working this in any sort of capacity. Let's see. We should be at the end of these pools. Where are we at? Where are we at?
That's ring 5.
That's ring 5. Okay, pool 5. Yeah, that was match 14. Our last...
Maybe match?
Oh, our last match is over here on the right. We have Alyssa Capel versus Justin Drury.
You need me to reach that?
Yeah, we're going to move the camera over so that you folks at home can watch. Might be a little bit blurry, but we have Alyssa here on the left. And it looks like we're waiting for our opponent to arrive.
Frame that a little better here.
Yeah.
I know things about cameras now.
I don't.
When I watch YouTube videos and scribble on them.
But yeah, no, today kind of went down exactly as expected pool-wise, at least in terms of everything that I watched. Everybody did a really incredible job in Tier A, and I've seen a lot of good fencing in Tier B. Yeah. The folks that we watched up here earlier, Kellogg was kind of the, I can't remember his first name, but fencer with the last name Kellogg, I think he's from Two Ravens Fencing, really did an incredible job of just like keeping his action plan simple and driving the exchange in the way that he wanted.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, no, over in Tier A, I was seeing all kinds of wonderful adaptations, and I was seeing a whole lot more deflecting cuts, short edge cuts, and entry actions. And that's something, again, like KDF people just don't really do. They don't have their Zorn-Ort game. They don't have their, enter actions.
We're starting here. We got a false edge cut from right to left. I don't know if left's connected there. Okay, the point is going to right. If there's one thing that's shown here so far is that false edge cuts with a step in are very powerful in this rule set. And something to just look out for in general. If a person can get their false edge online with that rising blow, it leaves the whole entirety of the blade in front of you. Oh, that is, I think,
let's make the double hand cut.
No, I saw cut to the head from right, cut to the hands from left.
Gotcha.
I think that right has the attack here. He's denying the point. Yep, saying that left fencer got the point in. I thought that might be the case, but I didn't know how the judges were going to score it. So far, I can't tell exactly where we are in this setup.
I really wish I would see people switching their feet. That right leg forward is going to be a problem.
Yeah, direct thrust from right.
Stepping thrust. There's that step.
I think we're about to get started with Tier A eliminations here.
Oh, God.
Yeah, no, we have... who do we see here? Trying to figure this out right now. We're going to switch over to that in just a second. Let's see how this concludes. I see a cut from Capel to the hand. John. Thank you. Jeff. Get out of my way. Trying to watch you speed fence.
Right.
I didn't realize you moved.
Okay, we're coming in on the... I think... not done yet. Same exchange 3 times over. Yeah, attack from left to the hand, attack from right to the head.
Too little commitment from either fencer.
For real, yeah. No, if there's one thing that this also teaches you is that you have to commit to your action. And if you are committing, you have to know what action is going to come from your opponent afterwards, right? Yeah. It's all about angles, it's all about intent. And that is attack from right to the hands. And that is match right.
All right. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of that, I imagine, especially in some of the, I don't want to say lower tiers, but some of the people who are a little bit less able to adapt their styles. They just have maybe a few too many tools in their tool belt sometimes, and it can be very, very difficult when presented with a situation where what you love to do doesn't work. That's really the psychological game you have to play with yourself. That's often the hardest thing for any fencer. is the second you start doing stuff that you know and love, and it's just getting thrown out over and over again, it can be very demoralizing.
Yeah, adaptation, like we've been saying, is probably or like having a good fight brain, knowing how to operate in the midst of exchange and know where your next action is going to be coming from. It looks like we have Matt Huller from Boston Armatsari on the left here, and Steve Garrity from Crossings Fight School on the right. VA versus Philly, a classic pairing, and I'm excited to see how this goes. Steve D has a very defensive style. Huller is going to be snaking and searching for those opportunities with the point before working else afterwards. I think that this might be a bit difficult of a fight for Steve, but I fully am unaware of how this is going to turn out.
It depends on how well Steve does at shutting down Huller's thrust game.
Yep, there it is, thrust of the hands. This is exactly what I'm going to expect to see here.
So Huller classically likes to walk into measure and throw those stabs. I'm surprised he's not doing more of that because it's very heavily favored right now.
See,
but I think he's afraid of the parry repost.
Exactly, that's exactly right. Steve D, if there's one thing that you can expect from him is a solid parry repost game. That's going to be your most difficult time. He's not a person to commit. He is fully kind of entrenched in the parry and riposte game.
Yeah.
And I think that as long as he can tell where he's at in the midst of the exchange, like I said, this could really go either way. Both fencers are very, very skilled, have a lot of experience behind them, and they have styles that match each other in a very interesting way.
Yeah, they clash in a very interesting way. You have that classic aggression versus defense. And with a rule set like this, it really can favor whoever adapts best to the best move of the opponent. So what we might see is both people fencing very atypically.
Yep, there's the shield out. If there's one thing that he has here, if there's one thing if there's one thing that Steve has here in his toolbox, it's a consistent staple, is this strong aggressive shield out that he's going to throw either flat or with the false edge. I expect
donuts. The staff donuts.
Apparently, you're going to be fighting the winner of these two, by the way.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Take notes.
Oh no.
Oh, that's what you don't want to see. Don't be backing up. You can't walk out.
There was a thrust to the chest there that I think might have skipped off. They didn't call it. Cut the hands from right to left. Yeah.
Good. Steve really handled the pressure well.
Exactly.
He was backed into the corner. He was in trouble.
That's some of the places where he does his best fencing. Like I said, really unsure of how this match is going to play out. It can go for either of them.
Huller is not. Oh,
there it is. Yep.
That's a good little sneaky counterattack there because he got Steve backing up and just desperately trying to bite on one of his feints, go underneath, short edge cut to the hands, going to work very well.
If there's one thing that I think that Huller will need to find out to really get through this, is he needs to find out a way to bait out Steve D's hands up high and then work from there. And the score right now is 3 Huller, 1 Doherty. I fully expect that to get that to be a lot closer here.
Oh, he's got to watch.
Oh, there it is. Cut attack from left, counter attack from right. Point is going to go to Huller.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, you got to be careful with that. The problem with being defensively minded, especially in those scrambles, is that any contact is basically going to go to your opponent. If you're constantly backing up, trying to fish for that perfect parry, you've got to almost overcommit to them. Because you have to make 100% sure that the last thing that's going to happen is that any contact is made on your hands erroneously.
Yep. I can see the pressure's getting to Steve now.
Yeah.
I think that he can still pull this out. He's not too far behind. He really needs to get something solid here out of Matt. The thing is that if you keep Matt's point in line, you really need to work him to the outside, get a parry from him, and then go from there. Ooh, wonderful counter.
Rough.
Yeah, wonderful counter thrust from Matt. Excuse me, from Steve here.
Yeah. Super close though to being a double.
Yes, very close.
You got to be, but honestly, I think a very good move because it's hopefully going to keep Huller back a little bit. Well, apparently not. So these
long exchange, yes.
Yeah, long exchange, and those kinds of exchanges, I would say normally would favor Dougherty, but he's being so defensive right now. He's just a little bit too afraid of that point.
And that's exactly what Matt wants here. He really needs Dougherty really needs to get Matt's point offline. If he can do that and force him to start cutting, he can make this a little bit more of a scramble and then work towards an advantage. But at this point, he is treading water.
Yeah. Honestly, I would say go into your own long point and engage a bind at every possible instance as far away from your body as possible. That's one of the better ways of dealing with people who are constantly ducking under your blade over and over again. It gives you the space and time you need to figure out what's committed and what's not.
Yep, that's a thrust to the face.
Yeah.
I think Matt is sealing the deal here, folks.
Yeah.
It's 6-2 in Matt's
He's
favor.
7, I believe.
Yep. So.
That's going to be tough to dig out of, unless that is the last point.
Yep.
Oh, it is.
And it's
Okay.
my turn to fight Matt, so
All
I'll see
right.
you over there, folks.
Maybe I'll talk about it.
I guess I will rejoin JW.
Yeah. Come on in. The lawn chair is fine.
Yes, it is.
So I'm going to turn us a little bit here, and we're going to watch the tail end of this fight over
Will
here
versus
on the right.
Dunham.
Yeah. And we got some good aggressive fencing while I spill somebody's coffee.
How dare you spill the elixir of my life?
I did it.
I say as I'm only allowed 1 cup of coffee a day
All
right
right,
now.
you take over. I'm going to grab some for that.
Oh, God. Hi, Connie here. We've got Will versus Dunham. These two tend to go back and forth. I am not sure what happened there. Yep, I need to sit down. My heart rate was abnormally high. With this matchup, it is definitely two very direct-to-hack heavy fencers. And Pugnetti is back.
Hello.
He has a better angle than I have.
I haven't abandoned you.
My JW,
At least for
my
now.
JW, why have you abandoned me?
So I'm going to be watching the same stuff you guys are. We got a little bit of a block here, but
Dunham with the renewal, Will with the parry riposte, hanging in the pocket beautifully.
a good long exchange, and that's where you're going to see a lot of the great blade work.
That was a
think-
beautiful exchange, J-Dubs.
I think they're going to call that for fighter on right here due to the grapple that was engaged beforehand, but 1 point,
1
that's
point
right.
blue. Dabu dee dabu die.
And it's very interesting too because you almost see an extension of grappling kind of fencing here because whenever you get that close, it's almost easier to grab the hand and stuff the counters back than to try to do a renewal of your own knowing that you don't have priority.
Yes. Renewals are hard in this rule set. I've been saying that all day.
That's a very nice feint attack to the arm there. And I think
Yes.
he's been minorly disrobed as well. Yeah, you're gonna see a lot of that. All right, nobody's hurt.
No one's hurt. We can keep playing.
I don't know what you guys can even see, but I can see. We got an entry cut to the body from right side, and there was a cut to the head from left. It's a question of whether or not they're going to call it in tempo.
They're calling it parry riposte for Will.
All right. That's a good call. That's a hard one to see. It's one of those rare
Jeffrey Will is
interactions.
doing a beautiful job managing Tyler's cascade of blows.
Yeah. No, those good parry reposts will take you far.
Yes, and Will is one of the best parry riposters in the game. He is my regular nemesis in the hemisphere, and at this point, Dunham for a counterattack, I believe.
Yeah, I believe so. And that's the other thing you got to watch for is that normal KDF fencers love their Zwerk game, but you have to protect your hands first and foremost.
Yes, absolutely.
$5-4, it's still tight.
Very close match, JW. Very close match.
Great fencing from the pocket.
Cut for Will. Will seals the deal.
Oh, you hate to see it. You always feel bad when you get one of those just straight from the middle, long edge cuts to the hands. But
they're throwing it out.
They are. Interesting. It might have been a little too tippy. Excellent.
Beautiful
exchange.
parry riposte.
I think that second one went through, though. I heard a little spez noise as that second intention parry came out. Yeah. Oh, no, they're giving it to Blue. They thought that parry was good enough.
Oh, beautiful attack for Dunham.
Very sneaky. Very sneaky.
Will just got a little too close, and Dunham knew it.
Excellent counter Zwerk from Gold there.
Yes.
Really get that low line up underneath the arms.
Ooh, 6-6. You can cut the tension with a feather, JW.
We got a final match, final exchange.
Oh, parry riposte for Will. Oh, beautiful fencing.
He caught him in his cron, and he hit him in the arms. That's why, people, you got to keep your cron out, away from your body. If you pull it tight, you got these on either side. They're just open targets.
So you could say he had a crawling achievement with that parry riposte?
Unfortunately, no, because he got hit.
But I had to make the pun, folks.
It was Will's crawling
Last match
achievement.
over there.
Huh?
It was all the cheering about.
There was a final exchange death match. Somebody won 7-6. Very nice match. And
now we have Shelton versus Jay Wu.
Yeah.
The other JW.
The other JW. Let's see if he can keep that name.
Also, we should probably check to make sure you don't have to fight anytime soon.
Oh, I probably will, but who
It's really
cares?
this big a deal.
I will have to fight after this, but you know, whatever. I'm on deck.
Where is the JW?
Right there. See, I'm
You are
under
fighting
his Joseph
Sam.
today. So with Chris Shelton, what you're really going to be looking for is these extremely unusual entries and feints. And what you have to make sure of is, if you're Jay Wu, that you're not letting Chris Shelton constantly get the attack priority.
It is also very unsettling fighting Shelton because of the way he moves and
Yeah.
dances into measure.
Yes.
So, and Jay Wu is a very conventional fighter, so that might throw him off his game.
I think if Jay Wu wants to be successful,
Oh,
he
beautiful
has to
direct
do-
attack.
That's exactly what he
You
has
can't
to
let
do.
Shelton get any momentum in this fight,
Yeah.
J-Dubs.
He has to let his kendo shine through, and he has to go straight for his direct shots to the head.
Good shield how up the pipe might work on Shelton in this guard.
Yep. There you
Attack,
go,
counter
same
attack,
thing.
point Jay Wu.
Yep. That's some good adaptation from Jay Wu so far.
Yes, very much so, J-Dubs. Both fencers kind of feeling each other out right now. We have an interloping Tier B fencer. Shelton with the direct thrust.
And the yellow card for drama. I don't think they're going to do it to him, though. Yeah, Chris Shelton's got to be real careful. But he had attack priority when he did it. If he had landed that thrust, it would have been a completely different exchange.
Completely agreed.
Oh, caught him.
Beautiful attack on prep.
Very, very good manipulation of
Lucky
Shelton's
Connor.
footwork there. Interesting exchange. I'm not really sure who attacked there first.
I got sidetracked by an interloping
They're
body
giving
blow.
it to Jay Wu, but oftentimes exchanges like that are very tough. It's often very difficult to tell.
I think that
who
one
the
was an
first
attack
attacker.
counter attack situation for
Oh, for sure, but whose attack? That's the
Jay
tough
Wu's. He
part.
stepped
Yeah.
in first.
Yeah, I'm not. My eyes aren't too accumulated or accommodated to that. That's a good one-handed thrust, unfortunately. Yeah, right through the pipe there.
Yep.
Looks like match Jay Wu.
Hey, diddle diddle, right up the middle.
He really adapted better to the aggressive style.
Ooh, and now we're going to get a treat. Paulino versus someone. Ooh,
right.
Paulino versus Kim. This is going to get wild.
It is. Jeff Kim has been fencing very interestingly today. He's doing a lot of very low squatting stances, and he's been maneuvering himself back and forth offline. Sometimes it doesn't pay off for him as much because the judges don't count it as forward motion, but he's been doing a very good job of closing distance into his preferred range while basically unsettling his opponent.
Yes,
Paulino
brilliant
also
fencing.
has a very, very good aggressive entering game. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Jeff's going to have the defense to deflect those entering cuts from John and, you know, have those proper follow-up parry riposts.
Yes, it'll be quite interesting indeed. Also, everyone here, there's a running meme in Bucks. Go watch Zeus Atomic if you want to suffer a little. But back to the fight.
Gotta wait for them to get started. Here we go. John being a little more cautious than I think I'd expect, but
Jeff is a good enough fencer, and they've fought enough times. Paulino knows he has to
almost a
respect
sneaky
him.
hand shot there. Gotta
Almost.
watch those.
Kim chambering to throw a big action, expect it to turn into a feint.
Ooh,
Parry riposte
excellent.
Kim with a thrust to the chest.
Very nice. And you love to
Definitely.
see that too, because parrying hand strikes and going for the counter thrust is a bread and butter move.
Yes, it is gorgeous fencing. Ooh, and we have Cowell versus Huller, the
I
other
believe
ring
they're
folks.
giving the point to Paulino, however, for the initial hand cut. And that's, again, that's the rule set at play. Despite the very nice parry riposte, if you don't fully parry, you don't get your points.
Exactly.
Jeff going for a long point.
Oh,
Unfortunately,
beautiful Zwerfehler for Paulino.
I'm thinking might have been a little flat.
And
but
the blade was flexing on him.
That's true, that's true.
He got his point across.
All right. But yeah, a beautiful feint Zwerk. And you got to
Yes.
be careful with those because the rule set says if you pull your tip back, it doesn't count. Oh, another excellent entry with the feint.
That is
Those are
Paulino's
tough. Those are
bread
tough.
and butter. He is a confounding person to fight.
What Jeff really needs to do is he needs to start throwing his aggressive actions again. Because again, those spare cow feints do not count as attack priority.
Yes, and Paulino is really doing a good,
Excellent
nice
cut.
strike to the
Excellent.
hand for Kim.
Taking advantage of the long point versus long point stance they were both having.
Yes. Paulino's pro gauntlet seems a little worse for wear.
Yeah, well,
Hey, it passed gear check. It ain't my job, B.
it's his own problem now.
Feeling each other out right now. A little bit of probing, a little bit of tippy taps.
I'm surprised. Oh,
Ooh,
see,
parry riposte for Kim.
that's the problem with this long point v long point situation. The second you enter the scramble, the first person to pull up their point into their cron is often the first person to get hit in the hands.
Yes, completely agreed. And beautiful analysis, JW. Thank you. I think Paulino needs to up his aggression a little bit.
I need to see more thrusts. That's what I need to see.
Kim probing, falling just that little bit short. Ooh,
Excellent
Paulino
snake
with... Oh, they're not calling Paulino's hit.
I think from our angle, that was a bit of a unique one.
Yeah.
I think the judges probably didn't have a great way to see that. Yeah, and if you don't call that, then you're certainly going to give the parry riposte.
Agreed. Paulino really needs to just up the aggression, go for a nice center line
That
spot.
was good Scheidel over the top. Are they going to call
Yep.
it? Yes, they
Yes,
are.
they called it.
All right. Use that tall man power.
What can I say? As a fencer, I have my shortcomings.
That's right.
But these puns are really beneath me.
Ah,
Causing aneurysms, baby.
I've been dealt psychological damage.
If the nosebleed starts, I'm doing my job.
My God. All right. So, what kind of adaptation are we going to see? Paulino's starting to gain a little bit of steam with his entry actions and his feints. Is he going to keep committing to them? And is Jeff going to keep his long point out there to try to deflect and cron?
Interesting adaptation with the ups. Paulino trying to start,
but
I think that is Paulino's attack.
Yeah.
Kim's counterattack. Point
Same
Paulino.
thing. Those hands were too low.
Yep.
Those Scheitelhaus over the top are going to dip down into the shoulder line. They're going to be almost impossible to get out of the way.
Paulino invades posta di donna, posta sagittaria with some pasta bullshit.
Tells me he's looking for the repost.
Almost with the attack, Kim.
And there's the repost.
Beautiful riposte for Paulino. This is definitely gorgeous fencing.
Jeff doing his due diligence to make sure that he got hit exactly as well as he did, but yeah, an excellent parry riposte from John Paulino there.
This is a beautiful match.
Yeah, it's very cerebral. There's been a lot
Thinking
of
man's
changes.
fight. This is chess, not rock, paper, scissors.
And we have two completely different fencers from the beginning of this match.
Yeah. It's really cool watching them to adapt and grow with each other.
Ooh.
Paulino with that Unterhau to the arm.
Yeah, I think that low middle how might have hurt a little bit too.
Yeah. Kim can hit a little spicily.
But again, I have to remind everybody, those body cuts have the lowest possible priority.
Paulino's hurting after that one,
and that's
though.
exactly what happened. Paulino still gets his point because that body cut gets nothing. As long as he hits you afterwards, it doesn't even matter that it was your counterattack. It's his attack now. It loses priority.
Ooh, heavy leg snipe.
And an
Direct
excellent
attack for
Scheitelhau.
Paulino.
Paulino Scheitelhau over the top, using that tall man power yet again,
And
dominating the high
explosivity.
line. Yeah.
Really pretty fencing from both fighters.
Jeff's squat stances were not doing him favors, unfortunately, in that
No, I
one.
think he actually restricted his mobility. If we look in the other ring, we have Cowell versus Matt Huller, I believe.
And I can't imagine that I'm not fighting any time in the next 30 seconds. We'll just start flagging people down here.
Is there like a tier? Hey, Patrick, would you mind being my co-commentator for a bit?
You don't have to.
I need to coach.
You're good.
Okay, you're good.
Jeff, and then I'll come over and co-commentate.
Cool.
I got a fight soon, that's it.
Oh, I'm already eliminated. I
Oh,
apologize.
no. Yeah, he's so different now, isn't he?
He's fun.
He just had a great fight, too.
Like, I was in lockstep with him for the first 6 points, 3 each. And
Every
then-
fight's been so close so far.
And then the director missed a couple of the calls.
Yep.
And then that was where I lost my step.
All right, so it's all you.
Alrighty, folks, it is now the Connie Show for a minute. Hopefully we will get someone else in the booth eventually, but I am doing this on my own for a second, so the puns will abound. So the angles are a little limited. We're trying to focus on tier A right now. Let me play with things. There is not a way to see the whole ring, Ash. Unfortunately, our camera does not have a wide enough angle. We're going to focus on the Wallace versus Asbury fight. Wallace with an aggressive flurry. Asbury tries to parry riposte. I think Wallace lands the clean dodge. We're probably going to switch to a slightly closer fight in a second, folks. And now we have J.W. Pugnetti versus Nick Reynolds. These are two people I have fought a lot. Expect a lot of distance management and point work from Reynolds, and expect a lot of the same from Pugnetti. It's going to be a... Oh, Riles versus Reynolds. I am deaf as a post, folks. These two train together. They fight all the time. It's going to be interesting to see how it goes. I need more water. I am lightheaded. I believe Dave is already out of the tournament. He is cornering Matthew Velez at the moment. All right, so now begins Riles in the white Plutherhosen versus Pugnetti in the tankiest jacket made for HEMA. This is going to be a very interesting stylistic matchup because Riles is far normally the aggressor compared to Pugnetti. Riles has a very wild style, Pugnetti is very controlled, but both are very good at the games they play. Big probing cut from Riles, just barely escapes from Pugnetti's follow-up attack. And parry riposte Pugnetti, beautiful fencing by Pugnetti. Hi, Astro. We're currently focused on this fight. He is on the floor. I'm not going to move the camera because we are watching actual fights at the moment. Riles in a low guard, J.W. Pugnetti in shoulder tug. Strike to the hands for Pugnetti. Beautiful fencing, just drawing him out quite excellently. Pugnetti biding his time, creeping into measure. Both fencers kind of feeling each other out. Parry riposte versus renewal. That is going to be 1 point Pugnetti yet again. JJ, that is because I am very dyslexic and names are hard. Also to the hands for Pugnetti. Riles with a beautiful strike to the fingy bits for a counter attack. Both fencers feeling each other out, and again. Pugnetti creeping in, Riles on the back foot a little. Oh, beautiful counter thrust for Pugnetti. I'm not sure if Riles connected or not as well. You could say that exchange was very absetsing. Not with me. Riles with a big wheeling cut. I believe that is going to be attack versus renewal for Pugnetti. And the director consults the handbook. Meanwhile, we have Nathan Wallace being an honorable gentleman, denying a point, and we appreciate that out of our censor. Beautiful parry riposte for Wallace, since we can see that fight too a little bit. And we're back to the Pugnetti-Riles action in a second, folks. Please continue to get riled up. I am excited to see how things progress. Both fencers feeling each other out yet again. Also to the hands for Pugnetti. Riles parries with distance. Big one-handed sweep. I think it connected. And it hits the floor. That is a yellow card. Pugnetti creeping into measure yet again. Riles a little more cautious this time. Riles about to throw a one-handed strike. You can see him loading up for it. Pugnetti trying to explode. Ooh, Zwercopters, mutual. I can't help you find Dave. I'm kind of focused on commentating the fights. I don't know where he is, nor am I able to look for him around all of these computer screens. Yes, Jake, I would love to fight you when I'm not on a cane. Riles probing in long point. Direct attack Riles, point Riles. Ooh. Harry. A counterattack to the hands for Riles. It's a very close fight, folks. JW with the cheeky one-handed thrust gets parried. Hey, and we have Matt Huller back.
I have returned.
I believe that is attack for Pugnetti with a rising blow of all things. Gorgeous fencing by Pugnetti.
I've totally returned of my own volition, not just because I got my butt kicked.
Connor?
Yep.
Well, I guess my fellow commentator will be out of the booth for a while longer, folks. There's still a continuity error. Pugnetti versus Riles. Harry riposte Pugnetti.
Wow. That was very impressive.
That was a glorious exchange by Riles' pardon.
Yeah.
And other co-commentator, Nathan Wallace, is done for the day. Unfortunately. Gorgeous fencing, though, Nathan.
Oh.
JW with cheeky Gazelin. I'm not sure if the afterblow was in tempo.
That's true, that's true. JW very close and very fast. He might have gotten it off.
Yeah, they're saying 1 point Riles.
He got it, okay.
Beautiful fencing. I'm glad I'm not commentating alone anymore. Matt, thank you for relieving me of my duties for a second.
I'm always happy to help out.
You are appreciated. Pugnetti loading up. Both fencers ready for an explosive forward action, I suspect.
Oh, you know.
Feeling each other out, waiting to see what happens. Riles tries to take. Oh! Absetson ver Pugnetti. Ooh, simultaneous actions.
Interesting. I think, did JW get caught?
I think JW got caught in the crook of his elbow. Pugnetti is starting to gas. This is a tough fucking fight.
Oh, you know it.
These two are really putting their art on display right now. I might need to sub someone into me. Ooh, hand snipe for Riles.
Just in tempo. Very nice. I could probably pull somebody.
I'm not sure who won that. Let's find out. I think Riles takes it. Pugnetti wins. Beautiful fencing by Pugnetti. Both fencers should leave the ring incredibly proud of each other.
I'm sure they will. I mean, that was something that was incredible.
Up next, we have Wefrey Jill versus Jick Reynolds. Oh my God. Yep, I'm tired, folks. Up next, we have Jeffrey Will versus Nick Reynolds. I've fought both of these quite frequently. Nathan, would you mind subbing in for me? I need to go lay down in a corner for a second.
Okay.
World goes spinning.
All right. This should be a very interesting and a very challenging fight.
Now who's got the headphones?
Oh, yeah. So here we've got, I believe it is Nick Reynolds versus, Jeffrey Will. This is going to be very interesting. Two excellent fighters, both very technical, both very fast. We'll see if we can keep up back here. Probing. Oh, wow. Really smooth. Disengage. Nick, classic Boston Armatore technique. I'll try not to be a homer, but he comes in, presents the point. Will goes to engage, and Nick disengages and lands the point on the arm. Very clean, very quick. I've certainly felt that more than once.
Mostly the glove there.
Yep.
Oh,
that was all I needed to land.
Gotta fix it. Gotta do the
fixing the SGUs.
Yeah, the pro gauntlet, not pro gauntlet shuffle. Front glove shuffle.
Wow. The tempo on that was minuscule, but he got it in anyways. That was very impressive.
Excuse me, Mr. Steele, my sandwich.
Oh yeah, no worries.
No Sammys.
You man, I think Will wants to get Nick in the pocket, wants to get him close at the half sword. And Nick's strengths lie at the Zufect and the Largo measure, if I use that term correctly.
Yeah.
I think Will got the rising, but I couldn't see if Nick's thrust landed. If it did, it might give him priority. We'll see. No, Nick's thrust was out of tempo. It's 1 point to Jeffrey Will. Oh. Now that
lovely coming in before the crump.
The
started.
That imbricata from the heavens. Wow.
Lightning quick.
Yeah.
Boomschlagen to the arm.
Yeah.
From what's the name of this fighter? Blue fighter?
Nick Reynolds in white, Jeffrey Will in blue.
Jeffrey Will. And Jeffy Will.
Unclear there. At least from our angle, I'm not sure. I might have just missed it.
It might have been a safety halt as he
his glove, yeah.
Adjusting his gloves. Probably called by the white fighter. There's our lovely event runner, Stevie.
A great organizer, Not a great window.
Great fighter. Okay door.
Yep. Will brought his point online to try and contest, but Nick Reynolds' disengage is so fast he was able to land in there anyways. Will was too close to try and get where Blade, again, far too close to deploy the point. That tempo is too big, and Nick is going to punish that every single time. His disengage is just too fast to go at that distance. Of course, Nick Reynolds is also like 6'4", so the distance is always tough. Nice parry there in frontale for you Italians.
Oh, very quick thrust to the arm.
That was a really close angle. He just got that in. He almost parried it. That was a fantastic fight. Very impressive. I believe we have...
Yeah, I'm still in. I got to fight Paulino.
Nice.
Oh, good luck. We have Jonathan Paulino and Jay Wu. My Dominican brother, Jonathan Paulino. He beat me again today, so he's 2-1 versus me. That officially makes him the best Dominican in HEMA. That makes me the second best Dominican in HEMA, which also makes me the worst Dominican in HEMA, but it's fine. I'm not mad.
I'm not sure if there's not a school in Dominican Republic.
I mean, there's two guys.
There's two guys.
They have boxing helmets and rattan sticks. Next
so
time
you're the second best.
Yeah. Next time I'm
in
down.
America.
Yeah. Next time I'm down there, I'll meet them. One-handed thrust from Jay. Jonathan got a little close there. Jay's very explosive, very hard. You got to be very careful. This is a really high-level bout. I'm almost reticent to give commentary. Nice. Paulino just barely got him to bite on that feint. Came in with a very nice bear on the reverso side to mix terminologies and jargons. I think the thrust missed.
Yeah, I think he voided that thrust.
We didn't have an angle on it. I think they're calling it double. They had a better angle. Yeah, Paulino came in with the descending cut, but Jay did not bite on it. He was able to parry riposte. I think Jay takes priority there.
No, I think it's Paulino. Paulino, yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right.
He
Sorry.
was moving forward.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're right. Oh no.
Very flat.
Paulino came in flat. Yeah. I think he was expecting to redouble that into a spare. But instead of parrying, Jay tried to void. Which was if it was on purpose and intentional, that was
that was a 6D chess move.
Very impressive. It's currently tied at 4-4. I think Paulino landed that thrust. I think he's changing up to be more focusing on the first intention attack. Jay's parry riposte is very good. He's got a snappy parry and a brutal riposte. I think Paulino landed a thrust, but Sam is in the way.
Yeah, it might be a Jay Wu stop cut there.
Oh, okay, yeah. You might be right. I didn't have the. I couldn't see his blade at all.
Jonathan got through. So
Okay.
1 point blue.
It is now 6-4 in Jonathan Paulino's favor, who, as a reminder, is blue fencer, if you don't know him personally. Oh.
Very nice.
Yep.
Come around to the head from Jay Wu.
Yeah, Jay knew what was coming and parried in such a way that he could riposte in the tempo very quickly. A tempo and a half. Oh, nice. I think Jonathan mutated the thrust in at the last second to get priority. That was very close.
And it might win him the match here.
I think so.
Yep, that is the match.
Absolutely incredible fight. Real back and forth and a lot of adjustments, which is exactly what you want to see from two fencers at this extremely high level. And I should know, they've kicked my butts on multiple occasions. As many people at Tier A today have. I wonder... Okay. Oh, in ring number 1, we have some fratricide. Connor Kemp Cowell, the excellent fencer here from Philly, and his student Michael Asbury, also an excellent fencer, unfortunately have to fight. You love to see when they fence because they're great fencers, but you hate to see that people from the same club have to fight, unfortunately.
Have to eliminate each other.
Have to eliminate each other. I'm sure that match is going to be very clean. So in ring 2, we will have Sam Riles, who, as a reminder, is wearing the black and white Plunderhosen, versus Nick Reynolds, wearing black and blue. Both of these fencers are giants, Goliaths, alien in their heights and proportions.
6'5", if anything.
There are fencers at this event who are shorter than their arms. It's truly bizarre. But they're both very good fencers and should be a very interesting match. But we won't make predictions.
Did Joe Lilly get eliminated?
I will check. Yeah, he lost to Austin Straub, who's fighting in ring 1 after Connor and Michael.
Wow.
My thumb is a little banged up. Having a tough time maneuvering this computer. Very odd. I got thrust and the sword flexed and just popped me. So it wasn't like
it was a deflection into your thumb.
So the thrust barely felt it at all. Total control. Just so happened that the sword flexed and hit me right there. So I think overall, again, like I'm very happy to see the level of control that people are exhibiting. No doubt, people are going at high speeds, but also at high levels of control. All right, the match is about to start. That's Nick Reynolds in white, Sam Riles in blue. Not at all confusing. Classic. Nick lands a thrust to the hands. I've been hit by that dozens of times. So Nick comes in, parries the explosive thrust, and throws a riposte. I think he pulled it. He was worried about hitting the back of the head. We'll see what the judges rule on that. Sam didn't turn, but he just kept going fast. That's a very hard one in the moment. But thankfully, because Nick pulled it, even if it had hit the back of the head, it doesn't seem like Sam is hurt. So that's good.
I think it was a warning for both.
Reasonable. I think that's the exact right call.
That's the good call.
Ooh, Riles coming in with a rising cut, trying to unsettle Sam in his point forward guard. The one-handed cuts. He saw that.
Coming in again.
Yeah, he saw that Nick was unfazed by the conventional one, so he changed up the angle, changed up the measure, and threw it one-handed. Very nice adjustment. Will it work twice? We'll see. Again, Sam coming in with a very explosive thrust. Nick parries. I didn't have eyes on the riposte. Maybe the thrust wasn't parried. It's hard to see from this angle. I think they're calling it Nick's point. I think he parried the blow.
Yeah, let's pull this up.
Oh, yeah. There it is, ring 2. Another one-handed thrust from Riles. Points forward. This is where Nick Reynolds thrives. Sam comes in. I think he landed to the thigh or the hand, but Nick was unable to land an afterblow. So it's a point for Sam in the blue corner. Sam really went for that step. I believe he landed to the arm. Nick landed somewhere, I'm not sure where. Sam's got to be careful about getting that close to the judge.
I actually believe that was a bend around because it caught in his back.
We'll see, that was interesting. I'm not sure what the ruling is. We'll take a look on our screen. As a reminder, you can follow along on humanscorecard.com. The score remains 3-2 in Nick's favor. I think they threw that one out or gave a card, I'm not sure. Nick parries, redoubles to the torso, and I think they're calling that quality. He was able to use his strong to push Sam aside to land the cut with the middle of the sword. Sam in the low guard. I think he's trying for that.
Trying to use his one hand again.
Yep. he was previously thrown on that line, right to left, so he decided to come around and feint that. Another really nice adjustment with the one-handed cut.
Yeah, and it has worked with him in that. Yeah.
Some fencers will just spam the same one-handed cut, especially, but Riles is very good about giving you very different things from the same position. A thrust to the hand
from Sam.
From Sam in tempo, and Nick is unable to get in for the afterblow. It's tied at 4-4.
Michael Ashbury shitting quotes again.
I believe Nick parried, throw an afterblow to the inside of the thigh. Is what it looked like from here. Riles has got to be careful about those rising cuts, because, as we well know, they can be dangerous.
Now with Sam's just immaculate longness, he can deliver cuts that would be out of range without fear.
But Nick being just slightly taller, also can do that. Another one-handed cut, I think it lands. That will tie the score again at 5-5, if I'm correct. A very close fight. Oh, they're giving it to Sam, so it's 6-4.
I believe that was a thrust to the finger.
I think it may have been confused with the colors. Because blue is wearing white and white is wearing blue. I'm unsure there. I didn't see anything from here. We'll see what the call is. I believe it is a safety hold for a piece of equipment that has gone flying. As a reminder, in eliminations, the rather than going to 5 points, it goes to 7. If I have that right, I should. I fought in this.
Yeah, it's 7.
Yeah. Nice. A wonderful marching thrust from Reynolds. He just gives a slight feint, and it's enough to get Riles to bite on it, and he disengages and comes in right to the throat. Oh, very close there. Riles just parries. Thrust to the hands. The score is now tied. It is match point. Those thrusts to the hands, you got to watch out for them. I think, did Riles land that? I'm not sure.
It looks like the twerk landed.
An excellent fight, no matter what the result is. Both fencers have fought cleanly, technically, explosively, but yet mostly in control.
That would be Sam Riles right away if both of them landed.
We unfortunately can't hear the judges from here, but they're calling it
blue.
Riles. Yep.
That is
an
Riles.
Excellent fight. Boy. So for Nick Reynolds, this is his first A-tier competition. I believe he swept his pool, and I think it's certainly a result that he should be very proud of. Wow. Sam Riles, an excellent fencer, has traveled very widely, traveled in Europe, has a lot of experience in a lot of different metas, and I think that really helped him in this fight. If I adjust the camera slightly, we have what is I believe, a B-tier Elim. On the left, we have Christina Twombly in white. I do not know who is in blue. And I think we'll have to scope up to B tier. Said Christina Twombly, go down. Further down. Further down. Wow. Both fencers in point forward. Twombly trying a thrust to the hands, but blue manages to void. I think Twombly caught him with a rising cut. It was hard to see on that one. The score is currently 6-3. Twombly gold for 6. Jared Thompson from Atlanta in blue with, I believe, 3 pending this call.
Thank you, Mercy March.
That was point for blue. The score is now 4-6 in gold's favor. Gold just manages to avoid the rising cut. Hard to see there, parry riposte, it looks like. A hold has been called. I think they're calling Christina in gold that her cut around reverso pendente has landed. It wasn't on our side, so it's hard to tell. I think, yep, that's match. The part that we saw, very good, very clean, very technical. Both fencers should be proud. Are we frozen?
We might be a little bit frozen.
We might be a little bit frozen. Let me make some quick adjustments. Uh-oh. Oh, no. I knew they offered. They asked me to commentate. I knew something was going to go.
Nobody asked me shit, but I didn't touch shit, so.
Ooh.
You know, unplug it and plug it back in.
It could be dangerous. Try. I think
At the front of this camera.
Yeah, it's go back. I can see this side.
Oh gosh, no.
Having some technical difficulties.
No.
Try unplugging it, putting it back in.
Yeah. Turn this off. I don't know how to.
I don't want to bother Connor. He's still in.
Yeah. Okay. Boop. PC camera.
Oh, I don't know what to say.
Try, because it might be unplugged here. Nope. Well, it's firm. If anybody's watching the screen and could tell us if they can still hear us or see us.
I think they probably can still see us.
That's what I would think. These people are.
Come on.
Oh, thank you, JJ. Well, at least he knows I'm here and he's blaming me for the freeze.
You guys leaving the booth or whatever? Or are you just changing camera?
We're
having some technical difficulties.
Technical difficulties. I didn't do shit. It was Holler's. It was Holler's fault.
It's not my fault, JJ.
You said.
Yes, just back from
JJ,
fighting in my
you were
second
here,
round of
maybe this
eliminations
wouldn't
here. And this is all Matthew Huller's fault.
Yes.
Entirely. At least that's what I'm being told. Where is my cursor? What did you people do to my cursor?
Oh, it was on here because we were looking at.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Okay. I got it.
Luckily, we're not missing any fights. We're in between.
All right, folks, 1 second here.
This is not on PC camera yet.
That's why. That's why. Okay. We should be good now. And 1 second, folks. Thank you for bearing with us on these technical difficulties. Can you folks see us in the small square? There we go. Okay, there we go. We're back.
We're back. And we're back, folks. JJ, I blame you. I was told that you were going to be here, and you weren't here competing. So I think it's your fault.
Yeah, what the fuck, JJ?
Other people from Ohio came.
Yeah.
The crowd agrees.
I
the
feel
crowd
like
agrees.
It's 2016 again, and I'm the only person in this tournament who's heard of Ohio and can point to it on a map.
Exactly. Nathan here. Everybody else from Ohio has failed.
Yeah.
You hear that?
Except for Kat, who.
Oh, that's true. Kat. I mean, Alex Kellogg, also from Ohio, from Cleveland, did well.
And Sam's still in. Who is?
Oh, Sam Riles also from.
Yeah.
Yeah, JJ. If Sam could make it, why can't you?
Yeah.
He lives further away. Come on, man.
Yeah. He's gonna go back to Dayton.
Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna say that on the internet.
Yeah, we're gonna find you. We're gonna find you, JJ. Oh no. What? I can't believe it. JJ, are you going to Queen's Court? I'll fight you there. We'll see. The winner of that fight will determine whose fault this truly was. All right, we have got.
Yeah,
that's still in Ohio, JJ. That's still the
Dayton
same
is
state.
in Ohio.
All right, so here we've got. Oh, this is going to be a great fight. Speaking of Ohio, Sam Riles from Gem City Duelist Society. versus Jonathan Paulino. Very technical, very tall. I believe Paulino managed to land that with its fair. Looking through the screen, it's hard to tell. Well, I'm blind. They're giving. Never mind. Don't listen to me.
One for Riles.
Points forward, points down. Both fencers like their preparation actions. It should be interesting to see how they mesh.
Looks like a double arm hit, probably.
Yep. I believe that is
blue
Paulino's on the priority.
Traveling forward, yes.
Yep. Got to be careful. Interesting there. Riles coming in with a very high pump fake and Zver, one of Paulino's bread and butter plays. But Paulino comes in low, and I think gets priority. Or no, sorry. Riles gets priority on that one. My apologies. Very nice double tap from Paulino there. Able to parry, go low. Very nice to see the scores tied at 2-all. One-handed cut to the hands from Riles. If you've seen some of his previous fights, you'll know that is some of Riles' bread and butter. He's able to throw one-handed cuts and thrusts from a variety of positions into a variety of angles. Very difficult to defend.
Congratulations, JJ, on having a roommate.
Yep.
Yeah.
Paulino there, a nice parry riposte, getting in on priority, I think. An interesting and explosive back and forth.
Yeah, looks like double spherics.
I think that Paulino's on priority.
I believe it was because of...
he might have come in for the higher...
the body.
Yeah. You've got to be careful to hit for better targets. Because even though there's right of way, the target priority is still the most important thing. Oh! Yeah. I bet Riles is beating himself up after that one. Paulino is a very, very nice pump fake, and he was able to get him to bite on that. Riles coming out, point forward. Nice stop thrust there. I believe that's his priority for Riles. When you have your point forward in this priority system, it's very important that you actually extend further to land, because if it's a symmetrical target, then the priority will not go to you. It's not guaranteed to go to you. We have a piece of gear going flying. The score is currently 6-4 with 1:06 left on the clock in Paulino's favor, who, as a reminder, is in blue. Oh, wow. Interesting there.
Looks like arms force Riles, followed by...
That is being called a simultaneous double.
Wow. Okay.
I thought Paulino made it to the body there, but I might have been mistaken. I didn't have the angle. I believe that's Paulino's parry riposte.
Denying the point.
Paulino, an excellent sportsman, denying the point. I'm not sure why. It might have been flat, but I didn't see it. So. Sam comes in with a one. An excellent fight. An excellent fight. Both fencers, again, should be extremely proud. That could have gone either way. Great fight.
Thanks, guys.
So does that bring us to...
I believe that's one short of a medal.
Yeah.
That was
semifinals.
That was the semifinal match. In ring 2, actually
Ring 1.
In this ring, sorry.
Center ring.
In this center ring, I believe the next fight we're going to have will either be Cowell versus Austin Straub or Jonathan Paulino versus the winner of that fight. And either fight is going to be gorgeous. I think there's a reason that, despite this being a one-day event, an excellent turnout of over 100 people, and one of the reasons for having such a big turnout is because people knew that there would be some of the best competition available this side of the Mississippi, or even in this entire hemisphere in terms of HEMA.
Yeah.
for sure. And we've got the two best fencers from the Dominican Republic here, so that's something. That's something.
I don't know if I ever told y'all what's going on, but we're running all the semis here,
Okay.
so you guys can
Oh, cool.
Great.
So this is the second semi that is happening.
Connor versus Austin?
Yes.
Okay.
So just like every fight that's going to be happening in here is all going to be semifinals.
All right. So we're moving into the semifinal round. The next fight here is going to be Connor Cowell versus Austin Straub. Two excellent fighters. Connor Cowell, winning instructors at the Philadelphia Common Fencers Guild. Austin Straub from MEMAG, Middle European Martial Arts Guild, which is also in the Philly area. I believe they fenced each other many times before. This is sure to be a very interesting match. I'm certainly looking forward to it. And I always look forward to watching Connor Cowell fight, even when he's beating me, as happened not too long ago today.
Very nice thrust.
Yeah, Connor was in his preparation, and Straub came in with a very nice descending thrust. If he's able to hit Connor in his preparations, that can be very challenging. Back and forth with the point, Connor's able to bring in a thrust to the hands. I think Connor had that Dritto Volano there. Switching to Vadi terms in honor of Connor. Buy his book if you haven't already. I believe on that one a double, but it'll probably go to Austin because he hit the higher value target.
And he took a step forward. Watching this rule set, I understand it.
Yeah.
When I'm in the mask, don't know it.
I try. I generally try not to worry too much.
Yeah.
I have enough.
I worry too much.
I have a hard enough time thinking about the fencing as it is, unfortunately. Both fencers in low guards. Oh, okay. Interesting. I believe Straub was able to land a cut on Connor's preparation to the torso. But yeah, the score is 2-all. Nice. Wow. That was a very nice parry, snappy riposte. I don't think Straub was able to land anything there.
No,
there might have been
it
contact.
might have been only placement, if anything, onto the hands.
We'll see what they call. I think they're giving it to Straub. Oh wow! Back and forth. That's a very tough one for priority, but it's going to Connor. Wow. That was very nice. He just gave the slightest of feints on the high line and was able to go low. Connor is very fast, and if you don't respond to his feints, he can also punish you there. You're really between a rock and a hard place when you're fencing him. Yeah, JJ, I think they've both done excellent. Connor came in and was not able to constrain the sword, and Straub came in. I was expecting both of these fencers to do very well. Very artful. Tough call there. I believe both hits landed. That is going to be Straub's via priority. The score is currently 5-4 in Connor's favor. Connor's in blue as a reminder. Probing, feints. Wow. Snappy, but just enough to get the contact and come back to parry. Connor Cowell's control is immaculate. One of the most controlled fencers I think I have ever seen. I believe there are currently 40 seconds left on the clock, and the score is at 5-5. A real back and forth. No long streaks in this fight. That's really what you love to see is a tactical back and forth. And with these fencers, that's essentially guaranteed. I believe there might be technical problems or something. I'm not sure. But by and large, there have been few technical problems. The exemption on our end of the stream for the event itself been very smoothly run. Just missed. Connor hit the cross guard. I think that was a symmetrical double with the thrusts. Yep. Good call there by Witherspoon, an excellent judge and defensor. I think that was a symmetrical. I saw Straub's point. I'm pretty sure I saw Straub's point knock back Connor's mask. But it could have been parried and the flat hit. I think that goes to Straub, which I think is the call. That was a very, very close. I think that goes to priority. Yeah, it's 6-5. I think there's been a slight miscommunication in terms of the colors because it went from. I think it gave Connor a point when it should have given Straub a point. So resolving that.
Let's give this a refresh.
Yeah,
See.
they have now switched which judge is on which side, which is interesting. I'm not sure why that is. So the score is 5-6 in Gold's favor. Gold, Austin Straub, blue, Connor Capel. Moving thrust. I think Straub got that. I think Straub got that rising cut to the hands. It's hard to see. If he did, that might be the match. That's Connor Capel's point. It is 6-all. Match point. What a fight. Connor threatening the hands. In the grapple. Explosive entries. And some nice straddle work from Connor. Was he hit on the way in, or did his action in straddle land? We await the judge's deliberation, because I don't know. But it was artful.
I'm believing they're calling it that last hit coming around for Connor.
What a fight! What a fight!
Winning him the match.
You love to see some wrestling. You love to see it. I think that's been one of the most beautiful matches we've seen all day. That was
looking
absolutely
great today.
excellent. It was amazing. 6-all. JW, any comments for the peanut gallery?
That was some nice grappling that didn't get any points. No, who made this all wet? Oh, never mind. That's just the floor.
Yeah, it's just a little.
I think that's
it just
everybody
needs to settle a little
sweating.
bit more. I think.
A wonderful fight.
Get that cap and put it on the scale, right? Because this is a landmine.
Grappling is so important in your game. It's one of the few ways to stop a Svercopter. You just got to believe in yourself.
I believe that I believe the first place bout is going to be Connor Cowell versus Jonathan Paulino.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Did you see the last one?
Yes.
Amazing.
That was a brilliant fight.
It's great to have your name.
Kempster fighting for gold.
So for those who don't know, Jonathan Paulino, also from the Philadelphia Common Fencers Guild, where Connor Cowell is an instructor. They have been fencing for a long time together. This is sure to be a beautiful, beautiful bout. I think that this one is going to be one to re-watch in a couple days' time or right after. It'll be that entertaining.
So we're getting Riles versus Straub and
then for final, Connor versus Jonathan.
So it's a Philly Common Finals.
Yep.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's not that surprising when you consider I think Philly is probably one of the most, if not the most competitive HEMA cities in this country.
Yeah, between Bucks, Coffee, Crossings, and PCFG, we've got 4 clubs with at least 1 Tier A fighter in each.
Absolutely.
If you consider me Tier A.
I do. I've seen
terrifying.
you do it. I mean, I was considered Tier A. You've beaten me twice.
Twice? Once.
Oh, yeah. I guess you're right. Maybe we I don't know. Yeah, I guess once.
We free fought before.
Yeah. See, I'm reticent to touch the camera. We had some technical difficulties earlier.
Fair.
But in the other ring, I believe in the B tier elims, we have Alex Kellogg versus I'm not sure who that is in the white. Pak Liu. A very good performance today from what we've seen from them.
Yes, both are excellent fighters.
Yeah.
Pardon me for getting changed whilst commentating. I need a shirt.
I will say I think I saw Kellogg. I fought against Kellogg last year. And there's a significant improvement, which is exactly what you want to see from a fencer.
Exactly.
From one event to the next, big differences, big improvements.
If you're not growing, you've made a mistake.
Yeah.
And Kellogg is cleaning up. Just watching him in pools was fucking artful.
Yeah.
I think he is going to go far in Tier B.
Oh, I'm sure.
Ooh, beautiful parry riposte for Kevin Brow against Maroon Jacket that I don't recognize.
Oh, I feel so bad. I know him. And I can't remember his name.
I have stood
he's a really great fencer. A really great. He's from Athena. He's the guy who baked the cakes for Cake Factory.
Oh fuck yeah!
Yeah.
He was one hell of a cook for Cake Factory.
And a fighter, did pretty well. I think he got 4th or 5th. I don't remember. Tier B longsword. Yeah. So that Dylan Hoffman, of course.
Both are fencing quite well. Kevin's got a very tricksy style, but Dylan's doing some beautiful classic KDF. I can see it catching up.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Dylan is trained by the wonderful, venerable, extremely artful Nathan Weston in, not in Cambridge, Massachusetts, in
Here,
Watertown,
let's
Massachusetts.
angle the camera over to them so we can actually see their
very... Uh-oh.
And we froze
I did it again.
folks.
I did it again. Okay, that one was my fault.
And we have an interloping revolutionary for Revolutionary Rumble.
No. Oh, no. I knew that was a mistake.
Yeah, we froze it.
Oh. It happened again.
Okay, let me show you what I'm doing when this happens,
Yeah.
All right. Excuse me, Constance. Thank you.
I am the squid.
Do I need to get out?
No.
We hit it with a hammer, right? Actually, we're at a hematon. We hit it with a feather.
Yes.
Okay. So, video capture device 2. That's the camera.
Yep.
Delete. Think. Add. Video capture device. Think. And then J145. Think. And we're back.
And we're back, folks.
In black?
Yeah, we're back, you nerds.
We are.
This is a HEMA tournament, so almost everyone's in black.
If I were wearing my jacket and mask, I'd be Shadow Person. I am wearing blue shoes, in my defense.
There you go.
Break for a little bit.
I just hopped back in.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah,
I think we're gonna stay on this camera angle for the rest of the event. You guys, the audience is just gonna have to hear all the other fights.
Yes, I do. I haven't eaten yesterday. Once finals or this shit is over, I am down to get food or pick something up and I will finish.
So that's the thing. There's nothing close. This place is kind of a desert.
Cool.
I think
Parry riposte on that side.
I believe that is Kellogg versus Pak Liu.
Yes, that is correct.
A very back and forth match over there.
Two very talented fencers.
You can just sort of see them in the corner of your screen.
We are afraid to touch the camera because they've been cursed all day. Kellogg with a parry riposte. Pak Liu with the renewal that is going to be point Kellogg, I suspect.
I think you're right.
He's really Kellogged into this fight. He's going to pick him apart.
Nice. Not once you're back in the saddle, the puns keep rolling.
Always.
The only problem with Kellogg is you have to make sure he doesn't flake.
You are
another pun from our guest punner or punster.
So sorry.
But yeah, once I'm done commentating, food, yes.
Roughly how long do you think that's going to be so I can let folks know?
I believe Kellogg in there with a parry riposte to the forearm on the reverso side.
Yes, I would agree with that.
If you're ever in the Cleveland area, the Twin Ravens Fencing School, they produce some really good fencers. I wish we could see more of them today.
Many back and forth fights with Lacey-Eck in the GM circuit. AJ Treffney is a beast.
I've had many back and forth fights with Lacey-Eck. I fought AJ Treffney many times. They were not back and forth.
In the center ring, we have Vince New versus Tarek. I can't pronounce his last name. Vince is a hometown hero. He has been doing HEMA for a very long time. And we have an injury.
And that is tier B.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Let's move the camera away from this, please.
Take a gander over here. Well, unfortunately it does happen sometimes.
We are fighting with steel crowbars.
Yeah.
I hope Lou will be okay. Poor guy.
Medical attention is there.
Okay, good. Medic has been summoned.
Yes.
What happened?
I believe there was a rising blow and it caught sort of in the center of the chest. Hopefully it was just the wind being knocked out. I think is my guess. He's looking all better. He's on his feet. He's breathing.
Yep, he will be back to the fray soon enough. If the fight restarts, we'll put the camera back online, folks. Yep. Where in the finals is this fight, Matt, since you have the handy-dandy code?
We'll take a look at the finals bracket for Tier B. Vincent Liu has had a very a nice run. This is the semifinal round.
Fuck yeah. We are almost there, folks. We have Tarek Alsagoff versus Vince Liu. Vince with the point.
I have to say, today is running very efficiently.
You've done a good job.
I really like how the judges have practiced not only judging itself. I've been very, very happy with all the calls that I've seen and been party to.
Everything was real good.
And I think I've also been happy.
And the fight is resuming, I believe.
The fight is resuming. Be very, very careful to move this slowly. And that's all I'm going to move it.
Break this time, folks. No F's in the chat.
No F's in the chat.
Respects do not have to be paid.
I believe the score is currently listed at 1-0.
I would not be surprised if Tarek gets a card for this. That was a little excessive, in my opinion.
I would not disagree.
I.e. the chill the fuck out one.
Yep. We're judging with the venerable Sean Franklin. He's judged me in many events. I quite like that he often has very good control of the ring and very good eyes.
Sean is an excellent director. He can run any ring anytime.
He very well might be the most experienced director in North America.
I would agree with that. Vince doing some very dynamic footwork. Tarek slowly probing in. Expect a one-handed thrust or another attack.
Yep.
Vince with the parry repulse. They separate. Vince with the direct attack. Point Vince.
If you watched the bout earlier with J.U. Wu, you'll notice some similarities because Tariq is J.U.'s student.
And attack for Vince yet again.
Yes.
If he keeps it up like this, he might be invincible.
I gotta say, that was a very, very nice blow. Direct attack that covered and landed at the same time.
Beautiful parry riposte exchange. Yep. Oh, parry riposte for Vince in a gorgeous flurry from these two fencers.
You can tell that he is pumped, and he should be. That was amazing.
That is easily Tier A quality. We will be seeing more of these fencers in the future.
Yep. I think next year they'll be in Tier A, if not
After
earlier.
This tournament.
Yep.
Point Tarek, beautifully done. Ooh, someone got stabbed.
I think.
Ooh, Vince with a little celebration.
I'm not sure what that was very close.
I am not entirely sure either. This
wouldn't
is one
surprise,
hell of a fight, man.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if that goes symmetrical, but I don't have a view of the feet of the fighters, so it's hard to tell right away.
Simultaneous hit. Yep. Good call, Matt. Good call.
Yep. Points forward. Vincent a little offline. Back high. Tariq with a pump fake.
Attack for Tarek. Counter attack. Vince, I believe attack is yes.
I think so.
This is one hell of a match. I hope they can keep this pace up and not tank out for finals. Be careful touching that camera, Matt.
That's as far as I'm willing to go to the right. Any further, and it's...
I'd recommend against that anyway. Ooh, Perry riposte for Vince. Renewal Tarek.
Yep.
Point Vince.
That was really quite something.
Beautiful fencing from both of these, really displaying different approaches.
Yeah,
gorgeous counterattack for Vince.
I think the thrust might have been past. It was very hard to see on this side. We'll see what they call.
This is a very tight fight.
Oh, for sure. Very
close. I think
closely.
they are both getting very tired as well.
I'm tired just watching.
Yes. Vince looking to explode forward. Tarek fighting on the back foot. Thrust for Vince, I think, hits the mask and skips off. We will see what the judges say.
I unfortunately did not have a good view of that. I think
I've been leaning around the computer screen.
I've been liking how Vincent has been able to bring his point online very quickly and able to deliver nice thrusts. And even those that haven't landed have been very convincing threats, allowing for second intentions.
I was right. Point Vince.
Good call. Good call. The score is 5-3. Blue favor.
Woo!
On that one, getting quite close.
Yes.
These are very fast, explosive fencers. I think they could still be landing hits from a little further away.
Yes. Attack, counterattack, point Vince, I believe, in this exchange. Again, for those who have just joined, Matt, move the camera to the right just a tiny bit. We aren't going to risk it. We've had enough camera issues today.
The camera is stationary from now on.
Yeah, it is a fixed cam.
Yeah. Oh. Playing with fire, but it's working. The magic hands of Connor Capel.
Camaraderie behind the booth. Ding. Point Blue. This is a nail biter, folks. Current score 4-5. I believe it is 7 to win.
I believe it is 6-3. Or maybe the scores are backwards. I'm not sure. I was having trouble keeping.
Attack Vince, counterattack Tarek. I'm not sure who is going to get the point.
No. I believe that it's called for Tarek Gold. Is now
Tarek
5
scraping
all.
it back. This is one hell of a fight, folks. Attack Perry riposte Vince versus Renewal should be point Vince.
I think so. I think he got that first one on the cross guard of the show. Very tight parry.
Beautiful fencing. Both of these fighters are doing an excellent job.
It's really a testament to be able, at those speeds, to do nice tight parries that get you just enough, but still able to throw a quick riposte. I believe that goes to I believe that goes to Tarek on right of way. I think his first one got through.
And the thrust for Tarek. Gorgeous fencing by Tarek. Yep. So, fighting for third, we have Vince Liu. Fighting for gold, we have Tarek Alsagoff.
Yeah. I believe that was able to land because he set up a nice rhythm and then just broke it at the exact right tempo.
That was a beautiful center line thrust.
Great to see this sort of advanced level stuff in Tier B.
Yes, it's amazing. Like when I was coming up in Tier B pre-COVID, it was not at this level. This is so cool to see.
Yeah. Oh, it's definitely gotten more competitive.
I'm constrained to whatever Steve's doing.
And people
HEMA has leveled up exponentially, and I think everyone in the sport should realize that the game has changed.
Oh yeah, it's for the better, getting faster, more technical.
Tarek. Okay.
Yeah.
So Vince is fighting for third, Tarek is fighting for gold.
So we've got a little bit of a break. The next fight, I'm not sure what the next fight's going to be, but it'll be good regardless. I think they'll finish up A and then, or they'll finish up B and then go to A.
That would be my assumption.
So for B, the next fights we can expect.
Kwok versus Dylan Hoffman.
That should be a very good fight, and then that will decide who goes to the final gold match and who goes to the third place match.
All right. You can talk. Hey, got a single stick fight.
I was going to ask what you
I've been promising Jake a single stick fight and we're going to get it tomorrow, so I hobbled, picked me apart, but it was fun. I stuck with it, you know?
How was
Really well. This is fun, and my co-commentator, the fine Mr. Huller, has done an excellent job. And we have another fight about to start off. In the white corner, we have Kwok Liu, and in the other
Dylan
corner,
Hoffman.
we have Dylan Hoffman. This will be one hell of a fight, folks. These fighters have done an excellent job, and I expect to see great things from both of them.
Kwok Liu representing Bold City Longsword, Dylan, Athena School of Arms, located in Watertown, Massachusetts.
North versus south, or something like that.
Yep.
Hand snipe for Kwok, parry riposte for Hoffman.
I think the first strike to the hands, Dylan managed to parry with the cross guard. I think we'll see what they.
Both laying point forward. Kwok in plow. Ooh, mutual hits.
Yep.
I believe Dylan stepped in, so this will be point Dylan.
Yep.
Parry riposte Kwok Liu.
Yep.
Point Kwok.
I believe that should bring the score to 1-all. We'll see when we update.
2-1, I believe.
2-1. I'm sorry, my apologies.
A good direct attack might benefit Kwok here. He's really playing on the defensive and trying to land counter attacks, which is a harder strategy to win with in this rule set.
Yeah, and Dylan has a strong second intention, which we just saw right there. A slight beat, and then a strike to the hands.
Yes, beautiful. Dylan probing, Kwok staying just out of measure. Explosive direct attack.
I think that's Kwok. Yep.
I guess he's listening to us.
I think so. I think so. Which
Clearly
everybody else should do as
him.
well.
Clearly, that's why he got the touch.
Yes.
Beautiful fencing, though. Kwok pressing forward. Attack, counter attack. I think that'll be point Kwok Liu.
Yep.
Bringing it back for Bold City.
It is now tied 3-all. Nice back and forth.
You can cut the tension with a military saber, Matt.
You certainly could, even a blunt one.
Yes.
Score remains tied 3.
Nothing done. Kwok with the direct attack, counter attack Dylan. Kwok pulling ahead here.
I believe that will be, there'll be Kwok's on target priority.
He's starting to Kwok away with this.
Dylan coming in more aggressively.
Attack on prep for Kwok Liu.
But he came in a little too close on the preparation.
Oh, they're saying point Dylan. Match score 4-4.
Okay, interesting.
I guess he still had the attack, Matt.
Yeah. I think our screen is in the way.
Ooh, attack in Ox gets parried. I believe Dylan's parry riposte was good. I do not know if Kwok's thrust landed.
We do have a slight blind spot.
Yes.
There's now 4-5 in Kwok's favor.
You guys before have to stay around and practice while you're all.
Profiles, nothing
Ooh.
done. Beautiful thrust by Dylan.
That is a nice thrust in, I'll call it Ox. Collecting the cut right on the strong. Beautiful.
Thrust for Dylan. These two are keeping this match insanely close.
Yep.
Which is what you want to see at this point in a Tier B tournament.
Yep. And they've both made adjustments.
Oh, interesting. Kwok has those Gabriel gloves. I'll have to ask him about them later.
I also have a pair.
How are they?
So far, I'm happy with them.
Back to the action, unfortunately. Direct attack parried. Counter attack, I believe, is yes. Attack, no.
I believe that Dylan managed to parry that. I'm not sure if the first one landed, though, before that.
I agree.
I think they've called that no exchange.
Attack Dylan, I believe Kwok did not have a successful parry, so the attack was yes.
That was in my blind spot, unfortunately. But again, another thing I'd like to see, both these fencers are going fast.
Yes.
But with control.
Correct.
And in a B tier, especially, it's very nice to see.
Score is 6-6, baby.
Match point.
Wins. Attack Dylan, counter attack Kwok Liu. I believe that is going to be match Dylan, folks.
I think so.
I stand corrected.
I think Kwok Liu was able to parry.
Beautiful counter attack then.
An excellent fight. A lot of very nice, gorgeous, close fights.
We have seen some excellent fighting today. And I'm not sure if we're doing the finals now or later.
I believe the finals are later, so A-tier elims I think should be next.
We're already done A-tier elims. Next is Tier
sorry.
C, Matt.
You're right. I think
Although I think there is a lunch break.
There is a lunch break next. I think
because
you're right.
I am about ready to start eating my co-host, if you don't mind me admitting that. And I've been told going full Donner Party at a HEMA event is considered a little bit passé.
It might be. And I, despite being a little biased in that judgment, I think it would be a little passé.
Just a little. If I get any hungrier, I'll stop caring.
I think
I think it just dawned on Matt. He's
it
in
did.
danger.
It
folks.
did. I'm in danger. I mean, it's a testament to the fighters here that the first time I felt in real danger is not in the ring, but while I'm commentating. A nice level of control, which I want to reiterate because it's so great to see that.
Yes. To give the audience something else to chew on, what do you guys think about the right-of-way rule set? Write in the comments. I'd love to hear back.
Let's get some HEMA flame, HEMA online argument going on right now. Get some
Is
engagement.
our rule set on point, or should we move on a different way?
I think.
Twofer.
I think for myself, the right of way I think actually is interesting because it doesn't come up that much. It's only in the case of symmetrical doubles.
Yes.
So we're not going to see the situation where somebody moves forward with, say, a Geisler or a cut that's really low or to the torso and then gets destroyed.
That is also why we implement a target priority, because my cheesy ass would step forward with a gazel on purpose, get domed in the head with a counterattack, and still get the point.
Yeah.
Yes, I was that asshole when we were still developing this rule set.
Yep.
I do not care.
And I think, well, certainly it's important to test rules.
Yes.
And it shows that the rules have been tested and that the judges have practiced. That shows today.
Yes, I think we've also been running a very smooth event.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're ahead of time.
Yeah.
There have been events I've gone to, maybe one or two of the 20 that I've been to that have started on time. I've started a little early.
I've been doing HEMA since 2017 and competing since 2018. It is a rare treat to have an event run this on schedule.
It's also very rare to see event start early and then finish early.
I think the combination of right-of-way plus target priority does lead to some very interesting interactions.
Yeah, I think it's really, it is something, it doesn't commit to either, but in a way I think that works very well.
Cheney and the Bucks team have done a really good job developing this rule set, and I think they'd be insanely proud of the event they are running today.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's a testament to people's belief in this group that despite being a first-time event, being only a one-day event, only one weapon, 100+ people have come.
Which is one hell of an accomplishment. Let's be real.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is has become one of the larger events on the East Coast overnight.
And it speaks to the work Cheney has done in the community and Stevie has done in the community and all of PMAC has had on the community.
Yeah.
I think we should be insanely proud.
Keep traveling to other events.
We will.
Yeah.
Still doing commentary?
Yep.
We gotta
think
keep.
we are going on lunch, folks.
Yeah.
So I am going to go before I cannibalize my co-host.
I don't know how to turn off the stream. So
just let it run.
All right,
I'll
guys.
come back after lunch.
You can see the schedule online on HEMA Scorecard or RevolutionRumble.com. The times should be listed, so if you yourselves want to get lunch and tune right back in to check in on what we've been doing today, which has been very exciting, check on the schedule or just keep the stream open in the background. It's been a pleasure. Hopefully I'll get to see a lot of the people watching here next year. It's Matthew signing off. Also, as a reminder for those of you with a free block in mid-August in Boston, Massachusetts, we'll be hosting Boar's Tooth Open. You can see that on Ferrotas.com. I've been told by my coaches I have to plug it. Sorry. All right. See you guys later.
I just want to say, it's good seeing you again. We fought in King's Cup.
You did.
I'm sure we get the fight. I know. I need that rematch, but your face is so good.
Oh.
That stance,
Okay. The one thing I'm good at.
But it worked. Very good at it. Very good.
I'm all right.
All right, you nerds, we're taking a break for lunch, okay? We'll see you when we're getting ready for finals in Tier C. Feel free to hang out and say things to each other like humans. But we're going to be right back.
He's a real phenomenal fighter.
And we're back. Well, let me make sure.
Dancer, good luck. Play your game, fight. Don't panic. You are better than most. You got this.
What?
If you
There,
slow down.
now they can actually hear us.
Fuck yeah.
Or they should be able to.
Hi, can everyone hear us all right as we begin Tier C Longsword?
No, I just need to shift over.
So with me is yet another guest host, the well-esteemed Patrick McCaffrey.
Well-esteemed.
And fellow Fiore meme.
Yes.
And soon to be joining us is the indomitable Katina Dunham. So, as we get the party started, how are y'all feeling today? Enjoying the live stream?
I mean, I'm enjoying this day.
Yeah.
Just saying. I got to fight in Tier A. I got to watch some of my students fight in Tier B and Tier B elims, which is always fun.
Yeah.
And now Tier C, I got a couple of students involved in here, so at some point I'm going to disappear and help them out. You know how that goes.
How dare you abandon me?
It breaks my heart to do so.
My feeling, Pat. My feeling.
Most people have more than one feeling.
Have you met me?
Which one is yours? Rage?
Spite.
Ah, spite. Well, I'm fueling that feeling then.
Hey, maybe if I get spiteful enough, I'll be indestructible. There is a weird echo, apparently. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Can y'all hear us all right?
That might not be what I wanted. Can you hear us still? Is it still an echo?
Say something, I'm getting up on you.
Sorry for all.
Say something.
Anyway, I would follow you.
It's actually just now karaoke with Connie and Pat for the rest of the tournament?
With fencing in the background, foreground, however you want to look at it.
World's most chaotic karaoke event.
Karaoke with swords?
Dude, we should make that an event at ladies' night.
Yep. I'm hearing...
After taking a shot.
Sounds good now. All right. So I think the weird echo was we had both the microphone and the video capture recording us.
Makes sense.
So
Rays, kick ass today. You already kicked ass. Other Ray, Gazelin someone for me. You're a clop sector. It's your obligation.
Oh,
he doesn't even know what a Gazelin is.
He doesn't even know.
I've never taught him the Gazelin. Although he does train with Bucks, so maybe he's seen them.
I would be.
This is his first tournament.
I would be surprised to see many Gazelings at all in Tier C right now.
I've thrown so many in the Bucks intramurals.
It wouldn't be completely out of the possibility.
Look, if you can do it clean, it's still a point.
Yes. If.
That's where you just need a Montante-sized feather.
So, most of the feathers.
Get Pavel. Pavel needs to do an XL that's 57 inches.
That seems like a terrible idea.
But it would be hilarious. Like, could you imagine me rocking some Monty plays with that shit?
Connie, you know what I love about you?
What?
I was really hoping you had an answer for me.
I don't know what I love about me either.
That's a lie.
That's a lie. I hope. Well, that got depressing, folks.
No, it's a lie. We love you.
Thank you. Anyway, I believe this pool is about to get revvy to rumble.
Let's get ready to rumble. Actually, I'm going to change that camera slightly and probably break it. Because
Yeah,
right
join
now...
us. You can just we have a commentary three-way.
So, who do you think
Like, I see some people in Tier C.
So the guy with his ass currently facing us in the shoulder pauldrons is one of mine from Crossings.
Okay.
He has a legit shield house, so I expect to see that come into play today.
Ooh, okay.
And Garrett, the fellow with the ponytail and blue and yellow socks, is no slouch either.
All right, if I put my glasses on this table.
Go right ahead, Kieran.
Hi there.
I remembered your name.
Yeah.
Good seeing you.
Yeah, good to see you. Don't fence my
Put it on the front of the table so you don't have to like dive behind us every time.
Okay. Well, I didn't want to dive in front of your camera. Is the thing.
Yeah, then you're fine. Put him here. I'll hit him with my cane a couple times.
Thank you.
I was about to say, is it the type of shield that comes straight down, or is it an explosive?
Hey, diddle right up the middle, knock the blade out of line.
Okay, so the explosive.
I taught him Josh Farrat's cross step shield too.
I love talking interpretations of KDF in general because there's so many different ways that still technically correct, but then like they don't disagree with the text.
Yeah.
Right.
So
but have very different feelings and interpretations. So like the way I cut a shield is I'll start in thumb grip at the shoulder and I'll throw the false edge down into the cut.
So I am weird in that my favorite KDF source is Hans Foles and Jacob Suter von Baden. Hi.
How's it going?
Good.
Where can I find the live stream?
It is on YouTube on the Sinestra channel. You just search Sinestra HEMA on YouTube, you'll probably find it. But yeah, Andrew's got one hell of a shield. I could see him going very far with that. So Kat, how are you feeling about things today?
I'm feeling great. I can't wait to see all these different events, to be honest.
The level of fencing's been really high too.
I know, the fencing has been extremely high. Like, I'm pleasantly surprised because it's either the Sharks or not, and now that it's finally being tiered, it feels like you're fighting against your own peers, you know?
Yeah.
Rather than, yes, I have Stephen Chaney fight one. Rip me.
Yeah.
Well, my first ever HEMA tournament, my first fight was Travis Mayotte in the first pool. My first fight of the second pool was Lou Torres.
Oh.
I love Lou. I love Travis. I did not have any place in that ring with them at 3 months into longsword fencing.
Right, and then it feels bad for like competitors who've done it for a while because it feels like you're going, baby clubbing.
Seal
Like
clubbing.
seal clubbing.
Yeah. So this is actually a conversation that we keep on having in my club because I am the most experienced fencer in my club.
Right.
Because I'm the instructor and I've been doing this for now 8 years.
You got 1 year on me.
What, 6 or 7?
Yeah.
I lost track.
I am at like 6.5 or 7.
Yeah.
But there's this thing that happens, especially when you are the instructor, when you are the most talented person there. Sometimes you do need to fence your students. Sometimes you do need to baby seal club.
Yeah.
Because they need to know what's possible. They need to know how different things are. And it's not, obviously you can't be beating people up with this. You can't, no blood and iron here.
You're still doing it safely.
That's the blood and irony of this situation. There's a level. We really just need a Connie pun counter on the screen.
I mean,
I think we'd be at 70 something.
Would not surprise me.
But no, I think like a lot of times what I'll do is I'll start off at a low intensity with him and then go tournament intensity for 3 or 4 exchanges.
Right.
So they can get that kind of just, this is what it's like fighting a tier A fencer, actually try it.
And it brings...
And our pool is starting, folks.
Nice. But it also brings to bear where the deficiencies in training are.
Garrett versus, I'm not entirely sure who. Garrett is a Bucks fencer and has great distance management. I've fought him many times in our intramurals. He commits a little more on that thrust, it'll be a beautiful parry riposte for black and white jacket, though.
Yeah, it was. Hey, can I have to leave this like right here?
Yeah, go ahead. Yep. Good luck.
Here I am, kind of standing up a little bit so I can see it.
Parry riposte for black and white yet again. Garrett's overcommitting just a little bit on those direct attacks.
He is a little bit. The measure is too close, so after that repost, really, there's not much option unless he goes high.
Yep.
It's also a timing issue. The black and white fencer is timing their parry and then responding.
By the way, I think Julie is fighting.
I'll be back.
Okay, hot seat is yours, Kat.
Cool. Oh, I got the green seat too.
Perfect for our first gliding colors.
Oh yes.
So yeah, what do you think of this fight so far?
It's pretty good so far. I know you're saying that he's overcommitting, but a part of me wonders if he is. He seemed tentative on the first two.
I think a warm-up would have been in order, and getting some of that just momentum going might have been worthwhile. Beautiful direct thrust, just barely parried.
Right.
Follow-up thrust for black and white is in. Beautiful fencing by both fencers. This is the caliber of even Tier C has leveled up since I first started doing Tiers tournaments.
Yeah, it is. That was a clean fight. It wasn't as ugly as some of the fights that I'm used to seeing, you know?
Yeah, oh yeah, it was very clean fencing. Both fencers should be very pleased with themselves. Plus, we have a veteran team of judges and directors at this one, so I think everything's going to go great. Sherlock and Jeff are good at their jobs.
They very much are. I love Sherlock.
And Sherlock is phenomenal. Jeff is a gem of a human being. P-Mac has a great team. Ooh, close snipe to the hand for Garrett. Pressing forward. Beautiful parry riposte exchange. Nothing done. Garrett presses forward with a thrust. I believe the thrust is initially no.
It's a no. It was mildly parried along with a counter thrust and then a renew, really.
Yeah.
For another thrust.
So I believe that's going to be 1 point black and white.
Mm-hmm.
Very excellent job with both. Garrett's setting the pace of the fight. The black and white jacket fella is doing a great job of parry posting and really playing with timing.
Right.
I could see him going a long way if he keeps up this kind of fencing. Garrett with a falso to the hands. It's warded. Strike to the hands. I'm not sure. I believe both simultaneously stepped in.
It was simultaneously stepped in. Depends on the judge. Because black and white did actually have his foot going forward. I don't believe...
Then I think it would be attack black and white, counter-attack Garrett.
Yeah. But let's see what the judges call.
Yes.
Okay.
Ooh, attack black and white, counter-attack Garrett. I believe that's going to be point black and white.
I think so too. The thrust was already in line, same with the foot.
Yes. Unless they're calling it simultaneous.
Looks like simul.
Hey, it's interesting.
Judging is hard.
Okay, that is definitely attack, counter-attack Garrett. Plus, the follow-up, the counter-attack was to the torso, which loses priority anyway.
Right.
You're going to hit torso, do it clean.
I agree with that. That was an interesting exchange. So, as it goes further...
Speak up just a little bit.
Oh, okay. As it goes further, it feels like it's getting less cleaner. And I don't know how much of that is just pressure from trying to get what they need, you know?
Yes, and a lot of these people are untested in tournament. So if you're not used to it, that pressure and like, oh shit, I'm down, can definitely eat at you.
I mean, even, let's be honest here, even experienced folks, we feel that pressure. And we're
You're
like,
down a point, and you know you can tie it up in the last exchange. It's like, send it!
Right.
We're all guilty of that at some point.
Uh-huh. And I'm proud of it, but...
Yeah, no, I think both of these fencers for a Tier C tournament are doing an excellent job. Oop. Garrett on the back foot, probing with a thrust, black and white, playing with measure a little bit. Excellently done. Ooh, high Vomtog. Attack falls short. Parry. Beautiful fencing. Ooh. Parry riposte for Garrett, I believe.
I believe so. At least from here, it looks like parry riposte. Oh,
They are still going.
maybe it was not called. But no.
Excellent exchange. This time the parry riposte is definite with a false edge drop to the head. What do you think about that, Cap?
I love it. So one of the best attacks is the false edge cut to the head because it comes around so quickly. But I'm surprised to see it in Tier C because you don't see those false edge cuts to the top of the head. You see a lot of false edge cuts, maybe if they were trying to do a shield.
Yeah.
So what that tells me is that Tier C is coming up.
I remember when I was in Tier C, like, dear God, it wasn't like this.
Oh no.
This is easily a 2018 Tier B fight.
Yeah. I mean, give it like 5 years ago, this would have been maybe Tier B, Tier A
Yep.
fencing. So It's so much fun to actually watch.
Garrett is doing an excellent job. I think he just pulled ahead. 4-2, Garrett is in the lead, folks. Thank you, Jeff, for announcing score for me. Garrett trying to press the advantage, close measure. False edge to the hands from black and white jacket. Garrett flailing a little bit. One-handed thrust lands to the torso. I approve.
Yeah. Those are hard to parry unless you get out of measure too.
Those are definitely a parry with distance situation. Nope, Garrett pressing the aggression again. Attack, beautiful parry, nothing done. Ox play, nothing done again. One-handed thrust, pulled blow to the head, out of tempo. Polite fencing by Garrett, keeping it very safe.
It's very polite. It's not fun to have those cuts come at you like that.
We both had our bell rung a couple times, Kat.
Oh yeah.
Never a good time.
No. Once again, I'm still loving the fact that it was polite. Like, how often do you get to see polite fighters when they're so ramped up, right?
It is excellent, and Garrett deserves a lot of accolades for that action, in my opinion. The other guy might have gotten the point, but he was very clean about it. See, it's a very close match. Interesting use of Albert. No quality, according to the judge. Parry riposte to the head for Garrett. I believe in Ox he covered and then popped over the top of his guard with a blow to the head.
Right. It was borderline a one-time action.
Yeah.
If you really look at that.
You're right, you're right. Single-time counters.
I know. And it works, folks.
Single-time counters are glorious. I believe that is match Garrett.
Nice fight. So the distance management in that is just gorgeous, wasn't it?
Oh my gosh, yes. Both fencers should be really lauded for how beautifully they fought.
Bill.
So now we have Layla versus one of yours, Kat.
Lexi's. Yeah. So she just started maybe 2-3 months ago?
Interesting.
So this is her second tournament.
Because Layla's been doing HEMA on and off for a very long time, and they gave me one hell of a fight when I fought them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I fought them in a gender minority tournament a while back, and I won, but they had one really pretty thrust that made me very pleased. So I could see them doing well, but that was a beautiful hand shot from Lexi.
Lexi is very fiery. It's part of her personality, and you'll see it in this fencing.
Spunk is a good thing to have.
I don't think she has fear of failing or even losing. She just wants to try it all.
Parry, parry. Okay, so that should be point. Lexi cut to the head as Layla's cut was to the stomach.
Yeah, it was.
Also flat.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Renewal was to the body. There we go. One of the interesting things we've been experimenting with Bucks is flat until proven edge instead of the other way around that you tend to get.
Okay.
So the quality requirements are decent. Ooh, beautiful. I guess Layla's direct attack is yes to the head. It's a little hard to tell from our angle, but I trust Jeff. He's got a good set of eyes.
Oh, they both do. Jeff and...
I'm jealous of the judging of this fight, not gonna lie.
I know. If you want to put your trust in any judge, these two are to do it. Like,
oh, yeah. And Layla pressing the advantage. Lexi throws a beat. Layla riposts to the hands. That is going to be a clean point for a hand shot for Layla.
Yeah. Now that you talked up Layla, she is looking good. They. I'm sorry. Thank you.
All good.
They're doing wonderfully.
They are a old school MKDF fencer, and they definitely know what they're doing. They train with killers like Jordan Moreno and a couple others like that.
Oh, okay.
That's going to be point with Lexi. I remember my days in Tier C. It was a trip. Back when we could still carry daggers in our longsword tournaments.
I still think it was so much fun to carry daggers. Granted, as long as they were used with intention.
Yes. And we are off to the rat races yet again. Beat by Alexi. Parry riposte to the hands by Layla. Beautifully done by Layla.
I believe, yeah, that was very well done.
Yes. Lexi's got some fire in her.
I told you, she has fire.
Give her another couple months, and I could see her cleaning up. Beautiful beat. Renewal Layla. I don't know if Lexi had anything.
I don't believe she did. I think that was for Layla.
Also, I gotta admire Layla for wearing a jacket as light as I do in longsword tournament.
Yeah.
I refer to jackets like that as masochism jackets for a reason.
Oh goodness, like I'm not that brave. I'll be honest, I'm not that brave at all to do it.
I thought the caftan would be heavier when I bought it, and then it wasn't. So
Oh.
now we have Andrew Mineo versus, I need to look the names up because I'm very bad at names. So watch for a strong direct shield from Andrew or a thrust from Flug. Those are kind of the two things he's been working on. Should be interesting. Let me pull up Team of Scorecard so I can give people names. There's that shield I was talking about.
And it landed in with the thrust. Like,
Yep.
That is gorgeous. And right over, too.
Yep. Andrew's got... I'm a little biased. Andrew, I've been working him on his shield in practice.
Oh, it's working.
Yes. There's
Direct attack.
Yep. Keep it simple, stupid.
Right. At least from what I can tell, it looked borderline a simul because both bouncers were going
Stepped in. Yes, I could very easily see that.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot find this fight. Andrew and Shrankut thrust in with a probe. Nothing done. Other fencer probes. There's that shield how. Separation.
Winter out to the hands with a follow-up
Yep.
shield to the hands or even a short edge shot.
Agreed. Very interesting exchanges. Andrew is very much so pushing the tempo, just marching down, throwing up the middle.
Right.
Fencer on the right is doing an interesting thing by specifically playing distance games with that and playing off of it quite excellently.
Right.
The question is, can he adapt quick enough to deal with that shield?
Yeah. And adaptation in the middle of a fight and a 5-point match is quite difficult.
Yes, and here we are again. I believe that was simultaneous.
Yeah, it looked like it. It looked like a simul thrust. Or not? What is the judges going to call? No, simul.
Simul. I would agree with that call.
I do too.
Without a doubt in my mind, I think that's the right call. Back to it again. Here we go. Andrew and Flug probes in with a thrust. Almost lands. Thrust to the torso, after blow to the throat.
Mm-hmm. There was a minor, very minor hesitation from Andrew there.
Yes.
So if depending on what the judges see, they could actually call it a renewal out of tempo.
Yep.
But that's what they call. And this is kind of what I expected because interpretation of just rule sets in general is so hard.
And this rule set has a lot of moving parts.
Yes, yes it does. I do not envy the judges today.
No, between not being able to stand for long and a couple other things, I'm kind of glad I got to recuse myself from directing and judging today.
Is it bad to say that I kind of just snuck away?
Fair. Well, now you're on commentary, so you're still helping.
Yeah, but this is fun.
Exactly. And Andrew marches, shield how parried beautifully.
Yeah.
Follow-up direct attack to the head. I believe
Yeah.
that is going to be point Andrew.
I agree with that. It doesn't look like the interhow was sufficient to even land.
I would agree with that. Andrew is coming out of the gate hot in the spot.
So what I love about Andrew here is that his demeanor, yes, he fights very, very well, but it is very like, he looks like super calm as he comes in, and then you're like, oh crap. And then the flurry starts.
And you could tell that fighting style is starting to mess with the other fencer. Beautiful fighting from both.
Yep.
I am insanely proud of both of them. They did an excellent job.
Is it bad to say I'm like, oh, our baby fencers, our tier C fencers, I
Our
love
little
them.
babies are doing so well.
I know, like, oh.
I'm trying to give a thumbs up to my student. Also, I'd like to note Andrew's using the same march down strats I used to use when I was in longsword competition.
Oh.
So it brings a little tear to my heart. And here comes Lexi versus White. Beautiful parry riposte for Lexi. Clears the thrust, strikes to the head. Classic beat hit action. Gotta love it when you see it.
Right. So I don't know if you noticed, but her corner and her have matching socks.
I support this wholeheartedly.
Right. So
I need some tie-dye socks now.
there's a story behind it. Our corner just didn't make it back home, so her gear is actually stuck in Michigan. So we literally had extra clothes and everything for her to fence today, and we just kind of, here you go, borrow some gear.
Both fencers coming out very patient. Alber versus Flute. One-handed thrust just barely whiffs. Lexi marches in. Renewal, counterattack hits. I believe that is going to be a point for black and white jacket.
I agree. She kind of just left her hand just a little far out
Attack
there.
on prep is a valid action.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Jim. There is not a live stream of the other feeds because we only have one camera at the moment. For next year, we will probably try to acquire more and have multiple cameras running at once or switch between cameras. Ooh, Lexi with the aggression backs out of measure. Nothing done. Black and white steps forward in a low guard. Lexi stomps. He backs off. Pawing for the sword. One-handed thrust is no. Beat. Goes for the cut. Attack Lexi. Point Lexi. I believe white was a passe thrust, not a cut.
Okay.
Yeah, and then she cracked.
Yep.
Right.
Lexi is doing a phenomenal job of controlling the pace of this fight, and I hate to say it this way, putting fear of God in the other guy. By the way, very beautiful. So the one thing that you kind of fell for were those hits to the hand.
Okay.
So focus on using your hips to parry instead of your hands to parry. Yeah, rock your hips into the parry. So boop, boop. Yeah. So boop, boop. Lexi comes with a big thrust. Counterattack lands. Nothing. I believe that's going to be a point for black and white.
Yes, there was. There was a preparatory action. Hands were hit first. She did not land a riposte.
Agreed. Yep, attack, counterattack, attack is no.
Yep.
I gotta teach Lexi my foot thrust next time I see her.
Yeah.
Lexi closes in. Throws a cut at the head is no. Let's see what's going on now. I can't quite make out the fencers. Lexi staying in Flug, being very patient with it. Backs off. Black and white fencer marches forward. Touch to the blade. Pawing at the blade again. Beautiful direct thrust.
Right.
Didn't bend the sword 90 degrees, no quality?
I was about to say, I saw a rainbow. But, man, did that ever happen to you? Really?
I broke a feather with my throat once.
Oh my god.
I'll tell you the story after the tournament. Entirely my fault, too. That's the best part. Learn how to throw your shield house properly. Throw them to the throat, not the blade, kids. Yes, Brandon, if you go on HEMA Scorecard and click on Revolution Rumble, you can see the results in live time. I'm just technologically inept and don't know how to get the laptop to change screens. Lexi marches forward yet again. Swings wide, also to the head.
Yep.
Interesting. Very Fiore. On the left shoulder, those left middle how are actually done with the pulse edge and Fiore system.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Roverso Mazzani.
Interesting. Like, I generally don't do false edge attacks from there, so that would be something I want to try to
They make
experiment
a
with.
really fun clearing action, so you can throw the false edge at the sword, knock their blade out of the way, and then when you to the same side for a 1-2 beat attack type deal.
That's fair.
And now we have Andrew versus Garrett, Bucks versus Crossings, the classic intramural matchup. This should be interesting, Connie says. So this is going to be an interesting fight because Andrew's going to storm forward the whole time and throw that shield. Well, on the other side of things, Garrett is going to play with distance and really make it hard for Andrew to get that shield.
Right.
So it's going to be a who can implement their game plan better fight. There's the shield. Beautiful parry by Garrett. Again, direct attack is no. I would say Andrew's attack had lost steam at that point. I think it's going to be parry riposte Garrett.
But what's the riposte good?
We'll
It
see
looked
what the
like it
judges-
was to the body. So,
They're saying 1 point white. I guess they decided Andrew's attack was good.
right.
Beautiful parry by Garrett Renewal, nothing done. Marches forward, attack,
Gosh.
counter attack. I think the attack was no.
The attack was no, and then a counter thrust from.
Beautiful absets by Garrett.
Yeah.
Also, for this, just interrupt me when I'm talking if you have details to give. Because I am trying to do Keller, so I need you to just be the hype person, explain things. You're so good at that.
Oh, come on. You explain it better than I do in lifetime. I'm just watching it being like, yeah, about that, you know?
This is the kind of stuff I find fun.
It's extremely
Ooh, interesting. I believe Garrett's attack was parried. Andrew had a cut to the torso.
Yeah. I was impressed by the parry and to the spares right after,
Single time
too.
counters.
Right.
Strong foot. Garrett has a clean counter attack. Andrew's attack is no. Beautiful attack on Brett by Garrett. If Andrew's going to use strength hook, he will need to change his game up going forward.
He's going to have to a little bit. It feels like Garrett is capitalizing on actual knock rise and actions more. So
Yes.
he's waiting for the other fighter to just come in.
Yes, look at that footwork on Garrett. Simultaneous, nothing done. Both fencers stepped in at about the same time, which is all Andrew is doing this fight, is stepping in. So
Right.
I think he's trying to game the system a bit by being the aggressor in every exchange.
Right.
Which isn't a bad approach in the right-of-way rule set.
It
Feel how,
isn't.
again, nothing done.
It isn't, except if you don't land the first attack.
Yes.
After that, abandon it.
Yep. If you're going to play the march down game, you have to have either a follow-up or you go cut, cover the most obvious opening that covers like 90% of the afterblows that come at you, and then hit.
Yep.
That's what I thrived on when I was a longsword competitor, and I think Andrew could... I should give him a lesson when we're back at club. The beautiful parry riposte by Garrett. This is phenomenal fencing.
It is.
Andrew in shrunk hook yet again. Comes with the thrust, attack, counterattack. Attack is yes.
Oh, okay. Goodness, it's extremely hard because I'm like, I could see it like if I was actually watching the
That's
fight
why
happen.
I'm leaning way the hell over here.
Oh, smart move. I'm actually watching the screen as this is happening.
It
and
is
I'm
hard
like,
to tell on the screen.
It is.
Andrew in shrunk hook yet again. Parry riposte, nothing done. Thrust comes in, Garrett wards. Renewal for Andrew, I believe, in a very frenetic exchange.
Yeah, there was a last cut before the hold, and I think that did land with enough.
I agree. I think that is going to be the scoring action. I wonder if they're going to call it back at the header, because Garrett did start to turn his body.
It was, but at least from the screen, it didn't look like he was turning his head.
Yeah.
But he had a better vantage point than I did. So,
Score is 4-3. First to 5 wins. Andrew is up. Garrett plunges at the hand. Beautiful absets in action. That was phenomenal fencing by Garrett.
oh, that was gorgeous.
Both of these fencers will do well in this tournament going forward. This is easily a finals match. At least in my opinion.
It could be, but I don't know all the folks. I am
Andrew
reading
kicks with a
more.
shield. Renewal. I believe they're going to call Garrett's strike insufficient, and Andrew takes the match.
Well,
Beautiful bout for both fencers.
It was gorgeous. Like, god damn it. Like, part of me is like, I wish fencing was gotten this close, like even 5 years ago. You
Yeah.
know? Then we would have had like.
That was excellent fencing.
That was beautiful.
Both fencers should be insanely proud of the art they displayed in that match. It was gorgeous all the way around.
It was my favorite one so far.
This was my favorite match of the pool so far. If those two fencers can keep putting on a show like that, I'm going to be thoroughly impressed with them, and they will both be something to watch out for in this tournament. And now we have Layla versus, I am not entirely sure who. Nothing done. Layla takes a shot to the hands. They oversended just a little bit, got popped in the fingers.
Let me see if I can actually pull up scorecards so we actually know. That's not what I want.
All right, the action resumes. Both fencers start off in Vomtog. Layla storms forward, switches to flute, presses the advantage, nothing done. Parry riposte, yet again, nothing done. Simultaneous attacks, I believe.
Right. It looks like on the reverse cut, it was a body hit.
Yes.
But at the same time, he was moving forward.
And landed a thrust to the torso.
Right.
I thought it was arm. It was really hard to tell from the snake attack.
It is. So for anything concerning like a Unterhau cut, unless you clearly show the judges, more than likely it's going to be called a body cut, even though it may have hit the hand.
Correct. Layla again comes forward in that beautifully structured long point. Probe to the arm falls just a little bit short. Overextends their hands and takes a shot to the hand. Very beautiful attack on prep for black fencer, or left fencer.
I love what she's trying to do, though, or they are trying to do. Excuse me. I need to catch myself a little quicker here. But it looks like they are trying to bait a cut so they could actually go.
And there's that game plan working.
Yeah. I was about to say, I love what they're trying to do, and I'm loving how they're trying something new each time.
They are fighting beautifully. Both fencers are in this fight. Again, I am impressed by the caliber of fighter we're seeing at Revron, even in Tier C.
Nope. Goodness. Trying to find which pool is it?
I'm not entirely sure. Oh, wait, I see a name I recognize. Look for Layla.
Right
This is us, so we are pool 5. What you can do is swoop back up here, swoop that, pool matches, and then it logs us out.
Of course.
Thanks, Team Scorecard. Thanks, Sean Franklin. Layla, nothing done. Presses forward. Strike to the hand for Layla. Baits out an overextension and punishes it. Very well fought. Layla again presses forward and through. The other fencer in a very interesting left Donna position. Probes with a thrust to the lower opening.
May have landed.
I think it connects.
Yeah.
Layla presses forward yet again. Pause at the sword. Throws a little beat. The other fencer's dancing and flew. Comes with a thrust renewal. Parry riposte to the hands. Beautiful Unterhau. There are no real quality requirements. As long as the edge is on, it should score in this rule set.
Right. That was done beautifully. It was interesting to see.
Yes.
Have you ever gotten a cut to the hands, hang to from that, and actually, I've had so many of those hangs actually get blown through.
Yup, same. Probes, beat, false edge, counter thrust to the throat, a gorgeous exchange.
I love that one. You're just going to see me smile every time when I see something wonderful.
As it should be.
I
This is
know.
a cool sport. We get to do crazy stuff and hit each other with steel crowbars.
And still be friends at the end of the day.
Exactly. And that's the best part.
Right?
Really well done, both of you. That was an excellent fight. All right. I'm not entirely sure who is up. My student Andrew versus the black and white jacket. This will be another interesting fight.
Yep, it is Kevin Renzak.
So Kevin versus Andrew, this will be interesting because Kevin's had some phenomenal parry riposte today, but that storm forward, march you down style Andrew has might be able to nullify it if he does it well.
Right.
Ow.
Ooh,
That would hurt.
that would
That was just a wee mite spicy.
a little bit.
So I think Andrew still had the attack in that double.
Yeah, it was. But it's never fun to get thrust in like that as you're going forward.
And that's why you wear a plastic throat protector, kids.
Yep.
Wouldn't be surprised if there was some kind of a warning handed out for that one.
Maybe not.
Andrew with the shield how over the top.
Yep.
Marches him down, hits him with a bomb.
Tries for what looks to be an upset zone, and that fails. Beautiful.
Good structure. Structure is key if you aren't fast.
Well.
We can both say that.
Oh, yeah.
Andrew marches down, throws a beat to the sword, parries with distance. Thrust to the arm, interestingly.
Right, as he was free.
I think they're going to call that simultaneous.
Yeah, from this angle, I couldn't tell if Kevin actually landed a cut to the hands.
It's hard to tell from I saw a computer screen.
No, I'm watching the computer screen as this is going, and I'm like doing one of these. I'm like, am I watching that right? Sorry, folks, you're going to see my face real up and close here.
Andrew marches forward yet again, this time in tooth and forward to the Pharaoh. Kyle paws at the hand, lands the yes attack to the counter attack to the hand.
Yeah, that was pretty clean.
It was very clean. I think both fencers are getting a little too into it, and I think the directors are doing a good job of keeping it from escalating further.
Right, I agree with that. It's so hard.
Andrew in Shrunkut yet again. Presses forward, probably looking for a thrust, knowing Andrew. One-handed thrust, attack, counter attack.
And
maybe.
It looks like Andrew landed that thrust.
Yep, attack, counter attack. Because the one-handed thrust was in, but Andrew stopped his forward movement, which means it's a counter attack.
Okay.
And they're back to the rat races. Andrew marches forward, looks for that shield. Beautiful parry riposte for Kevin.
Yeah.
I think Kevin has Andrew's game figured out.
I think so, but a part of me wonders if that actual shield landed. At least
Really?
from this angle, it looked like there was.
And Kevin takes the match.
Okay.
Beautiful fight for both fencers.
Once again, I'm going off by the screen. It looked like it landed right above that.
So now we have Garrett versus Lexi. Bucks versus Rs Vladdy. By the way, meet with me after the tournament. I have some things for you.
So Lexi versus Francois.
Lexi throws the beat to the hand. I believe her attack was no. Thrust to the torso underneath the hands as Lexi preps. That is an attack on prep, folks. We have reset. Lexi is definitely the aggressor in this fight, but I'm not sure if that will benefit her or not.
No.
Thrust just barely parried. Lexi steps out of measure. Pulls move, looking for possibly a parry riposte or an absetsen. I believe, what's his name?
Francois, I believe.
Francois lands a cut to the hand.
Yep.
I think Lexi's... Oh, they're saying point Lexi due to target priority. I guess the judge saw this cut to the torso.
Okay, so instead of cut... Yeah, I can see that.
I can see that. Wow, again, playing point forward games. Speed attack for Francois. False edge hit. It's the same thing I was describing earlier.
Right. It seems like a lot of that false edge hits are just landing today. Like.
Yeah, this is the day of the false edge somehow.
That has to be some sort of t-shirt. Day of the false.
So I think Francois had a thrust to the throat that the judges might have missed. But I'm not sure if it landed or not. I think they're going to call it simultaneous. Clash, I think Lexi might get the point for the grapple.
It could be. The thrust is kind of hard to see in this one.
The blade didn't bend, and with a thrust with that much forward momentum, you'd expect a little flex, so I'm not sure.
And it looks like their Francois sword might be... goodness. It's not a Reggae, but it's one of the Purple Heart ones. I don't.
It's a Castile Mark V.
Oh, is it now?
Yes, I would say put a leather tip on that, but if it got their inspection. I used to fight with one of those in my early HEMA career, and then it broke. Because, yeah. Parry riposte for Lexi. Gorgeously done.
Yeah.
I think I've seen you throw that one before, Kat.
Well, I don't like getting hit. I'll be honest.
Lexi takes a step to the left. Interesting footwear choice on her end. Both fencers kind of feeling each other out here. Francois probes forward. I believe it is attack counterattack, so even though Lexi hits after, it should be her attack.
Was the initial cut actually land? It looked like it went out to the hand.
It was a falso to the hand.
Yeah.
But I think because Lexi was moving forward, unless they call her chamber a renewal, I think that will be her attack.
Right.
So they're calling Lexi's out of tempo.
Okay.
I think.
Probably from that hesitation. It looks like a chamber from my end.
Yep. Lexi steps forward. David with an attack and an attempted close to grapple. Lexi throws a literal storm of cuts, all three of them landing. Is a polite way to say, fuck your attempt to grapple, I guess.
Yeah, the grappling is interesting in this tournament because technically you do get awarded for grapples that may land a secondary action, but
Yes.
it's interesting when someone goes in deep.
Francois probes with a thrust. Thrust comes underneath to the torso. I believe Lexi, because she rechambered, is going to be Francois' point.
I agree with that. Goodness. One of the most dangerous thrusts that I could ever think of is literally a thrust from below.
Yep.
It is the
Probing
worst.
thrust, parry riposte, Lexi. Beautifully done warding that off and striking the hands. You have one hell of a student there, Kat.
Oh, thank you. She's doing very well. And I hope that she's proud of herself because she tends to get a little bit hard.
We all do that. It's just the nature of being in a combat sport and probably being a bit of a perfectionist.
Oh, yeah.
I think that is match Lexi. That is match
Yeah,
Lexi,
that's
and we have a
match
little
Lexi.
celebration from our fighter.
No, that is Lexi.
Francois, very well done. And now we are, I believe, having Garrett versus someone. Who I know not. Garrett versus Layla. This will be interesting. Layla can play their game and bait to the hands. They might be able to take this. That's how I've beaten Garrett in the intramurals we fought in. But Garrett has phenomenal distance management. He's on fire today. Heel how no. Parry riposte. Parry riposte, yes, I believe.
Oh, okay. Once again, an interesting cut. It looked like a parry riposte with the short edge to the hand.
Yes. We're seeing a lot of that. Very Italian, which makes my Fiora start happy. And that is what the judges saw. Parry riposte, Layla. Beautifully done. Layla comes forward again. Nothing done. Layla throws a beat. Cut to the hand for Garrett. Attack on prep yet again. That's been his game all day, and I think he can keep playing that and do very well for himself.
Right. I'm impressed by what he sees. Like, he could see that preparatory action and immediately capitalize on it. And that's, depending on how big the preparatory action is, it's actually pretty impressive.
Phenomenally done.
Mm-hmm.
Garrett comes forward cautiously this time. Layla parries. They stay in the bind. Grapple happens. Garrett presents point and lands the thrust.
Yep.
So the interesting thing about this rule set is there is no grapple time.
Actually, yeah, now that you mention it.
As long as you are working, the grapple continues even if it goes on for a while. So that is the thing to be cognizant of, especially at this level where you might see more grappling when fencers don't necessarily have the experience to back out of measure.
Right.
Because we've all suffered through a couple HEMA struggle snuggles in our careers, and hopefully the judges break that up.
Struggle snuggle?
Struggle snuggles.
Oh, I love that new term. I love that.
Always glad to pass a little bit of memery on. Layla comes forward, throws a beat to a non-existent blade. Garrett with a snipe to the hand. He's really seeing openings in this fight that I'm not even sure I would see.
So that one in particular was so slight, and the best part about it is that they had that parry.
Yeah.
But
Thrust for Garrett, parry riposte, cut around for Layla, nothing done. Layla again tries to come with a scooping Unterhal. Garrett baits out the extension of the hands, snipes the hand. Phenomenal distance management by Garrett in this fight.
on both of them, to be honest.
Yes.
That was a long exchange.
That was sixth intention, I think?
Yeah, easily.
To see a sixth intention exchange at this level is unheard of. They should be insanely proud of themselves for that. Garrett plays with the sword, playing Shrek Fencer games. Layla, oh, beautiful parry riposte to the arms for Layla. Phenomenally done. Current score is 4-2, folks.
4-2.
Garrett hops forward, paws at the hand, nothing done. Thrust is warded, cut just barely breaks through that parry, and the expert judges see it. Phenomenally done.
Right. So they're calling it on the initial thrust.
Okay.
I think. Because the hole came as soon as that sword was traveling for that repulse.
Makes sense. Right now it's Francois versus Kevin. And what will be a phenomenal matchup to watch, I suspect. Again, I'm really proud of all of these fencers for not just stepping in the ring, but playing beautiful distance games. And Garrett being a bit of a clown for the camera. Got to appreciate it, folks. This is a fun sport. If we're not having fun, we're doing it wrong.
Absolutely.
You overextend your hands a little bit when you're cutting, and that's how you're getting sniped. I will have a little more for you. I can tell. Yep. Both fencers feeling each other out. No one really pressing an advantage right now. One-handed thrust lands to the throat. Phenomenally done. Anyone who's fought me more than once knows that is one of my favorite techniques. And that is a great usage of it. Beautiful control.
Yeah,
Francois should be very pleased. Or no, pardon me. Kyle should be very pleased. Names. Francois probing forward in plow. Kyle kind of taking the advantage. Francois on the back foot. Francois shifts momentum back towards his saber. Nothing done. A bit of a clash of the blades. Nothing more, nothing less. I am not entirely sure what happened. I believe Kyle's cut to the head was flat, but Francois' thrust was good. So I'm suspecting we'll see point Francois.
Right. And it's Kevin right here.
Francois was the one who got in the point.
Yeah, Kevin.
Thank you. I'm really bad at names.
No, we all are. I'm like,
Also, it's hard to tell when they're in human gear.
that's actually fair.
Once again, Kevin in that couched flu position, or plow for you non-German nerds. Probing forward, to the point of the Pharaoh. Beat attack to the hands for Kevin, I believe.
I believe so. I couldn't tell if that hit cross, but the amount of noise that it came off of it makes me
I
think
saw
maybe-
also the hands deflect on the hit, which is normally a sign that there's been a blow to the
That's fair.
Phenomenal fencing by both of these fencers again.
By all of them. Let's be honest here.
All right. Francois in a Vontag position, pressing forward. Counter thrust. I believe the attack was yes, however, so that's going to be point Francois.
There was a counter thrust from Kevin, but Francois was moving forward.
Yep. Kevin, or Francois again pressing forward. Kevin in a low guard, probably looking for a thrust. Both fencers kind of just dancing right now. Hoping someone decides to initiate soon. I think both are just a little tentative still. One-handed thrust, just barely parried.
Just barely.
Strike to the hand, thrust falls short. That was a rough thrust, too.
That was, and it's... How are they going to do this one, I wonder?
I think they might call it...
I would call it a simul, to be honest. Like... By the way, you're doing a wonderful job commentating. Like,
I love doing this stuff. Ooh, both pawing at the hands, nothing accomplished. Left tug, interesting choice from Francois. I wonder what he'll make of it. Probing forward, drops to Flug. One-handed thrust, just barely falls short.
oh, he's...
Francois with the attack, nothing done. I'm not entirely sure what happened that exchange.
Yeah, Sherlock was right in the middle of that, so I'm like...
I trust his eye cat.
Yeah. Actually, there's another interesting point. I don't think I've seen anyone run out of the ring at all at Red Butner today. I'm kind of like surprised because that is a tactic.
I think in this rule set, if you storm forward, you're just going to get hit.
Right.
As much as being the aggressive fencer is a ton of fun, just storming forward will get you hit.
Yep.
Kevin again probing with that thrust. One-handed shot to the thigh. Peak meme status has been achieved, folks. I love it when I see it. Cheeky bullshit, but it's the best kind of cheeky bullshit.
Right. Yeah, it would be interesting to see him go through and see what or how other fighters would deal with one-handed throws because he's been landing those pretty well.
He has a phenomenal one-handed thrust. Francois pushing it. Harry or a riposte. I'm not sure if the one-handed thrust connects.
It didn't look like it connected, but or maybe it has.
Ooh, one-handed thrust for Kevin yet again.
Yeah.
I think we should make his nickname the sewing machine, Kat.
I mean, yeah, the way it keeps on landing and in. I'll be honest, other than that, is it just me or did Kevin actually use his left hand in that?
He did.
Did he? Because it looks like in the first two cuts it was all right before the right-handed throws.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very interesting style of fencing, but it clearly works for us.
Well, even I'm like, that's an unusual style. I wonder how I would handle it.
Yeah, I'm asking questions too, and once I'm a little healthier, I would love to play against it. Yet another exchange begins. Francois pressing forward. Nothing done, nothing done. Interesting grapple scramble. I'm not entirely sure what happened because there was a monitor in the way.
Right. At least from my end, it looks like as Francois was entering the grapple, he actually had to touch the head, and then the halt was called. So
interesting.
My bet would be that Francois would get that point there. There was no return action from Kevin.
Very interesting.
Andrew and Layla.
Here we go. This will be interesting. Can Layla deal with that storm forward direct attack style? When I fought them, that's how I fought them, and it worked beautifully. So I could see Andrew walking away with this. But if Layla gets those Chris Perry or riposte they've been getting, it could easily go the other way. This would be an interesting matchup. I think if I were Andrew's coach, I would tell him to abandon that strength of play. Because it keeps resulting in unclear exchanges or hard to judge exchanges, which might not go his way. I think they're going to call that Perry riposte for Layla. Yep, 1 point Layla. Andrew really likes to be the aggressor, which in this rule set is a good thing. But if he wants to find that success, he really needs to play against Layla's point forward guards.
Not just the point forwards. But
Ooh, nice profile. Thrust does not land. There we go. Attack for Andrew. Brief reset. Explodes back forward as Layla's still trying to prep and get their brain about them.
Right.
Beautiful work by Andrew.
Once again, finding that preparatory or even that hesitation. That's all it takes.
Oh, yeah.
And he's finding them beautifully all throughout this tournament.
Yes, he has turned into a phenomenal fencer. Beat to the sword, nothing done. Strike to the hand for Layla. I don't know who they're going to give the attack on that one. I think it was Perry riposte for Layla, but I'm not sure if Andrews was an attack or a renewal.
It looked like a renewal, only because it didn't seem like there was enough control there for me. But control being like, it was down to the ground.
Yeah.
Like it was a parry to the ground and hit to the hands. But
Andrew storms forward. Big bomb of a shield. Parries it. Re-engages with another shield. I believe that is point Andrew.
I agree. That one came in quickly. 1, 2, 1, 2, bam.
So it's interesting the way he's doing his footwork, because yes, he's marching, but he explodes with that shield, takes a pass back with his front foot, and immediately re-engages with another shield.
which is extremely impressive because have you ever had to weight shift when you're going that explosive forward?
Oh,
going
yeah.
forward and back that quickly is a feat in and of itself.
But Layla's hanging in there with those beautiful parry riposte. This is still anyone's fight, folks. Layla playing point forward, probes at the hand, parry riposte to fingers. That was phenomenal. I think they heard the advice I gave them.
And they know their distance.
Yeah.
They are just shy within that hitting distance. Like,
Phenomenally done. Attack Andrew, point Andrew, storms forward with the thrust to the chest.
yep.
Very good way of getting his point across.
What we need enough. We actually do need a pump counter. Really, truly.
Look, if you're going to put me on commentary, I mean... Andrew storms forward, nothing done. Re-engages, point Andrew. Those weight shifts he's doing are really fucking with Layla's sense of distance right now.
Yeah, it is. And not only just the shift, but he's actually taking offline footwork.
Yeah.
That thrust came in with offline footwork, which...
Storms forward again. Left cut to the arms. I think that's going to be attack Andrew.
Yeah.
Bit of a double, though, so maybe they can focus on cleaning it up a little bit so we don't have to use right away.
Right.
But a point's a point.
A point's a point.
Beautiful fencing by both combatants. Those parry, riposte, and distance work by Layla were phenomenal, but it just wasn't quite enough for them to sneak ahead with that storm forward and throw a big cut style.
So if you tend to be the parry reposter in a lot of things, and if you're not used to going offline as you're reposting, you're pretty much stuck. You end up getting into grappling distance, and you better be good at the grapple.
Ooh, this will be interesting. It is Layla or
Lexi
versus Garrett. Garrett comes forward. Pause to the hand, cut to the hand.
It was done well.
Garrett's been doing that all day. He sees openings no one else sees. It's really pretty fancy. Skips forward. Garrett now in strike sensor. Beat, I believe that is going to be beat attack for Lexi. Garrett did have a thrust to the stomach, but I don't think it's going to have priority as Lexi had the forward momentum, and a beat does not lose you priority.
Oh, yeah, you're right. The beat doesn't.
Correct. Current score 1-1, folks. Very even fight thus far.
You know, I just fought in this rule set, and even I'm like, oh, yeah, that was a thing.
They are maybe.
Oh. I couldn't tell if that was a hit to the hand and she got disarmed or if she actually lost her grip there. But
I'm not sure. No problem, Chris. Lexi comes forward. Garrett probes. Nothing done. Lexi. Big feint attack. As someone who studied Codex Golf before, it makes my little gay heart very happy.
well, you have to be careful with feints here because if it's a feint that moves forward with that action, then you don't lose priority. However, if it's a feint and your point comes back, you lose priority.
Oh yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, Ken?
It's horrible.
Garrett skips forward. Mutual attacks, nothing done. Lexi storms forward with a barrage of cuts. I think they're going to say exchange Lexi for a full cut to the head. Very polite fencing by Lexi here. I appreciate her not raining Garrett.
Oh, yeah.
That girl has no fear, by the way.
No, she does not. And she's going to be a pretty scary fighter when she...
She is already scary.
She is scary. She is not shy.
And sometimes in a game like this, you just got to send it. Beautiful. Lexi with a storm of cuts again, really just forcing Garrett to not be able to see those openings he's been seeking all day by making him panic.
Yeah,
Like you can tell his posture is shifting a little just by the way he is moving. I think he's actually a little nervous about fighting Lexi right now. There is a psychological factor going on in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, the more you throw those cuts and you don't know where it's coming.
Garrett with a snipe to the hand. He saw the opening this time and took it elegantly.
He took it very, very well. And on top of that, he was well and clear off the way. So, you know that repost wasn't going to ever hit him.
Yep, parry with distance.
Uh-huh.
No better shield than just not getting hit. Lexi with another storm of cuts. Back and forth and back and forth. I couldn't see over the monitor. I am not sure who gets the point. That was a very cool exchange.
I believe that would be Garrett's point. There was a lot of flurry of action of parry reposting, but ultimately the last cut from Lexi got parried with a high hanging parry and then a nice gentle cut to the head.
Phenomenal work by Garrett this fight.
I love how polite Garrett has been in this whole fight too.
Garrett, as someone who has trained with him quite regularly, Garrett is one of the sweetest human beings in the world. Cut to the hand for Lexi in a flurry of blows as Garrett desperately tries to know how to measure. There is that, like, little bit of Lexi is fucking scary. I hope she goes back and watches this because she has the Connie seal of scary. Lexi storms forward again. Garrett paused at the hand, nothing done. Lexi with a beat attack, storm of cuts. Point Lexi. Garrett's been forced onto the back foot this fight like he hasn't been all pool, and I think it's paying off for Lexi.
Right.
It is a very bold strategy, but it is working.
And oddly enough, a lot of her cuts, the flurry of cuts, are coming in borderline as fakes.
Yep.
So it's interesting that maybe it is the stress of someone coming in, but Garrett's not targeting those openings as she's transferring for the
The openings are there. I think he's so focused on not getting hit that he doesn't know what else to do.
That's actually fair.
Lexi storms forward again with a beautiful flurry of blows. I think the point's going to go to Garrett for a parry riposte.
I believe that. That one actually was cleaner for the parry riposte.
Although they're saying Garrett's was a cut to the body. He loses priority in that situation. So it's going to be point Lexi, and I think game Lexi.
Interesting. I'm going to have to, once we get back home, she's going to be, once she sees this video, she's going to be very proud. Now, what I'm going to probably work with her is her, probably her coming back games.
By the way, Garrett, you hung in there during those cut storms like no one else. That was phenomenal, dude. Dancer, how'd it go? Here's my student.
No, that matters. It's all right.
Good job.
It lives all that.
Oh, yeah.
So,
It looks like Kevin versus Layla.
Ooh, this will be another good one. Let's see if those one-handed thrusts keep finding their way home.
God, that one-handed thrust and missile is just...
Oh, yeah. Throat-seeking missile.
Any sinking missile.
I'm still petitioning for his club to nickname him the human sewing machine. Layla paws forward. Snipe to the hand, cut to the head. I believe that's going to be called simultaneous as both fencers are stepping in.
Yep.
Layla in a beautifully structured flute. One-handed thrust does not find home. Pause at the hand again. Cut to the arm. Store for Kevin.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting exchange. I think if I were Layla's coach, I would specifically tell them to focus a little more on direct attacks and playing that game as well, because they are hunting for the parry riposte, and in this situation, it's not benefiting them.
Right. In order to switch up the game a little bit to make it a little bit more dynamic, so they won't
Expect to see a one-handed thrust? Yep, I called it. There might be a second one coming. Whenever he loads up into that deep squat, the one-handed thrust probes in. Parry riposte for Layla. Cut to the mask. Phenomenally done. False edge to displace. True edge in right on the noggin.
Right. So, I don't know if, at least how I'm reading it, is that Layla is a little too shy or really, really worried about that one-handed thrust.
Yes. I have found as someone who uses the one-handed thrust a lot, if you can make someone afraid of it, you can just go and shake your sword at them and they panic.
Right.
And it is a really strong move if you know how to do it right. Kevin clearly knows how to do it well. Leg snipe comes in fairly. Oh, the leg snipe was good. Interesting.
Hi,
Welcome back.
Good to be back.
You want your seat back?
I have to go to the bathroom. Would you mind taking my chair
I'll
first?
take your chair for a moment.
Thank you.
Okay, clearing cut and cut to the hands. I don't know if anything from Kevin actually landed.
I'm not sure either. I think. Oh, they're deliberating it as well. I don't know. I think I should just toss it out and redo the match or the task. But they got some definitive. Yes, this happened. No, it didn't.
It looks like the point might be going to Kevin.
Yeah. And we're punching in.
As we both lean in to see it on the monitor.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think they're counting that thrust.
Yeah, it must have landed. Although it looked borderline like it skid, but I couldn't tell from this angle.
Yeah. And we're just looking at the one angle that everybody who's watching the stream has, so.
Right.
You know, if we stood on the other side, we could tell for sure, but.
Next time, we just need a standing desk so we can look over the monitor.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so hand snipe from Kevin to Layla as he was retreating.
Yep. And that was after the failed one-handed thrust.
So far, his habit is doing the one-handed thrust, and
Yeah.
it has been landing. Like, all throughout this pool, he's been landing that one-handed thrust.
So I've been starting to teach one-handed thrust to my students. Nice lunging cut.
Yeah, direct attack.
Unanswered. I've been starting to do the one-handed thrust with my students, mostly to get them to recognize where their measure is and to always be defending against that thrust, because the one-handed thrust works really well when they're not defending against a point in presence.
This is the funny thing. Any thrust is so hard to defend, especially when you don't see it.
Yeah.
And the one-handed thrust can come at pretty much any other angle, while a two-handed thrust is more visible because it engages your body more.
Yep.
So it's interesting in how you would have to train that, because it's going to be different for both ways, right?
Oh, yeah.
So
Here we go again. Couple probing strikes. And
cut to the hand with the
Nice.
repose.
Yeah.
So Connie was doing some wonderful commentary, and you're doing wonderfully too. I'll be honest, I can't speak coherently or even like concisely enough to actually do commentary.
The thing I love about him is there are so many people who are so very loud.
I'm usually very quiet, and then all of a sudden you put me in a director's role, and all of a sudden it's like, boom, yeah. But, you know, as a director, even the most quiet have to be loud.
Oh, yeah. Because you can't hear anything in those masks.
No, and the worst part is, like, the echo in here.
Yeah.
So you get a lot of extra noise, and the fencers are like, did they just call hold? Well, yes, but we understand.
Alright. I heard somebody in blue and Garrett in white.
Okay, so Francois in blue.
Is it Francois?
Yep,
All
Francois
right.
in blue, Garrett in white.
Oh, and they're both in human black. The only identifying marks is the socks.
Yep. Thankfully, there is. It's not like the same body build too. So
Yeah,
you know
that helps.
That helps quite a bit.
God, fucking
They're still
Good
in
cut.
It's in person. I
Okay.
also just got yelled at by a gym, so for using the bathroom. So we're in for a good time.
Well, it looks like a parry riposte with a short head cut to the head.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Pat.
I love reading the body language where it's like, this person did something, that person did something, this person did the next thing.
And then whoever landed last wins. It's generally how I think it. Okay, it looks like Garrett's gonna get his sword out of the way, or out, rather. So that was a thrust to a renewal to a thrust again.
Nothing done so far.
So far.
Looks like Francois' thrust landed, or was that cut that was in opposition?
It looks like a cut in opposition. It locked out Garrett though, so
Yeah.
it's not like he could do a secondary action.
Yep.
Okay,
Alright.
so parry riposte from Garrett. There was a body cut for a counter, but head takes priority.
That
so-
does take priority. Also, I think Garrett had right of way
From the parry
from the
riposte.
parry riposte. So, have you shown off the swag that's here at Revolution Rumble yet?
Huh?
Have you seen the swag?
Oh no! Oh, that is so pretty. You got
Yes.
yourself a new knife.
Yep, one of the swag
Oh.
is a knife.
Okay.
Because, you know, it's Philly.
It's not just Philly. How often have I ever like, hey, does someone have a scissor or a knife? Most of the
Oh,
time,
yeah.
when you ask for a knife, someone has one.
Especially in this crowd.
Right.
But now more people have one.
I ordered one. Now I'm jealous.
Nice control and grapple of the sword.
Yep.
Of course, the question is, did Francois get a strike in before his sword was controlled?
I don't think it was. I think it was Garrett Perry grabbing the sword and then going for it, but we'll see what the judges call it. Huh.
See if we had Hema scorecard up, we could see the results right now and find out what the score is.
The fun thing is, every time when I do, and the next match goes, it wants to refresh. Okay, we're Francois against Garrett, and currently it's 3-2. 3 for Garrett.
All right.
I have a stream about the fight. Would you mind taking over the stream for a little longer? I need to
Yes,
corner my
how could
coffee.
you ask?
Hey, Rick.
You, what?
It just completely lost track of what was going on in the fight because Connie was talking to me again.
A part of me is like, goodness, it's going to refresh here in a moment because they're going to call it.
And it's Match Garrett.
Oh, yep. My phone is a little slow today.
Are you doing commentary? What's that? You doing commentary? Yes, I'm doing the commentary for now.
QR code?
Yeah.
Or
I need to do that at some point.
so this is last match of this pool. It's Lexi in white and Andrew in blue.
So, what's your opinion on the armor?
It's hard for me to have an opinion. I love the look of it, but I haven't seen it be functionally useful. But I haven't used it myself, so I can't really say anything about it, you know?
So, from a safety perspective, I completely understand it, and yeah, not having bruises all down your arm, kind of useful. Oh, and that is an aggressive
Like
attack.
that.
Yeah.
Straight across. I can even see it on the camera, folks. Here you go.
Oh, that's even prettier on the camera.
I know, isn't it?
Wow. Yeah. So from the protective standpoint, totally get it and kind of agree with it. From a that was a nice quick hand snipe.
Very close to the hands.
As a training tool, I hate them because you can't tell when you get hit in the arms.
I agree. So, depending on who you're fighting against, like some people are heavy hitters, not because
Oh,
they
yeah.
want to be, but maybe they're trying to learn control or something. That makes absolute sense. You know,
And we're missing all of the action because Alan's standing right where it's happening.
like I'm trying to look at it, the corner of my eye, if it runs over to, you know, Lexi's side of the screen, but
Yep.
it's kind of difficult. So it looks to be maybe a skirt to the head, and then a riposte from Lexi, and then to the other side. But I think they're calling a point to Garrett for that one.
Yep. I think
The initial cut
the
went
initial
in.
cut. Yeah. And that was a good renewal attack with a good cover.
Right. And
You want to folks need a break?
I'm sorry?
Do either of y'all need a break?
I'll take a quick one.
All right, and swapping of commentators. Just as that pool ends. How you doing, Connor?
Oh, I'm just great. I'm just great, Patrick. Good to have you. Good to have
Good
you
to be here.
Yeah, I thought I was going to be doing a lot more of commentation today than I actually ended up doing. But you know, that's what happens when you make it far in your pools and in your limbs.
Yeah. Are you in the finals?
I am fighting for gold against my own student, Jonathan Paulino.
Fighting against John and Paulino.
Yes.
This is my surprise face. You'll find it remarkably similar to my not at all surprised.
Yeah, no, but this is the first time I'm going to be fighting for gold in a very large tournament. You know, I've come close. I've made top 8 plenty of times. I made it into finals a good few times. But yeah, no, first time fight for gold.
Nice. I mean, you deserve to be up there. Let's be honest.
Well, you know, like I
put
was
in the work.
Like I was saying earlier, you know, the thing about Tier A today is that it really felt like anybody could make it there.
Yeah.
Honestly, this is like the most close tournament that I've seen pretty much ever. Like everybody was so equal in skill. It's just I think what ended up coming down to is adaptation of your fencing to the rule set, number 1, and number 2, you know, yeah, no, just whoever had a better day.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I was out of 20 people, I think I was 14 or 16, something like that.
Yeah.
And my score indicator was -2. Yeah, that far down with just a point differential of 2.
I was like 16th out of 20.
Yeah. I think you were probably about the same, like point differential of -2.
I'd have to look here, but I'm looking to see what kind of ring we can watch right now. I don't think there's too much of anything really going on in front of us here.
Yeah, I think Tier C pools have just ended. We got one pool over here on our right.
Let's see. Can we zoom in on these folks over here without making the quality potato-ish? I think that we're pretty much already there, but we're having some deliberation between these judges. Let's see if we can bring things over to the fencers on our right here and get a really kind of jank view. Really looking at a lot of folks' backs. In fact, okay, there we go. So let's see who is fencing here. We got a very, very brightly colored person, and the kind of traditional Hema black situation going on, with Johnny P and Stevie Parker in the director's chair. Okay, we're starting the match here. Low guard, attempted single-handed thrust. Not really too much of anything going on. I can't tell that this. Oh, okay. So there's an expulsion from the fencer on the right, I guess. That.
Yeah, the color fencer. They on the blue line.
I think that was a point to blue. Okay, we're going again.
Yep. Here we go.
And not too much of anything. All right, some attempted picks here.
Testing range.
Okay, I think that fencer got punished for that overextension. If you're not getting any kind of blade contact from your opponent, you can't overextend like that. You have to get a response out of your opponent before you attempt to get deeper.
Yep. And it looks like that's the end of that match.
Yes, it is.
Whenever you're probing, you either need to commit to your defense or create some distance.
Yes. Okay, we have a fencer from BA here on the right, and I'm trying to figure out who is on our left right now. Is this still pulls or is this, oh, that's a heavy direct attack from blue fencer here.
We should be pools for tier C.
That's why I thought.
See if I can bring it up myself.
I got it. 1 second. Which pool is that? That's spring 4?
It's probably the only one still running.
We got the folks over here running too. Okay, let's see where we're at. This is.
Oh, that looked like a good thrust from the
Fencer in red.
Fencer in red.
I think that this is us here. I believe that this is pool 7 right now. Yeah. I know that
Francis and Dane.
Littleton.
Yes, this is pool 7 because I recognize Wesley, who's on deck.
Cool. Okay. So we have Francis versus Littleton. Francis in green, in the green jacket, and Littleton in the red jacket. That is a point for gold for the thrust here.
It's currently 1-2.
Julie. That's Julie. Yeah?
Yes.
Julie. Can you move out of the way for us, please? Thank you.
All good.
You're all good.
We changed the camera on it. It was. Then we changed it.
That was an interesting exchange. It looked like Red attempted to go for some kind of feint and cut to the opposite opening, and Red's point was just in the way, allowing that cut to come down onto the forearm. Let's see what the judges are going to say. Okay, they're giving the attack to to Francis here. Excuse me, they're giving the barrier post.
Yep, the initial attack from Red Littleton.
Yeah, Littleton.
Failed, it was parried, and the riposte was good. And then they got tied up with the hands going up high afterwards.
Yeah.
As happens so often.
Classic scene. Well, you know, the one thing that's really important to remember, you know, in a lot of fencing, right, is the higher a person's hands go, the more options they have, especially for, you know, your kind of traditional Lichtenauer fencers. And in this rule set, parry or pass Twerhau is like just to be expected, something that you have to really account for in your fencing. But it looks like these fencers are playing more of a point game, you know, not getting too far past crossing at half sword. I think that might have been an attempted thrust from right, but it looked kind of passe. Yep, and I think that's what Stevie Parker is saying now.
And I think Littleton's counter thrust.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's a counter thrust from Littleton to Francis here. Okay, so I guess they're giving the point to Francis here. Our angle is not the best just yet, but that is match Francis 4-1 for Francis. And it looks like we're still deliberating stuff over here at another pool.
Yeah. For Yendre Libby, yes, this is pool 7 that we are watching right now. This is the third match in pool 7. It is Wesley Davis versus Raymond Torres. Wesley is at the blue line, and Raymond is at the white or gold line.
I think Raymond is a local, too. He might be from... I
think he's a New Jersey club better.
Yes.
Which is why Connie's over there coaching.
Do you think that initial cut to the hand landed, that rising blow to the hand? Not too sure. I didn't see anything really convincing from the fencer in red. Who would that be? From Davis.
Yep.
Let's see. That is a beautiful parry or post from Torres here.
Yeah.
Classic cut behind the blade. Duplier and mesotempo. Depends on whatever kind of flavor you like. Bratwurst or bolognese. Yep, I get one. That's my one. That's my one pun. Okay, I said it here. No more. That's it.
You have to give the obligatory look for a pun like that. All right.
Okay, second set right out the gate, throwing that strong direct attack to pull out that parry, and then cutting Mezzospada Mezzotempo behind the blade. Yeah, this is the kind of game that you want to play in this rule set, folks. You want to make sure that you get some type of control. You know where your opponent's going to be, and then you work towards whatever your plan is afterwards.
Yep. Really, that first attack, if it lands, is great, but having that set up for the renewal attack or setting up the parry riposte,
yes,
is. And I'm impressed because this is a tier C fight, and they are setting up multiple actions in a row.
Yep. Yes. And of all the matches, this is looking like probably one of the cleanest ones I've watched today. In tier C.
Yes.
In tier C. Yeah,
right,
it looks like speed attack from Torres to Davis here. Score is currently, I think, 3-0. Good change up from Davis there, taking the hands. I think what they need to do to get back into position here is they really need to try to set up the they're going to need to take up initiative. There you go. Good job, Davis.
Right.
Exactly what I was thinking. He does it.
Yep. He set up the attacks. He followed through, covered afterwards, and then he kept his point in presence and made that thrust land at the end.
Exactly right. Taking initiative is a very important thing to do to just keep the flow of the fight in your. I think that maybe Davis's thrust was passe. Even if it was counted as a cut, right? Slices do not score here. They only gain priority.
Yep. I think Davis's.
There might have been something on way in there.
Yeah, I guess so, because they gave that. It's now 3-4.
So both, Davis is getting the point here. Cut to the hands while Ray extends.
It's a cut to the hand followed with the thrust.
Yes.
So that he's creating the pressure.
Well, I'm not even sure what happened there, folks. It looks like it was a low parry, like a breaking of the thrust, followed up by. I'm not sure what.
Of the bind. Well,
Yeah.
I don't. Something happened where we could not see it.
I think what ended up happening is after Ray got the overbind, he was able to bring up the false edge or the true edge, whichever. I don't remember exactly how his arms crossed, and cut to the arms as Davis attempted to rise up. Whatever the case may be, that was really good. That was very good fencing.
Yeah. And they
five
made the
to
adjustments they needed to as they were fencing.
And that's 5-4 for that last match there in Torres. And we have Littleton versus Delaney here now. Littleton in red, Delaney in black with the yellow and purple socks. I think that might have been a cut for counterattack for Delaney here. Yep. I think that he was able to backstep just enough to keep that cut to the hands out of reach.
All right, looks like Littleton walked that thrust in.
Exactly right. Classic BA technique there. If we're talking about what they need to really kind of bring this to their favor, I think that Davis, does need to get a little bit more aggressive here. He's kind of letting Delaney set the pace, but Littleton is coming back. He's got 2 points now. I think that was the last point for. Last point was for
Delaney.
For Delaney.
So I think it's 2-2.
2-all. There we are. Din wasn't able to clear the sword there and cut around to the other side. He kind of just let Delaney's point guide it right onto his hand.
Yep, he just let the hands out there. Which, how many of your students have you told, don't leave the hands just hanging out there? Oh, that is all right. So.
Oh. Little slip there, nothing serious. If there's one thing that I think is evident from that last exchange, Littleton set up everything exactly the way he was supposed to, but he just not had the time to capitalize on what he had gotten to.
Yep.
If he just really gives that a little bit more. On
I think Delaney's Littleton is setting up his entry, but I think Delaney's had a response for it almost every time.
Correct. So both thrusts both leave the bind. It looks like mutual cuts to the arm there. I'm not sure where the priority is going to go.
Looks like they indicated that Littleton had priority. So it's 4-3. All right, looks like the initial attack landed and they called the hold quick there. They called the hold a little too quick. There was no quality on that strike.
Patrick.
Camden stream. I've never really been on it.
Well, if you squat down, you can actually be on it.
Yeah, but not fencing.
We'll get you there, bud. Special guest Patrick McCook here.
You are now Patrick Squared.
Yes, Patrick Squared. How was your fighting so far today, Patrick?
Good. I trying to be more aggressive than I normally am. It's worked out. Won 5 of my 6 matches. We're gonna see what we can do.
Let's go. Well, we'll be seeing you on the limbs, Patrick.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. I think the match there was for Delaney. I'm unsure.
It will update in just a moment.
Yeah, give us 1 second here, folks. We'll get a clear picture for you. Okay, I did absolutely nothing. And that was match for Delaney on that last one. And we have Torres versus Kirkpatrick coming up now.
Kirkpatrick in the colorful outfit. Torres in the human black.
Literally a motley fencer. So classic renewal, rising cut into a horizontal cut to the hands. We've been seeing a lot of that today. I think that what we need to see more of here, at least in terms of that, is less renewal. Oh, that is going to be counterattack for Kirkpatrick.
Yep. The initial attack by Torres was an overcut, missed the target, and while Torres did follow up with a renewal attack, the priority, the right away goes to Kirkpatrick in the counter attack. And here we go again. I could not quite see from my angle. I'm a little bit to the right of where the camera is.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe we can try to get a better angle here. But we cannot disturb or mess with the camera gods. They have been quite angry with us so far, mostly due to Matthew Huller. That was an attempt to disengage and thrust from Torres to Kirkpatrick. The thing about that is that he had no setup for that. He didn't get any blade engagement. He just went for it. And sometimes that will work to your favor. But if the person is already committed to that thrust, boom, thrust from Kirkpatrick straight down the pipe to the chest.
Yeah.
The thing about these matches is that they run so fast. You could be in the middle of explaining something and just have to stop, continue forward.
Yep. Yeah, I'm trying not to step on your technical commentary because it is fantastic technical commentary.
Oh, I appreciate it. But hey, we're both here for a reason.
Oh yeah. Mostly for my face of radio. But no, that was a nice exchange. I think Torres might have gotten the hand hit.
Yeah, I think it was beat attack from Torres and maybe a renewal from Kirkpatrick. But both fencers were stepping in, so this is really going to come down to blade engagement. Okay, so I think there's nothing done there. The current score is 2-0 in favor of Kirkpatrick. Oh, very nice. Now, you don't really see too often those simple side steps to open up an angle. That was very nice on Kirkpatrick's part.
Extremely well done. And a crashing in of Torres to Kirkpatrick.
I think that Torres here was passe. I did not see the point land. Nothing done, throwing it out. Parker here on the left was able to notice that as well. Okay, so cut around from Torres.
Yep. Looks like it's to the forearm.
Yes. Classic high guard. Let's see if he can make use of it.
Oh, immediately abandoned it, and then...
Yeah, immediately brought it back down. There's a blade engagement, and then there is a cut to the arm from left to right with a counterattack from right to left. It's going to be a point for Torres. See, the thing is, you don't really see folks use that high guard too often. You'll see folks pop into it, but you know, it's underutilized. Same way that
it's
a point...
a commitment.
Yes,
when you use a high guard, you have to commit to the action. You have to follow through, and you have to know what you're doing. If the other person seizes the initiative, takes that first action, then if you hang out in that high guard too long, you get punished for it.
The most difficult part about it is, too, is that it's such an intensive guard in terms of footwork. Since you don't have any of your sword in front of you, you really have to be keenly aware of what space you're occupying and how much distance you're going to cover.
Short deliberation followed by technology, being technology.
Yeah, I ran pool 2 not too long ago, and it was probably one of the most technically difficult things that I've had today. But
by Torres.
Yeah, hand cut by Torres there. Yeah.
Yep. Kirkpatrick was able to take advantage and make the timing on that cut. When you switch to Wexel like that, you really need to seize that initiative. Oh, that is...
Very good thrusts on Kirkpatrick's part. He just let him have it. Match blue.
Yep.
That was a banger. That was really good on both defenders' parts. But yeah, like you were saying with those cross-wrist guards, if you do not know how to work afterwards, after you've gotten in there, you don't know your spacing, you don't know your timing, it's gonna be very easy to punish.
Yep.
Very easy to punish.
Yeah, and it's one of the. All right, so it looks like they're going to speed things along for this pool. Now, what happened earlier with Tier B, the last pool wound up getting split between 2 lanes, so they were doing the matches a little bit faster.
I'm gonna go talk with them, see if we can get them in front of us, so we can commentate.
Sounds good.
We had a Star Wars.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Oh, gross.
Ah.
Set the camera gods once more.
That's why I was turning the whole thing. Oh well. All right.
Yeah, that's my fault. But it's not actually my fault. I would say that the blame firmly rests on the shoulders of Matthew Hunter, who is not present to defend himself. And I intend to keep it that way. It's all his fault. Don't listen to him. Yes. Okay, and we are back up. All right. And it looks like we have. Who is this?
Is that Torres?
I know this is Torres on the left.
Yeah,
I don't remember who this is on the right. I think this might be Delaney.
Yeah. Oh, that was a.
I couldn't tell exactly what happened there, Patrick, but it looked like maybe there was some contact from Torres to Delaney's hand.
That's what it looked like. It looked like Delaney initiated the attack, but it looks like Delaney had initiated the attack, and Torres took advantage of the outstretched arms. And here they go again.
Okay, second exchange, starting on high guard. Attempted feint from Torres. Whole lot of stuff going on there.
Yep, a lot of blade-to-blade contact, but I think ultimately Torres was the one to...
Yeah, in the shake, I thought I saw a cut to the arm from Torres to Delaney.
Yep.
But yeah, a whole lot of just like that kind of crisscrossy action between the two fencers.
It looks like initial attack by Delaney, a failed counterattack by Torres, and then a rising strike to the hands by Delaney.
That's what I saw as well, Patrick. I think it really behooves the fencers to kind of work towards a deeper target first, unless the opponent really wants to play that waiting game, stay in wide measure, and kind of try to pick. And that's what we see when both folks are not able to generate enough threat. You know, this kind of retreating action that just leaves... Oh, there we go. Delaney really just not being moved at all by Torres' attempted direct attack. It was a simple parry and then a response. Up, there it is. Pop your hands from left to right. It's going to be 1 point for Torres.
Torres is taking that range game and just has dialed in the distance to the hands. Delaney is not able to adjust, and they both hit to the torso. I think this will probably be a simultaneous.
Yeah, so the score there, Torres' false edge cut hit the body. So body versus head incurs target priority, which means that the point is going to go towards Delaney.
And Delaney's sword has a little bit of a bend at the end, but it is quickly bent back into shape.
That looked like it was a attack, possibly from, I think it was a parry or pass from Torres, unless Delaney's hand cut slipped in there at the beginning. And that's the read. That's the read. That was the match for Torres. Torres, great use to blade work. Really,
oh, yeah.
I'm very impressed by what I've seen so far out of him.
And probably the best thing after the match, sportsmanship and the smiles.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. That's all what we're here for. Excuse me, fencers. Excuse me. Okay.
We could have let them stand there for a moment more until the new fencers showed up.
Yep.
But it looks like it's Dave Littleton and Wesley David. No,
It looks like Wesley Davis has just gotten done fighting at this.
Yeah, against Christopher Francis.
Yeah, so I wonder if they're going to give him a break here, if they're going to move on to Dustin Kirkpatrick, since Dave is already here.
Well, they'd have to give Christopher a break then, because Christopher just fought Wesley.
Here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Littleton, Kirkpatrick.
Over there in case they sum you.
Yeah, this is the difficulty when you try to split a pool into two lanes, making sure everybody gets some time to take a breather in between.
Yeah, we had much the same issue. We had one drop due to medical complications, and then another person who just didn't show up in my pool. So, wires get crossed, but that's just to be expected, which is how it goes sometimes.
Yep.
Okay, and now it does look like we are going to have Davis versus Littleton. Red on red.
Davis is on the left, Littleton is on the right.
Okay, the match is about to begin. Okay.
Cautious approach, point forward by Littleton.
That's exactly what I saw too.
Yep.
Parry or cross from Littleton with a renewal from Davis here.
And the rising cut to the hand.
Can't tell if that was a renewal or a I guess they're giving the priority to Davis here.
Yep.
No, you had the right call on that one, Patrick. I think both fencers walked in at the same time. Not very sure, but you know, Littleton here is going to be paying stuff and dividends with setting up this threat at the point. You know, when he starts to work other material, he'll be able to just use that to really
set up and knock down the next thing that he wants to get done.
Yes, exactly right.
All right, I think Littleton's thrust is successful, and Davis's thrust was unsuccessful, and no rotation for a cut.
So that's a point Littleton here.
Yeah. And yep, Davis needs to deal with that point before he does something else.
Yeah, if you hesitate in range like that, you need to worry about the thrust coming in, or at least doing something to occupy the opponent's blade. When you're, I think that's going to be point for Davis here.
Yeah, because he had that forward momentum. He stepped forward, and Littleton just stood there to counter thrust.
Yeah. That can be the problem when you're dealing with a lot of point forward bind work. If you expect that the sword is going to be there, it can make it so that little bit of a scramble here. Not sure. Oh, yeah. We're going to deliberation.
I think there was a bunch of actions, but I don't think anything actually landed except for Littleton's cut to the arm on the way out.
It looked like it might have been to the head as well. Given the fact that it was with the strong, I wonder if we're going to see a card here. It looks like it's a point for Littleton. Okay, so I think that both of those are passe.
Yep. And slices don't count, so
slices only set up priority. That is right.
Yep.
Doesn't look like there was any points awarded for that. Now we're at kind of an arm, like a. Oh, there was a thrust to the hand there from Littleton.
I think they're going to count both as missed thrusts and have them redo the pass. Yep.
Now we're at kind of a stalemate since both of the fencers have decided to go point forward. Davis is attempting to change up their game a bit, make it so that we can get a little bit on more even playing fields. But I think now the shot is from, if Littleton wants to win here, is that they just need to send a cut, and if Davis wants to win here, they need to send that thrust. If they keep on playing this game, oh, that's exactly what we're seeing here. Now, I don't know. Did you see if Littleton's cut to the head landed, or was that stopped?
I don't think Littleton's cut to the head was in time.
But the thing is that with target priority here, that could have gone for Davis there.
Yeah.
Trying to fake him out. Okay, so I think both fencers were moving forward, but I think Littleton had the timing.
Quick deliberation.
So that's a point for Davis.
Yeah. I think Davis has brought it back.
It looks like 4-all right now. Littleton just needs to seal the deal. Yeah, clear cut to the head from Littleton there. You know, just letting that blade rotate around, send that cut straight down.
No, I think they counted Littleton's cut to the head as out of tempo.
Oh.
And they gave the cut to the body by Davis. And a double thrust.
I think that initial thrust was for Littleton there.
And they're calling it simultaneous.
Simultaneous, okay. All right. We're still in this game, for sure.
And this is and wonderful turning around as they
turn back. I think there might have been a scuff from Littleton to the arms, or maybe it was from Davis. The red and red is really getting to me. But yeah, I know for a fact when they came back around, that thrust from Littleton was good.
Yep.
What were you going to say there, Patrick?
Oh, no, I was going to completely agree. They came in, they maintained that good bind, and were able to safely turn and exit that bind without anything being done, obviously. But then when Davis came back in again, with a cut to the body, the stuffed thrust to the arm won both the target priority and I think the right-of-way priority.
Correct. What was I going to say here, though? It's always interesting because, like, those kinds of exchanges you really see quite often in Tier C and Tier B, where folks will both miss each other, get locked up, and, you know, just do, like, this little, like, carousel until they break away. And whoever is is behind the 8 ball after they get on the other side is when you'll see that person land the hit.
Yeah, I think in that last exchange, if Davis had rested a little bit, didn't want to go directly back into it, if he had taken the measure and presented his point again, he would have been in a better position to force the fight. Davis also had to take more steps. He definitely did the more traveling in that exchange.
Correct, yes. He almost got ringed out. He was like one step away from getting out of the ring.
I mean, that ring out would have just reset.
Yes.
Because you can, any ring out except behind you is just a reset. If you get rung out back behind your starting line, that is a point for the other person. I haven't seen very much of it today, but it's gone close a couple times.
Yeah, there was a few instances where a person like bull rushed the other fencer out of the ring, but thankfully that's been kind of kept to a minimum, at least to what I've seen. You know, I always prefer that we kind of keep things within the boundaries. We don't use that really to our advantage, just because at the end of the day, we're all trying to have a good time. We're all trying to fence safely, and we're all trying to go home without broken bits.
100%.
Yeah.
Now, I like this rule set with the retreat out.
I do as well.
Being a point against you. I'm not one for, you know, ring outs being points usually, just because it's usually just a positioning thing.
Yes.
Like you wound up in a certain spot. And it looks like Davis is up again. We got Davis versus Delaney.
Yeah, Davis versus Delaney.
This should be an interesting fight.
So that is counterattack from left, attack from right. That's going to be 1 point right. Okay. Cheney going with my read here too. Still early in the match. These fencers still have to feel each other out. But I think I kind of get a picture of how things are going to be going here. They're really both kind of feeding off of each other's timing.
Yep, they both step into measure and make a cut, and then see if they have to go from there.
Yeah, perhaps that beat attack from Davis is gonna soar. I don't know if the point landed or not though.
Looks like they are at 1-all.
I looked away for a second. I missed there.
Yeah,
I saw Davis's point at the end, but I didn't see anything from Torres that I liked.
I thought Delaney.
Oh, Delaney. God damn it! I keep on saying Torres. Sorry, Mr. Delaney.
I
Delaney.
think Delaney's attack was a little sloppy. I'm gonna look for. It was a little sloppy, but it did wind up hitting the hands.
Good patience on Delaney's part. I don't know if he was able to sink the thrust afterwards. Okay, yes, that's exactly what I saw. Yeah, he waited, he pulled out Davis, and then he countered with that parry and just dropped the point in. Okay.
Yep. Davis's initial attack was successful.
Although
I think it was a cut to the arms.
It was a cut to the arms, yeah, but I'm trying to figure out what
and another thrust to the body by Davis. Davis is picking up some
steam.
Yeah.
He's really done a great job every time he's kind of been on the back foot here of just crawling himself out, like pulling himself out of the weeds and into the wind. You know, he was very close with his last match with Littleton, and it seems like it's going to be going kind of the same route here. I think what Delaney needs to do here is, you know, keep that pressure on, but he needs to have his point forward. He's walking in to range without having any kind of consistent threat. Obviously, in a guard like that where your edge is online, it's something, but he just keeps on ending up in the exact same situation. I guess we see a little bit of adaptation from Delaney here. The parry comes in and he throws Twombly to the body. I'm wondering where Davis's attack landed on the opposite side. but that is a point for Delaney there.
And that is match for Delaney.
And that is match for Delaney. That is match for Delaney. That was a very interesting matchup. I like that match.
Yeah. I'm enjoying seeing Davis change his tactics based on what's working and what's not working. I mean, with every fencer, you see certain tendencies, certain things that they will always do. And with Davis, we're seeing a lot of that. I call it the hot dog flat grip.
Yeah. It's not necessarily a bicorno. I didn't see like a reversed hand, but like, the hot dog grip. I know what
Yeah,
you're
the
talking
hot
about.
dog bicorno.
Yeah.
Which is a very strong way to gain that center line, maintain that center line, and gain a thrust.
Yeah, couch that thrust to shoot that bad boy right in.
But it can also be driven down or up and
yeah, well, that's the thing.
Off target.
Is if you're going to be using some action like that, and I'm more used to the reverse grip. That's the way that I prefer to use it. Your hands are exposed, and you have a more difficult time trying to transition your grip back, right? As long as you keep your point like off, so as long as you can keep your opponent off your point, and really make them fear that thrust coming in. If you can make it to a place where you can parry them, then it'll work out in your favor. It looks like we're having Francis versus Francis. Delaney on the right, Francis on the blue. Oh, I don't know if that thrust from Francis landed.
But the cut to the arms by Delaney was definitely...
Okay, it looks like Cheney's calling the point for Francis. I guess that point did land.
That first thrust did land.
Okay, low guard.
Oh, and that was a good cut down from Delaney. Francis just edged in a little too close before making the move.
And that's a classic exchange. Pop of the hands, from low guard to high, like to mid guard, high guard. Okay, a little bit of binding.
The stream again.
Okay.
Come and join us, Patrick.
What time is it?
Oh,
4:19.
wonderful. That's exactly what we're
Beautiful.
expecting
I
to
am
see.
going to be late.
So we saw Francis cross and then shoot that thrust in, right? He checked, he probed his opponent, he let Delaney let that point get out of the way, and boom, he just slammed it, he let him have it. Oh, that was wonderful. Great cut from Francis here. He just saw that parry and then instantly came up and around and hit to the opposite side. This is exactly the kind of control that we're talking about here, folks. We're seeing occupation of the blade and I think that was for Delaney there. That was initial cut landed.
I think that initial cut did land. I don't think Francis's counterattack was of good quality.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you there, Patrick. Yeah, that was the point for Delaney. I think that Francis is doing a good job of keeping the tempo. Oh, an ox. Let's see. Are they going to do anything with it?
Attempted one-handed thrust, which failed. Though he kept that pressure on.
Excuse me, Mr. Doherty. Thank you. Yeah, stop. Absolutely correct, Kevin. That was really nice. Okay.
Oh, I think that was a straight cut in from
that was
Francis.
That was a great use of angle. He threw a left-sided cut from the right shoulder and just completely went behind the blade in a single action.
And pressure from Delaney.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of amping up here. Still keeping things fun and friendly, though. I really am liking the energy that these two fencers are giving.
Yep. So I think, and this is I think what they're debating, I think Delaney's two initial attacks were both parried, and Francis then counterattacked or riposted.
Yes, that's exactly what happened. Wow, that was so fast. I didn't even see the riposte from Francis there. That was a great match. Really, really
that
great
was
match.
a fun one to watch.
Looking good out there,
Well
folks.
done.
Looking good.
I am pleasantly surprised by this tier C pool.
Yeah, you're fucking telling me, man. I was also there was a few folks in my pool that I saw as real contenders for finals. Two of them to be particular. But yeah, no, I think that the real stars of the show here coming out of this. Damn, all of them really look good. I really like watching everybody fight in this pool. I can't name one person.
Well, I do think that we have one person that has swept the pool.
Yeah, Francis is sweeping. He's won every single one of the matches that he's been in so far.
And I think that was his last match, in fact. So he has swept.
Yeah, so just keep a lookout for Francis when time comes for limbs, when time comes for finals. Fighting now is going to be, looks like Ray Torres versus David Littleton. I'm really interested to see this one since Torres has shown us a lot of really interesting and controlled actions in the bind as things have been going forward. And, you know, Littleton has just been giving that point to everybody that he's come across.
Yes, he has. He's definitely working from a guard that a lot of people aren't comfortable working against.
Yes.
Which is always fun and interesting. I always like seeing what guards people play with most often.
Yeah.
Besides Vomtog.
Yeah, Vomtog, yeah, on the shoulder or center, tight, close to the body, or you know, extended.
Yep.
It's always interesting to see folks that know how to use their toolkit appropriately, right? And in the appropriate context.
JJ Conlon, thank you very much. I missed that one.
Yeah, don't worry about it, folks. All right, I think we're about to get underway here.
Yep.
Littleton on the left and Torres on the right. Yeah. When I saw Torres in these two fences, this is the most. Okay, so
I think Torres got the cut there. Littleton's thrust was off target. I think Littleton really needs to use that point forward and find his opponent's blade before committing to that thrust.
Here's the problem, though, is that, you know, when you're fencing folks that are this early in their career, what you're gonna almost always end up. I think that was a cross guard to the face. Yes, it was. So that is going to be.
It was either a cross guard or a strong to the face. Either case, it's definitely
a strong is a yellow card. Cross guard is a red. So that is going to be. I think that's going to be it, folks. Thankfully, it looks like Torres is doing okay.
Now, red card is just a point for your opponent.
Okay, all right.
Black card.
Black card is out of the whole event.
Out.
Okay, yes.
No.
See, I got. Okay, so Torres taking a bit of risks here, and it paying off with that nice kind of like lead over, cut to the body there.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you were saying, I need Littleton.
Oh, and that was a nice thrust from Torres. He just came down on top of the extended sword and really just drove the point home.
Yeah.
While keeping Littleton's point off of his body.
I think that Littleton broke through on that. Not too sure, but yeah, that's a point for Torres there. I guess that he covered himself well enough for that second Twerhow, that parry bust. Oh, and the match is already over with a win for Torres.
Quick match there.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. 4-0. And I think that's going to finish this up for this pool, my friends. Coming up soon is going to be a limbs for CRC, and then finals after that.
Looking forward to that. That's going to be fun to watch.
You and me both, my friends. If you have not been following, I'm going to be fighting for gold in the Tier A finals against my own student, the one, the only, Jonathan Paulino. It's going to be a time. We still have yet to see really who's going to be coming out of the. Excuse me.
You're fine. I'm sorry. I just wanted to come listen.
We still have yet to see who's going to be coming out of the Tier C limbs as like our top contenders. But you know, just from like the little bit that I've had to watch, I have a few names in mind. Jonathan Ryder in my pool was really looking very solid. Obviously, Christopher Francis really gave a very strong show. Doing some fencing that, frankly, I think is. To easily Tier B material.
Yeah.
But the nice thing about Tier C is that folks who have never had the opportunity to compete in a tournament before can really dip their toes, can really see exactly if they like the experience that they're having with a little bit less.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what I personally like, and my wife and I have a difference of opinion on this.
Okay.
What I liked about this tournament is you didn't sign up for a tier. You
Yes.
signed up, and they assigned the tier to you. She's checking out.
No, people were pointing at us.
Who's pointing?
Rebecca. Point at Rebecca. They don't see us, but let's continue with commentary. Okay, so
So they set you in the pools or in the tiers based on what they know about you, know about your school, know about your history. If you're on HEMA ratings, they took that into account. If they don't know you at all, then there's less information that they had to work with. But I'm fairly certain that everybody was in the appropriate pool.
Yeah, it really felt that way for sure. Absolutely. Every person that I saw on the tier A list made sense. Every person I saw on the tier B and C list also made sense.
Yeah.
And
now, after today, some of the people on the tier C list can no
they're
longer
going
be
to
in
get
tier
bumped
C.
up. And I think a lot of people on the tier B list are going to also be moving
There's
on
a few
up.
people are going to be moving on up. Yes. No, I was.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there, JJ. Yeah, no, I liked just putting in my information and then having them deal with it.
Yeah. No, I agree as well. Now, there is something to be said about self-selecting into the tier that you feel most comfortable in. And I get it. Like, if you're not confident in your abilities, going down a tier. If you feel like you've been doing more behind the scenes, more training, more fencing other people that just won't show up on things like HEMA ratings or, outside of your club, trying for that higher tier.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, I will probably never fight in a strict open again. I enjoy tier A, mostly because it's just so much safer.
Yeah, I was about to make pretty much the exact same comment. The thing that I like about tier A, right, is everybody is, for the most part, a known quantity. You don't have to worry about somebody not knowing how to pull their strikes. Everybody has been in the game long enough that they're going to know how to take a hit, and they're going to know how to give you a hit. That's not going to put you in a stretcher.
I agree, JJ. No punching down just to win a medal.
Yes. Also, the other thing is that a person who might not be a known quantity or fresh to the scene, if they go into a tier B, they go into a tier A, right? They're going to have a bit more safety in mind, right? It's never going to hurt to get. It actually is never going to really hurt you to get thrown into a shark tank, right?
No.
Yeah, because the sharks will actually be pretty nice to you.
Oh yeah, the sharks will eat you alive, but politely.
But politely, yeah. Everybody will be like, "Oh, are you okay?" Right after you get done, like I did for a lot of my matches, even though they told me I hit hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're in our little interim period while I think
the
results are getting tabulated.
Elans are getting seeded.
So we're going to look at pool standings
And
here.
there's
Our top 3 coming out of pools, or actually, you know what? Let's do top 10 here. Our first is Kieran Garrity. Our second is Marcelo Garrido Navarrete. Our third is Rob Danzer. Fourth, Benjamin Zamitis. Fifth is Jonathan Guba. Sixth, Freddie C. Seventh is Christopher Francis. 8 is Kevin Rezak, 9, Jonathan Ryder, and 10 is Justin Kirkpatrick.
Now, for the standings, it is not wins and then point differential. It is strictly point differential. So you can have at the 4th place finisher who has 4.2 wins, or the 2nd place who only has 4 wins, be ahead of Bob Dancer with 5 or Christopher Francis with 5, because Marcelo has a point differential of plus 16 versus plus 9.
It's very nice. Very nice to see. Yeah. Let's see what our finals bracket is going to be looking like if we got that tabulated. Okay, so we don't know who exactly is going to be going where, and this is also a huge bracket. But our first matches are Abby Rodriguez versus Leela Bobro. Our second is Carolyn Fry versus Kevin Delaney. Our third is Michael Creech versus William Golotz. 5th match, and these are all folks that have not got a bye yet. Our 5th match is David Littleton with Julie Parrish. Next up is Francis Deozon versus Joseph Sherrill. Next is Ben Adelito versus Lexi Sealer. Scott Stover versus Tyler Fox. Charles Parr versus Bradford Coon. Jay Jordan versus Rune Smith. And lastly, David Larrabee versus Wesley Davis.
So
we also have a second round of brackets here too.
4, 8, 16, 32. We have over 32 fencers. It looks like they are calling people in, and they're going to tell where everybody's going to be for the ELMs.
Yeah, the one thing I really like about us having this particular section that we're working on is it's always a surprise to me who's going to be in front of us.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Absolutely love it.
Yeah, obviously when it gets time to do finals, you know, it's going to be a little bit less of a surprise. But this makes it so that we have a very, a very varied selection of fencers that we're going to be commentating for you.
Yep.
If you could do me a favor, pass me that lemonade.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm actually going to take a moment and run and grab a Gatorade myself. So see you right back.
While we're deliberating and having a conversation here, I would like to thank Bucks Historical Longsword. I'd like to thank Arcadia University. I would like to thank all of the folks who made this possible. And let me say dumb shit at you for the past, I don't know, 7 hours. Welcome back, Connie.
My Pokemon did well. Happy to say it.
You get to hold my side sword because I don't want to walk all the way back over there right now.
We were watching your student Torres fence. You know, he did a very wonderful job. I really enjoyed all of his matches.
I'm insanely proud of it.
That pool was really quite good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Some phenomenal bouts. Even if he doesn't win, I think you should be very proud of what he has achieved today.
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, winning is not everything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the end goal with Klopfex is just to roll in, have a fucking ball, hit some people with steel, leave with a smile on your face. And he has achieved that in this I couldn't be a prouder instructor.
Glad to hear it, Constance. So it looks like we're finished deliberations here. We're going to be finding out where exactly we're going to be who's going to be fighting for us up here. But yeah, no, this is going to be an exciting Tier C. I'm fully expecting some sparks to fly. If I'm going to be completely lame and use a lot of boring ass terms to describe this. Yeah.
Oh, good. My heart rate's going back down below 160.
Nice.
Yeah.
Take it over commentary again?
For a bit. If my Pokemon starts fighting, I will probably exit, but I need to sit for a while because my chest hurts. So we're done for a bit.
Did JW leave?
He left to do some things. He will be back later.
I was going to say, Butner needs to get back here. Sup?
I got actually, Pat, would you mind taking commentary? I got to be there for my boy.
Okay. Only a brief entrance by Constance Frazier and returned by the indefatigable Patrick McCaffrey here with us once more.
So, one of the things that I'm really...
Please do. Oh my God, coming on the stage, possibly the best fencer in North America, Stephen Cheney. Oh, yeah. Of course. You're going to need to speak up, all right? So we're not quite sure who's going to be fighting in our ring in front of us here now. But yeah, no, Pool 7 was really quite good. The matches that you were running, specifically Christopher Francis, really put on a great show in my opinion.
And one of the things I was about to say is that I'm really appreciating that the judges and directors are feeling comfortable giving the yellow and red cards without it being a huge thing.
For sure, that was one of the things that we were going for, because a red card, it's not super valuable in this. It's just 1 point for the opponent, and they don't necessarily stack to a black card unless they're like dangerous red cards. So I think that makes directors a little bit more comfortable giving them out.
Yep, and it's psychologically, it's something that I've been telling a lot of my students and trying to tell anybody that I see fencing. A red card or a yellow card is not a valued judgment.
Right.
It is a correcting action. A yellow card is, hey, this is going on.
Yellow cards
should
are
fix
warning. Yeah. So a lot of times they'll give out verbal warnings, but really yellow cards should be the warning.
Yep.
Right. Actually, I think I'm gonna tell Court 4 to move to Court 5 so that we can see them on this.
Please do.
We appreciate that.
And then get back here. I was hoping to have you.
There's just a flurry of activity right now as everybody's getting ready.
Yeah, scrambling to get shit set up. It's just always the way it is.
Yep. I'm going to look over here at Court 2, where my student Julie Parrish is facing Dave Littleton, and it's actually a pretty good matchup for them. Like, I think they both are well matched to each other.
Okay, let's see. We got Chris Parr, I believe, on the right here, versus. He heard me. Chris Parr on the right.
First up, Ben versus Lucky.
Charles Parr. Sorry, Charles. Yeah, Charles on the right versus Bradford Coon on the left. Yes, bro. We are
Sorry, I don't have my phone on. Fine, tell me where
I got to watch a little bit of Charles fencing in my pool. He had a very concise, very clean style. I have not seen anything from Coon, so it's going to be okay.
And an initial attack from Coon.
Yeah, initial attack from Coon, nothing good. Very clean, move to wrestling from yes. Thank you, Closet Goth. Great name. Yeah, from Parr here. Okay, let's see.
And
attack no, counterattack yes.
That's going to be 1 point for Coon. Yeah, no, sometimes you whiff. It just happens.
Yep.
Okay, they're in range. Okay, I think that feint pays off for Parr there. I'm not too sure what the quality of the strike, if there was one from. Oh, okay, they're giving the attack to Coon.
So for that one, I saw attack from the left. I saw right search for the blade, never found it. So when you attempt to parry, when you look for the blade, try to either beat it or parry, and you don't find anything but air, you lose the attack on it.
Yes. Okay.
Now, I think these are both MKDF students. I'm not really saying that because you have Jess Rosick coaching one and Christian Butner coaching the other.
So that's currently we're currently at 2 for Coon and 1 for Chaz.
2-2 now.
Yes, 2-2. I think that Chaz here is going to need to find a different game if they're going to. Oh, yeah. Let him get too close in the measure. Shot the thrust straight down the pipe. Chaz needs to switch things up a little bit if he wants to keep his lead. If he continues to just rely on wrestling. Oh, there we go.
Nice attack.
Thrust for thrust. Exchange for exchange. Yeah, that's a point for Parr.
I'll be honest, the diving thrust is one of those things that I love when it works, but it always worries me because if somebody walks into that, it hits hard.
Yes, it does. Yep, so that is a cut to the hand for Parr here. The one thing that's also important to note is that you do not need to strike with a lot of heavy force in this. As long as you have the rotation cut, it still counts. It's always better to encourage folks to attack light than to attack heavy. And a whole lot of exchanging happening, but not anything concrete. They still have not made a decisive hit, but they're both trying to find an angle for them to work.
Nice rebatting by Parr there. I thought it was nice rebatting.
Oh, cut to the hand from left to right.
The rebatting from right to left. And there's a little bit of deliberation as to the quality, I guess.
I think we're throwing this match out. Also, another thing to note is that these passes are 2-7 in eliminations. So we still have a long way to go. 4-3 in favor of Coon. Oh, see, there's the wrestling. There's the wrestling. In favor of Parr, excuse me.
Yep.
Yeah, so Chaz is really doing a great job here, just closing things down, getting into that wrestling range, controlling the arm, throwing the cut or the thrust. And the other thing that I'm really liking from Parr here is that he's being very controlled the whole time. He's not making it seem very dangerous. Okay, we're getting into measuring here. High guard up, a little bit of a fake up. Step in from left here. I think that rising blow to the arm is going to get priority. I don't know if I saw anything from Parr. It might have been a cut to the arm.
Looks like that was for goal.
That is a point for Coon. And now we're slowing things down a little bit. Oh, we're picking it right back up. Okay, that was a beautiful thrust from Parr there. As soon as he saw that point come out, he just took the weak and drove it right into the face. That is exactly what you want to see in an eliminations match, folks. But yeah, no, these fencers are certainly not making it easy for each other. Oh, shit.
And a rising cut to the hands.
That's going to seal the deal for Parr here, folks. Unless I missed something.
Nope.
That is match for
winner.
Parr. Great fight. Great
Very
fight
well
indeed. Okay, so Parr is going to be moving on to eliminations. Let's see who we're going to be watching maybe possibly after this. Maybe Jay Jordan versus Rune Smith. I think that's where we're going here.
Looks like we got Rune Smith here in
with
the
the blue, the blue spirit mask from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Sorry, Patrick, didn't mean to talk over you.
You're good. You're good. No, we both got excited about Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Yeah, because it's an incredible show. It's really good.
So, I actually got the chance to see Rune Smith fencing in the pools because she was in the pool that Julie Parrish was in. So I'm looking forward to seeing if she's made any adjustments from the pools.
Garrett, Patrick. You're okay.
Okay, Sunflower.
The ever elegant Jess Rosen. So far, my favorite thing has been yelling at, other than the incredible fencing, is yelling at folks that are standing in front of this.
Oh, yeah.
Standing in front of the street.
It's not like people don't know. A lot of these people have been coming to HEMA events for years, and you see people set up cameras to record matches.
Yeah, but like when you're
we
so
do forget about stuff.
Yeah, when you're so stuck in your own mind.
And we're so interested in what's going on. Like,
Okay, so match is starting.
All right, that was what seems to be a cut to the arms by Jay Jordan.
Walk into measure, immediately hit the hands. If they're not covering them, you got to take it. Okay, a little bit of cutting, some exchanging happening, but no real decisive action. And then there's cut from right to left here. If there's one thing you have to be aware of, especially regardless of low level, high level, if you're parrying and you're bringing your hands into presence, they're going to be hit.
Yep.
Without fail.
That was a cut to the hands because of the mechanics of Rune's cut. Rune led with the hands and gave an opportunity for cut to the hands before their sword was in play.
So we can see he also came up with parry afterwards, which was necessary because that was a counterattack. So if that had hit, it would have been point left. He parried.
Yep.
So I think we're seeing a pattern here, folks. We're already 5-0 in favor of Jordan. If Rune wants to get some points on the board, they really need to make sure.
And putting the hands out there, not standing behind the sword. Yep. But Rune is also a young fencer.
New, yeah.
New and young.
One of the fun, interesting, and really, I think makes it cool about C is that most of the fencers in this tournament have never been to a tournament and do not have a HEMA rating. So there are a lot of wild cards, right? Because people can be, especially in this area, we haven't had a lot of tournaments lately.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of people who may be very good, but just haven't been to a tournament.
Yeah, I mean, really since 2019. 2018, really. 2018 was the last long point. 2019
was long point.
Yeah.
2019 was the last long point.
Ever since COVID.
And then COVID happened.
Ever since COVID.
But even after long point stopped, there were a bunch of events that were regional events for this region to get people better ready for long point. Better ready for that international stage.
Right. In my opinion, there's really 3 levels of tournament. So there's the local level, which we've been doing in Philadelphia area. We've been doing the intramural tournaments, which I think have been very helpful for us.
Oh, yeah.
They've been a godsend.
Yes,
and
they
then
have.
there's kind of a mid-regional level, which is kind of what we've been missing. And that's kind of what this is. This is pretty big, right?
Yeah.
There's some people here from all over the country. And then afterwards you have that national, international level.
Yeah.
And you can't just it's hard to just skip directly into that international level because
It's hard to go from club fencing to big event fencing.
exactly, yeah, it's a very big step and it can be jarring for some people. So we got another match going here.
Okay, let's see who it
This
is.
is
Oh, this
Wesley
is David
Davis.
and David Larrabee, fencer from Philadelphia Common Fencers, who moved down to Florida not too long ago. And it looks like we're at a bit of a standstill here.
Probing.
That is a thrust from left to right to the face. I got it.
Okay.
Thank you, though. Okay. So far, points, we got 2. Oh, making it messy. I think that the initial action is a parry or pass from Davis to Larrabee here. Good deliberation from the judges. I didn't see really anything from Larrabee to Davis here.
So while they're deliberating, this really is a fantastic regional event. And, this area, we really just have this. We have Ohio, really.
Right, which you have to drive 8 hours to get to. I mean, if you're here, for you guys, maybe it's more closer to 6.
No exchange there, and we're back into the action. Crossing of the points. Let's see if they can make anything of this.
And
Right. I saw attack from Gold on that one.
yeah, David was thrust to the mask. There might have been a thrust that landed from Blue.
I thought we
from
might have saw
Larrabee,
something to
but-
the hands. Yeah.
Yeah, but with the priority, I think
The attack Gold.
Yeah. Agreed. I think what Larrabee needs to do here to get himself out from the hole is he needs to kind of push a little bit more, but with the cut, or with the point.
I'll be right back.
Okay, probing. He's letting him get too close. All right, we're starting to see some infighting here. Can he make anything of it?
It looks like Davis made it through on one of those thrusts.
I agree. Look, cut to the hands for Larrabee there, getting
Okay.
on the board, getting on the board for the first time.
Yeah, so Larrabee really needs to, in those situations, he needs to just be decisive, come off the line, and go, because that's going to be his hit for power post.
I think that's passe from Larrabee with maybe some connection from left. Oh, they're calling the cut.
I saw a cut. Yeah, I saw a cut from right.
Okay, so we're now at 2-3 in favor of Davis. Next exchange is coming in. Okay,
Oh, very
whoa,
nice.
that was very nice.
So we got a nice counter attack with opposition from the left.
Yes.
So some may call that a Zornhau, and I wouldn't tell them that they were wrong.
No, not that one. By the way, I do have to compliment you again on some of the swag because, frankly, the Revolution Rumble knife is
So those
unique.
you can thank Casey Coswell for those.
We're on the next
That was,
exchange here.
Their idea 100%.
Left probing. That is a nice sneaky little thrust from left to right there. Davis disengages and thrusts to the outside. Oh wait, never mind. I think Larrabee got the thrust in. On
Larrabee
the
got the.
He took the attack on that one. Crossing again.
And that is a
there it is.
nice thrust from Davis, straight in.
Straight down Broad Street, as we say here in Philadelphia.
You're damn right. You're damn fucking right. Oh, let's see. Is he going to do anything with the ox? Switching up to my corno. I'm okay. We're going back into official position. I think that possibly.
So that's going to be out of bounds.
I don't think
Similar.
anything.
Yeah.
I don't think anything strictly landed.
That's exactly what I was going to say. As I saw the thrust from Davis hit the arm and then skip off. Yeah.
But in any case, that was Davis' point. Whether it was the ring out or the thrust landing.
You got to be really careful when you're doing those single-handed thrusts in that measure. Okay, that's a thrust from Larrabee.
For that one I saw attack no for gold, and then a thrust in from blue, and then maybe a renewed thrust from gold.
Yep.
But that's, I would, yes.
Yep.
Henry agrees.
Point for Larrabee.
So we got on our judges here. We got Henry Reynolds as the ref/director, and we have Kat Dunham as the judge. Two very experienced refs.
He needs to watch those hands. He's letting him get too close. Okay, same crossing. Oh. Let's see.
And
did he get it before he walked out of bounds, though?
I think he did not. I think that he got pushed out before he could get the point online.
So that's rough because if you're landing as you go out of bounds, especially if you're going off your own end, that hit does not count.
He certainly had control of the situation there. I didn't see anything that could possibly be even called for Davis before the wrestling action happened.
So they're calling the ring out.
Right, yes. Henry on his rules, doing a good job. At 6-4 in favor of Davis.
they have about 34 seconds left for 1 to 4 points. 1 to 3 points. Oh, that looks like
disengaged thrust from Davis.
Yep,
Counterattack.
Yeah.
And that is going to be.
Oh, they called it.
They called it simultaneous.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah,
I don't disagree with it. Oh,
Very
nice
good
cut to the hand.
Yeah, very good counterattack from Larrabee. He's not out of the fight yet, but he still has a lot of ground to cover if he's going to make this. He's going to make this even, or if he's going to take it.
I find a common thing that happens with me, at least, and I think it happens to someone else, is you'll get to 6 in this rule set, and you'll kind of relax a little bit and take your foot off the gas, and then it gives your opponent a chance to catch up a little bit. So it's kind of like a mental game that you have to get through when you get to that point.
All right, I'm curious where this is going to go. I think, yep, it's the point for Larrabee. Larrabee's attack didn't land against Davis. Davis had a thrust to the leg that Larrabee walked into, but I don't think it had priority. Also, a leg strike of any kind always loses priority.
Yes, loses priority. Same thing with cut to the body.
So that doesn't beat in fact 6-6.
All right, so let's see how we're going to close this out here. Can Larrabee pull it back, or will Davis finish? Okay, going back into that hot dog grip guard. Hope Larrabee doesn't get scared by that here. He's looking like he's getting letting the point get a little bit too close. He's getting twitchy. I couldn't see what happened.
My best guess is no left, yes right.
That's what I'm thinking as well.
I thought I saw right thrust skid past the body.
Very well could
be. Now, it's hard to tell from this perspective, but my initial guess is that neither were quality strikes. And with the last point, I'd be more interested in tossing it out and having them do it again.
I would agree. It's 6-6. That's a hard call to make.
And they're at 3 minutes. But it's Elan's. They have to
Yep,
get
they're throwing it out. They're fighting it again.
Good form.
Let's go. Oh, shit.
Right.
Yep.
So Larrabee's point never finds its mark. Davis lands.
Well, Davis gets the
Davis
win.
gets the point, yes.
Good match. Close. Nail biter at the end.
Absolutely. But for sure, I gotta agree with what you were saying earlier about how it's really easy for you to kind of let things slip when you start to get to the later half of your matches. One of the things that I mentally prepared myself for coming into today was that I would not let that happen. Because the amount of comebacks that are possible with this rule set, it can happen from pools to limbs to finals with no problem whatsoever. And I've done that in our intramural tests before myself.
Definitely. I have as well. Yeah, you can, especially since everything's worth 1 in this, right? So you can kind of trick yourself into thinking that you have a huge lead, but, those exchanges just go by. And, you can blink, and the other person just scored 3 points in a row, and now you're tied.
Yeah.
So it's you really have to be on your toes no matter what the score is.
Oh, I think this is Christopher Francis. I'm looking forward to this fight.
Yeah,
I don't
as
care who
am
he's
I,
fighting
as am I.
against. I'm looking forward to seeing him work.
Let's see. Okay, we
So,
got
like-
Christopher Francis versus Charles Parr.
Christopher's excited.
And I'm
I mean,
excited
I'd be
for this
too.
match.
Oh yeah.
So with the seeding of these Elins, you're seeing lower seeded fencers facing the higher seeded fencers.
And we're off. Low guard versus point in line. And
Nice attack. Falls
Yeah.
short. Counter attack.
Nice parry. And a nice cut.
Looks like low attack, parry or post to me.
that's exactly what I saw as well.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice splinter coming in from the left. Land. Oh.
Yeah.
I guess it fell short.
Yeah, it fell short and then it followed through, so that's going to make that a renewal for Parr
Right.
and a counterattack for Francis. We got 2 points for Francis on the board right now, 0 for Chaz. Let's see if he can make up the difference, but it's still quite early in the game. Okay, still feeling around. Oh, you love to see it. You love to see it. That was
Yep.
perfectly executed. He lulled him in that false insecurity, got himself nice and close, and he threw that cut to the leg.
That is one of the dangers of.
Nice.
Wow.
So I
That
saw
was.
attack, no, counter attack with a splinter from the left.
Yeah, I saw the false edge drop from Chaz to Christopher's head. Yeah, no, anything behind the blade gets my full approval, my full praise, and that certainly did.
So done.
That's going to be Parr on the board with 1 to 3 in Francis's favor. We're starting with our a little bit of feinting, trying to get some kind of action to happen. So I think what Chaz is trying to do here is he's really wanting to pull out Francis to then attack on the parry riposte, which is exactly how I would deal with the Spencer myself. But Francis does have a lot of skill. He's seeing what's happening, and hopefully we can see if he'll adapt. Okay, that's 4-1 in favor of Francis.
I think Parr is trying to draw Francis out,
yes,
to get him overextended. But Francis just has such good structure. Even in that overextended position, he's landing strikes and getting into good positions.
Unsure if that point landed, but I think the judges say that they did.
And Francis is indicating that he did get hit by Parr's initial cut.
Got to be careful. Don't want to get a yellow card for that.
Yeah, exactly right.
I think the director had asked him. There looks to be a little conversation there.
So 2-4 with Francis in the lead, getting close into measure. Oh, there it is.
Coverage.
Oh, shit. That was
Wait.
dope.
May see a penalty here.
Yeah, I'm thinking much the same. That looked like it was a cut with the strong.
Or a cross. I guess the refs didn't see it like that. No score
That's not-
given. Or
No,
I
they
guess
gave
gave
the
it
point to
Charles.
Parr.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, they gave it to Parr.
Well, that is a
Well, that was a
nice
nice little attack.
thrust from Francis in response.
He's climbing. He's building that lead. 5-3 in favor of Francis. But Parr's not at the game yet. I think he could really make this back. He's just got to fence the right way. He's got to try to pull Francis out and work with him overextended or on the back foot.
So I saw an attack, no, from
And
left.
counterattack, yes, from Francis.
So again, like I talked about before, he searched for the blade, didn't find it. So that gives the attack to right.
Correct.
Yep.
Oh, nice
yeah,
attack.
Nice
Very
timing.
nice attack.
So, Connor, I'm going to disagree with you that drawing Francis out was probably a bad idea just because of where he's been and how Francis just keeps presence, even in that extended position. I think he was onto something when he was trying to stuff him and getting closer. But that is also something that's a little terrifying and exhausting to do against most people.
I would say that this speaks to another aspect of this rule, or of this, format. right? So you go to 7, which is a lot of points.
A lot of points.
So you kind of have a chance to adapt during the match, right? Whereas, you know, if a tournament goes to like 3 or 5 exchanges, you might not have as much opportunity, but in this you do. So I think we saw adaptation from Charles, and then adaptation against that from Christopher throughout that one match. And it's things like that that I find interesting, is like when people are, you know, adapting and counter-adapting and like doing what they need to do.
Well, then also, I really appreciate that we have so many rule sets with so many different ways of doing this. Because having a target of 7 points is huge. It takes forever.
Right.
But, and that really does speak to the ability for a fencer to adapt to a situation.
Right.
To identify where things are going badly, where things are going wrong, and make the changes to then take advantage of the way another fencer fences.
Sure. Shorter matches also have their benefits, right?
Yes.
So that's,
Oh, yeah.
that's another skill that you need to develop is the ability to figure out what to do right now.
Yeah.
And make sure
And
you do that thing.
do smart fencing, do martial fencing, where you're going, this is maybe not a good idea to lead with this kind of attack.
Right. So,
like the single exchange from FNY years back now.
So each exchange is very valuable. So in this one, each exchange is not as valuable, which the benefit of that, in my opinion, is you're willing to take more risks.
Yep.
And while that may not be like everybody's favorite thing, the reason I think it's good is because you'll end up doing cool stuff, right?
Oh, yeah.
So I think one thing, so, you know, there's no weighted scoring pair. Everything is worth 1. But you still see people going for deep targets, right? It's not just a hand snipe fest. And I think part of that is because people are willing to take a risk and go in, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's, you know, it's give and take. It incentivizes people in interesting ways, and I think it produces some pretty cool fencing.
Also, in my opinion, I can't remember exactly where the quote was from or who I heard say it, but like, there is no fencing without attacking. Right? It does not occur if both people are not willing to play the game. Right.
Yeah.
And the reason why I like this rule set is that it incentivizes decisiveness, which is a thing that I've always wanted to see more of in fencing. Right. Today, like you were saying, you know, on top of the right of way rules, but the lower score value does I think make it a lot more valuable to go for deeper targets, because when you threaten something that's deep, you have a little bit more room to work with, because you end up in closer binds, you end up in the positions that are talked about in the text, right? Fencing at Krieg, fencing at Mesespada, and then from there, at least if I'm to quote the good book, that's where the fucking art is born from.
For sure. Yeah. You don't really have the risk of somebody just canceling your attack with like a Geisling or something, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of one of the main things we were going for here. Because, like, you know, if you do a nice big attack to the head and someone just steps back and, like, one-hands you, and they can just cancel your point from that, I don't know. You might not be as willing to go for that head.
Yeah.
If you could do me a favor, Patrick, and just kind of turn us over this way so we can watch these folks. This has been a really interesting match to watch. Yeah.
I just set it down, and we got to restart the video.
Oh. Okay, that's fine.
It was good until I set it on the table.
Hey, don't you worry. It's not your fault. It's Matthew Huller's. Matthew Huller ruined the stream. If anybody is asking, he's the one that's been breaking the camera for the entirety of the day for the past 7 hours. So
that match just ended anyway.
Perfect timing. Of course, we moved the camera, and then the match immediately ends.
I'll turn it a little bit farther to pool 3, or ring 3 then.
Okay, looks like we have Lucas Wen versus, who is that? That's another gent from, whatchamacallit, from Crossings Fight School here. PCFG versus Crossings. Some more hometown folks doing their thing.
actually going to turn all the way back because we got
Can you unplug it, then plug it back in, please and thank you.
Yep.
What we got here?
And then it's going to give you an option.
It's supposed to be all the way in.
Yeah. One second, JJ. We'll be right there.
Audio. Oh.
Here. Go.
It's like we got. Is this Jay Jordan and Justin Kirkpatrick?
Yes, it is. I remember his fancy clothes.
Yeah.
Let's just get the stream up first. There we are.
I'll be right back in a couple minutes. I'll rejoin you.
Okay. Come up closer here, Steve. Can you hear us okay, JJ? Okay, let's see, where are we at? This is Kirkpatrick in on the left, and then Jordan on the right, with Kirkpatrick up by 3. Little with the very tip, there was a cut there. He's got these really explosive cuts, Kirkpatrick here on the left.
Nice attack.
Yep.
Tough to call on that one. I thought it looked like left yes, right no.
That's what I would have said as well.
But those ones where both people swing in and someone gets hit on the hands, those are always tough to call.
Yeah, it
You
sucks.
don't know if left got it, right got it, neither of them got it, or both got it. So they threw it out. Good choice. I
Yeah.
probably would have done the same.
I would have done the exact same thing too. Okay. Okay, we're running the board one more time. Okay, both approaching Tog. Okay, there's the extension. You know, there's one thing that's very true is that as soon as you get closer to your opponent, your sword has to come in front of you more. All right, unless you really know what you're doing or you're expecting to back up. And I think that was.
I saw attack left.
Attack left as well. Yeah, that's right. The closer you get to your opponent, you need to bring your point in more.
So they called it for rights.
Oh, they called it for right.
Maybe left fell short, but they called it no quality.
Kirkpatrick is the person with all the different colors.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, we're flip-flop here on our screen. Watch the score. Okay, low guard versus mid guard. Okay, bringing it back up. Cut the hands from left to right. No, a consistent thing all day today has just been that classic false edge sweep into a hand cut. I've seen it from multiple fencers across the board. It just works well. Point online. Jordan here is really letting Kirkpatrick.
Nice. So we have attack no from left, and I believe attack left landed. One more point for Kirkpatrick. 5-2.
I think that's one thing that is like definitively happening here is Kirkpatrick is setting the pace of this fight. Jordan might be coming into range, but they're not really doing too much with their coverage of the distance, which I think is what they really need to do here. In range. Trying to search for those hands.
So this is dangerous what Blue's doing right now because these are going to be counterattacks,
Yes.
right? Because he's trying to, and there's the attack from the left, which I believe is going to give him a point. So if you're just trying to do shallow snipes while stepping back like that, if it's double, you're going to lose that. The trade-off being, you might get a clean hit.
Less blade work to do, basically.
Right. But we'll see how that works out in the next exchanges, I suppose, or if he adapts.
Looks like we might be throwing it out here.
Yeah, we got a no exchange on that one.
No exchange. Come back to the same measure. Tip to tip, basically. Yeah. And there it is. A little feint to bring the hands up, and then a quick pop to the quick pop.
And now Kirkpatrick is on his game point. Jay is on his tournament stock, as they say in Melee. All right, so we got an attack no, counterattack yes from blue.
Quick little cut to the head.
But like we were talking about before, they can turn around quick.
And it looks like Jordan's picking up pace a little bit more. Let's see if they can kind of claw themselves out of here. Yep, that's a cut to the head from left to right, and that's going to lock things down for Kirkpatrick. He's moving forward in the finals. Into eliminations. He's moving forward in elims.
Good match.
Let's see what's going on here. Just thinking out loud here, folks. We're going to be waiting for our next match to come through.
Yeah. So we got Freddie on this court here.
Yeah, Freddie's up by 2. This angle sucks, though.
It's like we got Cormac on this court. He's one of ours. It's his first tournament. Been doing it for a while, though. Oh, so we got a 6-6 situation on ring 2.
Seriously?
That was close. Yeah. It was Lucas and Andrew. Andrew had never fought Olympics. So Lucas was his first time fighting Olympics. So he's like, oh, that's why I'm not locking him.
Oh, are we getting some bucks on bucks action here?
Bucks on bucks violence?
Yeah, we got Patrick McCook versus Garrett. Garrett. Thank you. Garrett on the left.
Patrick comes in with an early attack. A couple early attacks.
I think that was a parry riposte with the point from Garrett here. They're giving the point to Pat. I guess he must have snuck in something there.
Nope, you were right.
Nope, I was right.
Oh. We got a
cheeky cut to the leg. Okay. Counterattack.
Target priority is going to take effect here because right hit the body, left hit the upper target. Oh, but they're calling it simultaneous. Maybe I didn't see the targeting correctly from the video. So we got a nice counterattack there from a low guard. Comes up, takes the blade. Nice counterattack thrust. Locks out McCook. Very pretty. Those are... So, is that your favorite kind of action?
No.
To see?
No.
What do you like to see?
My favorite action is cut behind the blade. Yeah.
Okay, like a declaring?
Like a mezzo tempo.
To see people do?
Yes, that's my favorite thing to see people do.
Okay.
Yes.
Where do you rank counterattack with opposition that ends in a nice bendy thrust?
It's pretty up there. I think I would say top 3 easily.
Okay.
Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah. I think they're not legal in this tournament, but I think a good takedown is always a crowd pleaser.
Agreed. But personally, and it's rare, the disarm, right? It's just all for flash, right? There's no substance behind it except,
right.
If you can do it, you do it.
Sure. Unless you're really in a position where you can do nothing else except use violence to yank their sword out of their hand.
Yes. So it's 5-3 with McCook in the lead.
So I would call that Parr post from the left.
That's what I would call as well. Let's see, does Henry agree?
Yes, he does.
Yes, he does. Come on, Henry.
I love how we could tell from the hand signals.
Yes. No, that's the hallmark of a good judge there. And
So there we had. I saw a squinter there.
I did as well. Yes.
So left Garrett, he takes the blade. It's not an immediate counterattack, but he takes the blade, hits with the short edge in one action with a nice step offline too.
That's what I thought too. You don't usually see like those kinds of thrusts coming in when like the person is transitioning on the diagonal. Usually it's just boom straight in like a freight train hitting somebody. But no, I thought that was really nice from him. You know, kind of kept the edge off of his shoulder there.
What are they ruling that one?
Not sure. I think
No exchange. They threw that one out.
I didn't see what happened there. Touch
All right,
hands
so we
for
got.
Garrett.
So we're at 5-5. Close match here. I wish both of them could win, but only one can. All right, that looked like a cut into the hand from right. So Garrett is on his tournament stock.
Okay, bringing out the ox. Let's see if he's got in the pocket.
Oh, there it is.
Yes,
Yep,
it is.
attack
Yes,
left.
it is.
That's a losing matchup too, as we've learned by doing science. Ox versus Flug is in the favor of Flug, 56% to 44%.
I think that people just need to use ox more. I didn't see anything there. Nope. Oh, with the cross-armed thrust. Let's see. Did anything sneak in before that since Patrick was on the attack here?
Are they going to call that a thrust, or did they think skate it off maybe?
I thought I saw some stoppage and then
They're throwing it out.
They're throwing it out. Oh, so close, so close.
Very nice action.
Yes,
Very nice action.
I
All
think
right.
that Patrick might have secured it there. I gotta say, Henry, just from not being able to hear him, is probably one of the most interesting, or like one of the most exciting people to watch direct just by his hand
Oh, yeah.
gestures. He's great.
I feel like I know exactly what he's talking about, even though I can't hear him.
Yeah, likewise.
On the edge of my seat, waiting for this ruling here.
Yeah, likewise. I think they're gonna throw it out. Oh, point
So
comes in.
right comes in, left
Counter.
comes in, right comes in again, point right.
And that's a match for McCook. Patrick takes it home. It's close.
Great match, guys.
It's so
Great match.
close. That was really a good match. Yes,
They should both be proud.
they should be. That was wonderful. This is, yeah, I would agree. Top-notch C-tier tournament. Completely. Great match, guys. That was really awesome to watch.
Oh yeah,
Good match.
nice. So let's see what's happening the other side. So
Yeah. So.
Corday, we got Kieran. So Kieran Garrity was on my. I was repping him in pools, and he's very solid.
Yeah, that's the matchup over here versus Raymond Torres, who actually I thought looked pretty good in pools, the
Right.
pools that I watched.
He is from Connie's club, Rock Vectors, but he practices at Bucks a lot, and he's really his skill has really skyrocketed in the recent weeks and months.
And do you know where Garrity is from?
Garrity is from
Western.
right.
Yeah, Western Swordsmanship Technique
Yeah.
and Research.
So you can see he's being, well, you can't see, we can see, he's being coached there by Christina Twombly from Boston Armatare.
Whatever is going on here looks also absolutely nuts.
So we got 2 for Kieran, 1 for Ray. I don't want to touch this camera because I'm afraid it's going to explode again.
Touch the camera. I can fix it.
All right. Can you see all the way back there?
We'll be able to in a second. Okay, let's take our film quality here even more potato. And we have Torres on the left with Garrity on the right here. Current score is 2-1 in favor of Garrity. Now it's 2-2. They're both side up.
All right.
Okay, coming in here. Okay.
That looked like attack from the left to me.
Yes, I would agree with that too. Yeah, just throwing an open square, it can be a bit of a gamble if you're going to be actually connecting with the blade or not. But the nice thing about horizontal...
And they give it to blue.
And they give it to blue.
That one I would definitely call attack from the left. Although
Target
they
priority?
may have... I think they ruled it initial attack no, counter attack right. That one I saw right yes, left no.
And we're moving on to our current match right in front of us here. It looks like we have Davis again. Who is he fighting, Mr. Cheney?
Davis, I do not know.
Give us 1 second here, folks. We're getting the screen all figured out. And can't tell if I'm messing up the cam. Oh, okay, there we go. Who is that? So we know that we have Davis here, a regular now on the stream. If you could get that squared away because you're closer. Thank you.
I got you.
Commentary.
So here we have Davis on the left and Marcelo Garrido Navarrete. Sorry for pronunciation there.
I know that that Navarrete came over to me earlier to discuss some body stuff. So possibly could be a person. I know he's from MASH. He's from MASH, club that has a very solid pedigree. They got a lot of good instructors over there. With Davis from PA Clop Factors. Deliberation, at least judging by Henry's interpretive dance of the exchange, I guess that maybe what Davis did was he sent the thrust in and walked it back. Maybe there was some minimal contact on the other fencer, while fencer on the left here, Marcelo threw some cuts. But I'm not exactly sure, and it seems like they're not exactly sure exactly how this went down. Okay, thrust, and that's going to be 1 point for right. Wesley had the attack. Okay, here we are again. Okay. So there's a redoublement to the left. To the left side.
So to me, it looks like right's initial attack fell short. Then there was a hit from left. And it looks like Henry agrees with me. Oh, that was a nice attack in from the left.
Yep. A nice thrust that got into the arm.
So right comes in with the threat, but the first forward commitment comes from left. And that lands as a thrust. I believe it was clean, too.
Match is 2-2 now.
Okay, so
nice
story.
thrust in.
Yep.
Right. So here we have, so left is kind of using a, like a vacuum style. He's pulling right in and then choosing the right time to jump in with his commitment, right?
Yep.
And here we see the same story, right? So we call that, we can call that a counterer. If you think of Leif de Lepe.
The counter fighter.
You can say that too, yeah.
Pulling him in, slowly but surely. I think that Davis probably got the cut there.
I would agree with that. Davis took the initiative, came in. Oh, nope, they give it gold.
Yep. Yeah.
Sorry? I'm okay.
Cool, we're good right now.
Come on. Let me just... God damn it. I'm trying to get Patrick in there.
It's okay.
That
Turn
one-
the monitor slightly.
See, you like to think with portals too. So I am just merely a mortal man, Patrick.
I kind of stole some of your space.
That's fine. That's fine. You had to scoot in so you could be heard on the
Right.
stream a little bit.
So JJ can listen to me here.
Yes.
All right. It looks like
Wesley's on his tournament stock here. See if he can turn it around. And it looked like that same action, right?
You have that thrust over top.
Right.
And I think you could say that they both took a step in, but I really give that to Navarrete.
Yeah,
Navarrete
and
has.
I think the reason for that is because so Wesley on the right there, he's like we said before, he's constantly pressing, right? He's taking those small steps in. Then his final attack, the step's not any different than what he was previously doing. There's no extra commitment with it.
Yeah,
they did rule that one
it was
simultaneously.
simultaneous.
Yeah. There's the commitment,
Yes.
right?
That was a good commitment from Davis.
So I would expect to see point from right on that one.
Yep.
However, Henry does not agree. I
So I
guess.
can understand why, because Davis had an initial action
Right.
that failed to hit, giving Navarrete priority. So even though Davis's thrust was a follow-up of his initial action, because there was that separate action, the counterattack gets the priority over the not doubling.
Renewal.
Renewal, thank you. Sometimes that just lose works.
It's fine. It's a little confusing too. All these action names.
Sorry.
The goal is to make this as non-confusing as possible, but as we were testing out these rule sets, we found that it's it ends up not really being possible to make this. There's a lot of edge cases, we'll say, right? Things get complicated when people are actually swinging swords at each other. So all of the clean ideas of what you think a fencing exchange are going to look like, those will blow up in your face when it comes to people actually fencing. So this Francis versus Kirkpatrick.
Francis versus Kirkpatrick.
I fully expect this one to be a banger, but that's yeah. I think well, battle of the greens, primarily greens, occurring. I think that
greens and purples.
Greens and purples. I don't know how this match is going to go. I think that they both have very similar styles to each other, with Francis having a little bit more explosivity over Patrick. But I guess we'll see how things wash out. And we're about to get underway. The fencers just saluting each other. And kick it off, Henry. Boom! Let's go. Okay. Entering the measurement.
Francis quickly moving in and getting a quick thrust in.
Surprise, surprise.
As we've seen him do many times before.
Yes. A nice explosive action.
So Kirkpatrick is really going to have to figure out how to deal with that.
It'll go. Just give it a second. Oh. Okay. Francis slowing down a bit here. Yep, trying to go for that leg pick. Oh, very nice.
Nice power post.
False edge to true edge cut. Like I said, attacking behind the blade. It's fucking perfect. It's incredible. It's great. Little attempt at a pick here.
Still dialing in range, but I think Francis knows the range already.
I'm not too sure. That might have been the very tip, or it could have been good.
I wouldn't be surprised with a no quality call on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that Kirkpatrick needs to take a little bit more initiative in this. So he's doing a lot of non-committal cuts while backing up. And I think he might be a little bit apprehensive to go in against Francis here.
Yes, Francis has done a good job of setting himself up to keep him at the range that he wants. But yeah, his way out is forward.
See, on that previous one, if he had just committed a little bit more to that initial action, he might have gotten it.
Yep. And we're at 4-0 this deep in final. Yeah, no, Francis I really think is a big contender for. So that is attack, counterattack, and I say it's going to be a point for Francis with the tware to the arm.
Calling no exchange.
Calling no exchange. I guess they must have both stepped in at the same time. So disengage thrust from Francis with a cut from left to right. I'm not sure how they're going to score this, but I assume it's going to be possibly in Francis's favor. But
to my eyes on the potato video, it was attack right.
Yeah, because Francis had to step in. Kirkpatrick had to cut down, but it was with a step back.
Keep in mind that we commentators are watching this on a grainy video, so our calls may not be 100% up to what they can see as directors.
That was a point for Kirkpatrick, as Francis cut his own hand on Kirkpatrick's extended sword.
Yep, that is his first point on the board. There he is.
Got that leg attack.
Yep, he's been picking for it this whole time. I've seen him land it at least 3 or 4 times.
But he doesn't overuse it.
No, he doesn't.
No.
He only goes to it when
they have overcommitted that lunging footwork.
Right. And they've trained their opponent to look for that high attack. Oh, but they're giving it to Kirkpatrick. He must have gotten an attack during the leg attack that we missed. Because the leg attack was prior.
Yeah.
So I think that was a thrust for Francis here. You know, Kirkpatrick is trying to drive this true edge rising cut into the blade. I guess to attempt a counter thrust, right? The problem with that is that actually is so slow. You're not going to get your point online unless you bring your tip all the way up and then back down. It's like a 2-tempo action. And with how fast Francis is, I don't think that's going to be a viable strategy for him moving forward. But you know, like we've been saying,
Patrick gets the point.
Oh, Patrick gets the point. Well, proving me wrong, right in the middle of me talking.
Commentators first.
It's not that you're wrong; it's that you disagree with what the judges said.
I saw attack from right on that one.
Yes, did I? I think it's going to lock out here.
It was tough to say, though. I'm not sure if it exactly landed. Looked like hand hit to me. But again, we're looking at a potato quality video.
I thought Francis did get that a drop-in thrust, but I also would not be surprised if they called it
no exchange
simultaneous. Yep.
So that looked like no from right, yes from left.
That's what I saw as well. He whiffed the thrust, it went passe, and you know, Kirkpatrick was able to just sink it right home.
Now this is where it gets probably a little frustrating for Francis because he got what he needed so early.
Right.
And he's just got 2 points to go.
Yeah, he's really just trying to finish it off too. Like, I'm not seeing that like comfortability here. He wants to end it now, but he's just having a hard time securing the finish.
Which is another trap that you can fall in as a fencer in the lead, right? So you can say, oh, I just need one more. I'll just do something stupid to get the point. And you start doing stupid things, and then the other person starts, you know, catching up. And now you have to remember your actual fencing and get back to it. Not that he's been doing stupid things. I'm talking mostly about myself here.
All right, that's a rarity. You're talking about like 2018, Steve.
Look,
right now.
I'm just thinking about you know, my mindset, right? Look, you got 6 points. You can close it with a Geisling, but maybe you won't.
Okay. Stock point for Kirkpatrick here.
And a nice attack from the right. Good way to end it.
Yeah. Indeed.
Nice deep hit, right? That takes bravery to really go in on that last one, but it's also really cool.
And yeah, no, that is match for Francis. Undefeated. He swept this pool too.
Yeah, like I said, I'm
Garrity lost to Ryder.
Yeah, I don't remember if you were here for it earlier, but I was saying that. Oh wow, there was a PCFG fight here.
Yes.
Just watched it. He's gonna fight Rob Dancer.
Who?
It looks like Cormac
Lucas?
is still in it too.
Rob Dancer. Holy shit! Well, whatever this one is.
So let me just look at some of these matches.
One of my many.
One of your many.
So who won that Lucas versus Freddie match?
Lucas did.
All right, nice.
Yeah.
No,
Lucas.
Freddie.
Oh, Freddie.
No, Freddie.
Sorry, we have another match here, but let's just update you on the rest of the bracket real quick. So Kieran Garrity, the guy that I talked about before, lost to John Ryder. So John Ryder is CKDF. Last summer he visited Bucks for a few months, and he was really good. He got a lot of improvement. Jonathan Guba beat Kieran Britt. That looks like a close one. It's 6-7. They're both Bucks. Guba, I'm really looking for. He's been doing really well too. And then we got Cormac. See what happened in that one. Cormac beats Benjamin Zamitis of Tri-State Fencing. So that next match will be Bucks versus Bucks. And let's check back in on our current match. We got Patrick versus Navarrete. McCook versus Navarrete. And Marcelo Navarrete. Sorry. Navarrete.
Navarrete. I would say Navarrete. But Marcelo versus Patrick here. With Marcelo at 2 points, I'm a little bit worried about Patrick here. You know, if Marcelo's game, it seems to be continuing to work, is just let those folks get vacuumed in,
Right.
and then deal with
Go for a
them.
real definitive attack.
Yes. If that's the case, you know, Patrick, he comes in hot and heavy.
And there's a nice lockout there.
Yeah. Yes.
Couldn't tell if it was a squinter.
Well, I'm wondering if Patrick is going to lose priority for this one, although he had the attack.
To me, it looked like that initial hand hit landed. If
Okay.
it did, that'll be his attack.
There you go.
He got
Just
the
as you
point
said.
for it.
You see, Cheney can see through potatoes. He can see through every type of vegetable that there is. Oh,
Ooh.
shit.
That was a rough one.
God damn, that was good. But that angle is terrifying. That low to high thrust to the mask, it always scares the shit out of me. I've seen
I think that was a cut down to the shoulder, and
It
the
looked like
point
it.
just stayed there, and Marcelo moved into it, which turned it into a thrust.
Yeah,
Which is-
Those are never fun. And those are hard to avoid doing to people, too. Feels bad when you do them.
Yep.
'Cause it's like,
that's a cut. That's a pick to the hand for Marcelo.
That's
yeah, the attack
thrust.
arrived from right, so attack
Yeah, the
counter
thrust
attack.
from Patrick.
Oh, nice thrust. It looked to me like that was attack no renewal, but it looked like it locked out left's counterattack. So let's see what they call
They
it.
gave left thrust.
It did not lock out the counterattack. I was mistaken.
Yeah, I saw the point land for Marcelo. I didn't see the point land from McCook.
Yep.
And there's
Okay, I'm gonna go. I have medical.
And we're just going to turn the camera away for a moment. Give the fencer a moment to recover, and then we'll come back to the action.
McCook is up now. We'll see if he's ready to continue. It looks like some of those actions in this match were getting a little rough in general.
Yeah, those thrusts will really take their toll on a person, mentally, physically, and cause the the intensity to ramp up a lot. But it looks like McCook is back on his feet. I went over and I checked on him. He just needed a second on a knee. But there it is.
All right,
Hugs.
good.
Yes.
And I will also say that I saw a nice break fall from McCook.
Agreed.
On that last one.
Yeah. Yep. Tuck the chin. Not let his head hit. Yep.
So
again,
tournament
that low
stock.
line thrust, just a low to high thrust, lands and take you off your feet.
And it shall. That will.
All right, the point for Marcelo.
Safety.
Oh, good catch from Constance Fraser on the gear.
It is really one of the best things about this that anybody can call it a safety halt at any time.
I'm
That's
unsure.
tough call.
Yeah.
It may have been attack no from the left, renewal counterattack, or this attack may have continued.
I think both fencers are moving forward. They're going to give it. They're going to give it to Marcelo. That's a fair call to make for sure.
So I think my read on why he gave that is because the initial feint came, he pulled back, but Patrick didn't take advantage. So left was able to initiate a new attack, which Patrick counterattacked into. So nice match there.
Yes, very nice match.
So I think we're getting towards the end of things, folks.
We are getting to the quarterfinals.
Which means I have to fight relatively soon. We got Christopher Francis versus Marcelo. Oh, okay. That's going to be a great fight.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to that one.
So we'll see, because we've seen both of their styles kind of feed into each other, right? Because with Francis, he was forward attacking, and then we saw that drawing in and then committed attack at the right moment. So
just look at the score. So far in quarters right now, we have Jonathan Ryder. We got John Guba versus Cormac going down right now in ring 2. They're both tied up here. And then after that, we got Freddie C versus Rob Dancer, with Dancer having a lead by 1 point. And then in our ring is going to be Francis versus Marcelo whenever they get ready.
Probably giving Marcelo a moment to catch his breath.
Fair.
So he doesn't bite 2 fights in a row.
Fair.
I don't want to watch that fight, damn it.
So Jonathan Guba versus Cormac Dow, they're both bucks. Both very good. Looks like a close match. I wish they could both win.
I think that's going to be a point for Freddie. We're also watching a Crossings versus PCFG match currently, with things being pretty tight. There's a dead heat between both sets of pools that are happening right now.
Lots of Philadelphia fencing at this moment.
You're damn right there is in quarterfinals. We have a turnover with Freddie from PCFG in the lead. Beautiful direct attack from Freddie Z, locking out Dancer's sword, delivering the thrust to the face. All right, things are slowing down a bit. Looks like Dancer's having a little bit of a difficult time feeling how he's going to progress forward. Okay, he's trying to make things a little bit more of a mix-up here.
From this angle, that looked like Dancer yes, C no.
Yeah, that's what I would say as well.
But again, we're looking at their backs.
And it looks like they called it no calling and had them redo it.
Couldn't tell if...
Looks like a double miss to me, but one of them might have landed and slipped off.
That's what I'm thinking as well.
And they're calling it a double miss.
Yep.
Good judging from Paulino. Same exact action, same exact idea. They both did attack renewal to the body.
Right.
I would call that a double if I was in their shoes. It was literally simultaneous.
And not sure if one of them was attacking.
Yeah, he's bad. That's exactly what Jonathan's calling it. It was like they were a mirror, well and truly. And I think that the C is gonna clear that with the parry riposte. Exactly what I thought. Yeah. But Freddy can't get complacent here. If he wants to lock this out, he really needs to just keep on going for it. And that's a good thrust from Dancer. Not over yet, not by a long shot. And I think Dancer is going to make this into a 6-6 match. All tied up, dead heat. Both these fencers have really been like just pouring their heart out here. I think that C is going to lock it up. Yes, it is.
Freddy caught through that.
Yeah, false edge cut to the shoulder. And that is going to be match Freddy. Let's go!
Let's go to,
okay, yeah, let's turn the action.
Gooba versus Dow.
We're watching Gooba versus Dow now. Currently, it's 6-4 with Cormac winning. Perfect timing.
All right, we should be getting back to
center ring here.
Francis.
I think they're giving Marcelo a lot of a break here, maybe.
They might think that they're done.
I don't know where. They thought they were done?
They thought they were done, but they're not.
Just when they thought they were out, we pulled them back in.
Your directing style, we are able to tell exactly what call they're making just by the gesture.
Yeah, we love it.
It's been great.
Yeah.
I hope they're all right. Yeah, no, y'all been doing a great job.
Yep.
All right, so we have the there's
Marcelo versus Christopher Francis.
Yeah. Okay. It's gonna be a banger. It's gonna be a banger.
Because there's Francis.
There's Francis. I'm gonna take this chance to pee.
Go for it.
So this will be the last match of quarterfinals once it gets underway, and then we will, I assume, run the semifinals on this ring, unless they run both of them at the same time.
I mean, it's your event. Don't you get to decide that?
They have one more quarterfinal. They thought they were done, but they were wrong.
They need Christopher Francis and Marcelo.
Yeah, Christopher Francis.
One semi that's ready to go?
There is one semi that's ready to go.
Okay, so they're going to do that.
Okay.
And then we're directing finals, right?
Yes. All right, so it looks like we're going to get the semifinal match on our commentary ring, which will be Jonathan Ryder versus Cormac Dow. Now, Jonathan Ryder, like I mentioned before, he's CKDF, but he feels like a he feels like a Bucks member because he was with us for a couple months last summer. So, and Cormac is with Bucks, although now he's going to school down in Atlanta. So he's been practicing with
I'll be right back.
Atlanta Fry Fectors Guild with Keith Cotter Riley. So that's really good for him. I'm glad that he was able to. Good thing. Thanks for coming.
Having a good time.
So we have. These guys are good. They're both good. Obviously, because they made semifinals. Not everybody did that.
Paulino, go away.
You want to say something? We got John Paulino here.
Hello.
Peeking his head in. Hey, John.
Everybody, how are you guys doing?
So
once we get our second fight, I gotta go.
Yeah, John is in the finals for Tier A.
Yes.
How does it feel to be facing Connor?
Well, as my instructor, it is very stressful fighting your instructor again, and especially in an intense competition like this one. I know he's gonna bring everything, and I just have to try to match his level. It's gonna be a good one.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
It's be a good fight.
exactly.
Like I'm looking forward to watching the two of you fence each other.
Alrighty, looks like my ring is up. We're gonna do the semifinals for Tier C now.
All right. We'll be commentating you.
All right, Jonathan Ryder and Cormac down.
So Cormac is left-handed. Which makes things a little bit different. The thing about Bucks is we have a lot of left-handed people.
I will be getting myself.
So
It's not going to be a lot.
we're used to fencing lefties. But it's still, what's up? Taking off? Thanks for coming.
Thanks for organizing this. Have yourself a great night.
And here we go. So, Ryder takes initiative, but it looks like it's a power post from Cormac. Cormac takes an early lead, 1-0. And that looked like an attack from Cormac to me, but he may have gotten caught on the tip. Hopefully this is okay. So it looked like he may have stepped in. John's tip was out. And he just jumped onto it. Which happens sometimes. But he did get the attack. So I mentioned during the rules brief that there is a source-based reason that jumping into a point against a person who's just standing there at long point still gives you the attack for the person jumping into it. The reason for that is the Sprechfenster section of RDL, right? So you have Sprechfenster, which is the noblest and best guard, according to RDL. So you're holding the point out extended. And one of the cases that it gives you is the opponent cuts in with an attack to the head, right? And you would think that that's a suicidal action, and no one would ever do that. But you're advised in that situation to parry the attack and thrust in. So because of that passage, we didn't include in line.
I'm sorry, I did not realize there was an injury here. We can turn the camera to the Francis Navarrete.
Talking about me? Talking about me?
We thought we were going to miss the Francis Navarrete
Yes.
match to commentate, but well, turns out we're not going to miss it.
So we got 1-1 here with Francis versus Navarrete. Let's say Christopher versus Marcelo.
All right, here they go.
Thank you.
I don't even watch the actual match while you watch the potato.
Okay.
Christopher comes in.
There it is.
So we have kind of the setup that we were expecting. Christopher pressing and Marcelo waiting.
I think Christopher's thrust was a little short. Yep, they tossed it out and they're going to have a fight again.
There's a cut to the
nice
leg.
cut to the leg, and I don't
Was there a
think
counter cut,
Marcelo
though?
was able
No.
to
I don't
capitalize
think
on
so.
it.
Yeah, I
Yep.
think he tried to hit the blade. Didn't catch hands there. Couldn't tell from the angle there. I think it was a thrust from Francis to Marcelo. Judge is deliberating. Oh, I didn't notice that. That cat had a little plushie.
Yeah, I think that's new. Just for this match.
Yes, yes.
And they toss it out.
Back on. Trying to bring him in, but
nice attack.
Too patient there.
Just let him sneak into distance.
Yeah.
Straight ballistic passing step attack. Overview to the head. Pendente, whatever you want to call it.
Descent cut.
You got him. His head's in two.
There's the leg pick.
Attack.
There's the leg pick.
That has got to be frustrating for Marcelo. Christopher is really taking the measure. And
there's an attack from Marcelo. It's like it lands.
And the counterattack from Christopher, of course, too late.
It looks like he's trying to adapt here. I'm not sure if that initial cut landed from Marcelo to
The initial
Christopher.
cut did
I
not.
would say it did not. It was Parr opposed.
And they gave it to Christopher.
But you can definitely see some adaptation, especially from Marcelo. He seems to be taking the initiative a lot more.
I couldn't tell. I think it was an
I
initial
think
attack.
Christopher's missed, and Marcelo got the counterattack. But from the angle behind, it's really hard to tell.
Yes.
Looks like the semifinal match is resuming.
Oh.
So we will turn the.
We can't anger the camera gods too much.
So this match was 2-0 for Dow.
Okay, match beginning. Both fencers closing into close measure, trying to cross the tip. Couldn't tell what happened there. Okay. We already got 2 points on the board for Cormac, who is on the left, and Jonathan Ryder on the right. Already got a bit of a commanding lead here. I'm wondering, okay. Yeah, if he sunk into measure, he was a little bit too far away. But, yeah, no.
Ryder's able to just snipe him off right on the head.
Yes.
Looks like that initial attack landed on the hands.
Yep.
Cormac was looking for the parry, that little lefty parry on the left. Doesn't get it.
Oh, we are actually very well set up to see all of the action with Cormac being lefty and
there
Jonathan
it
being
is.
righty.
Nice little duplaren. Just slipped it in there.
If you see the cut behind the blade, you know that I'm happy.
That looked like attack counterattack to me.
Yes, another point for gold. Cormac sinking this. Okay.
Looked like attack may have missed. So the counterattack gets it.
Did that?
I am not sure what landed in that.
I think
That's where how might have come in. I'm not too
I
sure.
think
about that.
Jonathan's square landed on the left side. I think Cormac's parry was insufficient.
Throwing it out.
Throwing it out. I can understand and agree with that.
Visual cuts to the hands from the with the false edge. Also, another thing you just see often. They're coming back in, both hot, but still. Okay, I'm unsure there. I think they're going to get the point to Cormac, though.
Yep.
Yes, exactly.
Because cut to the leg versus cut to the head.
And Ryder's on his tournament stock here. Ooh, okay.
Close. Jonathan blocked. If Jonathan Jonathan blocked Jonathan's point. I couldn't tell if Riders landed.
Not sure what happened there. I did see a thrust from the left.
They're
calling it point
giving
for
it to
goal.
Cormac, yeah.
And that's it. Cormac's out for Bucks historical longsword going to finals. And it looks like one of his opponents is going to be Christopher Francis at the conclusion of this other match. We are going to be rolling.
Not yet. That was a quarterfinal.
That was
quarterfinal.
quarterfinal. So
we still have
Christopher
one
needs
more
to go to a
semifinal.
semifinal.
Dang it. I want everybody to go to finals, apparently. Everybody should do it right now.
Look, I wish everybody could go to finals, but then it wouldn't be a tournament. It would just be.
Sure, it would be. Well, it'd be mass melee. Everybody goes to finals. Last one standing wins.
So yeah, what's our what is our semis looking like?
So semifinal on the bottom half of the bracket is going to be Freddie against
Christopher Francis. Oh my God!
This is going to be a great match.
I have enjoyed watching Christopher Fence.
And I have enjoyed watching Freddie Francis.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
All right. Looks
Freddie-
like I have Freddie, and Christopher is getting his stuff and coming.
Think about. Continue.
This is going to be a fun fight to watch.
Absolutely.
They're both so explosive and youthful fencers. Like, my knees don't work that way anymore. I'm not sure they ever did.
Freddie is a recent transplant from a sparring group based out of China. When he came to us at PCFG, I think he only had maybe 6 months or so, maybe a year of training, and he was a monster from the get-go. I don't know too much about Tri-State Historical Fencing. I would assume that they might be.
They are a group from where New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania meet.
Got you.
I think they've undergone a couple of leadership changes since I initially knew them. When I initially knew them,
Matthew Kevin? Was Matthew Kevin in the lead?
Matthew Kevin.
And Stormy?
Yep, Stormy, and those three were founding members. They have since moved on to errant historical fencing. I haven't heard much about Tri-State recently, though, but they continue to put out good fencers.
I'm just having too much fun, guys.
Yeah,
I can't leave. I can't leave the commentary table.
I don't blame you.
So the last time I heard anything or saw anybody from Tri-State was probably Broken Point 2017, 2018, something like that. It was the time that we went up there, and I left my gear there.
Oh yeah. You told me, and I was like, I'm not turning around.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, Connor.
No, it was all good. It was all good. They just shipped it back to us. All right. Francis on the left. C on the right. This is going to be a fucking banger, folks. If you have not tuned in yet, you should stick around, go to the bathroom, do whatever you need to do to lock yourself in here, because it's gonna be a hoot.
Yeah, JJ, you don't want to miss this one.
There's actually 17 people watching.
Awesome.
Yeah,
really.
No, we've had a lot of continuous folks throughout the stream
That's
tonight.
great.
And thank you all for showing up. Thanks, Bucks Historical Longsword, for running this. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Connor, for setting up this live stream.
All right, let's go. Point forward, both edge and into measure, edge and into measure.
That looked like attack from Freddie to me.
Yes, that's what I saw too.
I think so.
Attack from the bind. He's giving it to Francis here.
It happened so fast. I honestly couldn't tell you that. That's not what happened.
Oh my God! Incredible thrust into Tware from Freddie. Thrusting behind the blade on the opposite side, outer winding into a Twarehow on the same side. Okay, there it is. If there's one thing that Freddie is known for, it's throwing those Twarehows left and right against the opponent.
Is that a mini that he's using? C mini?
I'm not too sure, Steve. It might be a shorty. Oh yeah, no. Freddie's used to those leg attacks. I throw him at him all the time. Oh, I couldn't tell what happened there.
I'm not sure if the initial thrust landed. If not, then it's going to be a grapple.
Already threw the yellow card at Francis. Hopefully, he gives some correction to Freddie. That was a bit explosive, not to, yeah.
A yellow card cancels out any possible points they could have gotten, right?
Correct.
Yes. Also, both fencers checking to make sure each other is okay. A lot of the stuff is not malicious. It's just it's what ends up happening.
So we have a red card issued to Francis, and I would guess that is for a strike with the strong to the head, or with the cross guard.
Okay, we're back on. Okay, yeah, no, Freddie is taking advantage of those moments that Francis really seems to need to set up. Steve with the rules correction.
So,
semifinals.
So I was just intervening there because a red card is meant to award 1 point to the other person, and they forgot to award it.
Well, no, they took a point away from Freddie, or from Francis.
All right. So after this exchange, I will correct that as well.
I think that's... I couldn't tell if Freddie had enough of a chambering action to let that square hang loose, maybe score a point there. And I'm not sure exactly what I saw from Francis. Did you see anything convincing?
I got distracted.
It
Talk
was
about the penalties.
Yeah, it was a tight action. I'm not sure who was going to come out of this with the score. Yeah, but this is the worst time to have technical difficulties.
Yeah.
These fencers have been running running on a tight schedule, and they have been just tugging along. And losing that momentum can cause a lot of issues in your mindset and in your body when you've just been fencing match after match after match. And it's these times where those kinds of things matter. Okay, it's been corrected, so we're at 3-2 with Freddie in the lead. But this is still anybody's game for sure.
So this is an intricacy with HEMA scorecard. I understand why this happened, because when you input a card, it gives you the option to remove points from the person getting carded, but it does not give you an option to reward the other person. So it's an easy mistake to make to just say -1 and then go.
We're back on. Yeah, Freddie's doing a good job spacing. He's forcing it. He's forcing. Oh, there it is.
That
A
is
beautiful
nice
thrust from Freddie. Yeah. Okay, I was wrong there. Yeah, thrust was parried.
Yeah.
We're at 3-3.
Oh, yes, there it is. Great cut to the legs from Francis here.
Yep.
He's starting to put pressure on that gas pedal.
Yep. So what I do appreciate that the red card doesn't remove points and just awards points to the other fencer, just because it makes.
Oh, that's perfect. Beautiful setup by Freddie.
It keeps the action moving.
Yeah,
right?
it keeps the action moving, keeps the points accumulating instead of stagnating.
Right.
Oof. I think that maybe that initial square landed. Yes.
Yeah, I didn't see anything definitive from Christopher, so I think
His only saving grace would be the grapple, if somehow none of those initial ones hit.
Okay, so that's a point for Freddie.
Yep.
Yeah, this is going to be a neck-and-neck match. It's going to go down to the last point, no doubt in my mind. Both these fencers are so well matched with each other. Yeah, that's exactly what I was worried about.
Very, very crisp.
Yes,
Both of these fencers have very crisp movement. It's a joy to watch.
Yeah. I'm not sure I could beat either of these guys.
If there's one thing that Freddie needs to watch out for, he's bringing that foot forward, and that's all that I can see. Francis, oh, I think that was a correct attack.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah,
So that looks like an indirect attack to me. It looked like he came in, threatening the upper right, switched to the upper left, but he didn't pull his sword back, so he didn't lose the attack.
I'm not sure if Freddie's thrust connected there.
I don't think Freddie's thrust connected.
I think we may see another penalty for this one.
Yes, I agree. Tucking the back of the head down.
So not giving a penalty, but not giving points because of the strong on the top of the head. Now, if Francis had actually placed his strong on Freddie's head, he could have threatened with the pommel and gotten a point for that.
And
But
with that beautiful attack, we are at 6-6.
Oh, of course we are.
Both fencers, tournament stock, semifinals.
Oh!
I'm not too sure about that one. Oh, wait, that's right.
Attack,
Freddie was moving
counterattack.
forward. Yeah, so.
Point Freddie. And that's that.
Like I said, folks, absolute banger. Yeah. It was such a wonderful match. I was fucking say.
Frankly, either of them could have won that one, and it would have. Yeah, and they're not done yet.
Nope, we are not done yet.
Because the winner gets to go to the finals, the loser gets to go.
Right. So that
For
wasn't
third place.
that was not their tournament stocks. I lied.
Yeah.
And now Patrick, me and Connor are gonna have to leave you. Well, I have to leave. Connor can stay, I guess,
For a
until
little
his
bit.
final match. It's up to him how long he wants to prepare for his match, but I must leave now. So
Well,
it's been a pleasure.
Likewise. Thank you for being
Thanks
part
for
of the
setting this
commentary
up.
booth.
I had a blast doing this.
Good.
Great having you, Steve.
Slide over here a little bit.
We got Mr. Paulino
I have
here at the booth.
The two finalists for
gold. Yeah.
Tier A.
Hi, buddy.
Hey, buddy. Sir.
So the real question is.
Let's get you in this.
The real question is, and we can switch over to interview. Where's the?
I don't think that's set up. I don't think it's set up.
I mean, if it's not, we can set it up in a hot second.
Yeah. Here. Let me get you.
Yeah.
Let me get you squared away. Okay, we're gonna have a little bit of an interview time while we have this interim. Boom. Hi. Hello,
There we
everyone.
go. So, teacher, student, and that doesn't take away from either of you because you are both phenomenal fencers. Do you think we're gonna have a match similar to like Kate Norwood and Travis Maya way back in the day?
Didn't his mask break in that match?
Which time?
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
Jesus
Say
Christ.
no more. Say no more.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Well, hopefully none of that. But
Hopefully
like,
hopefully none of the
that.
injuries,
Yeah.
but a spectacular match. Yes, it
Abs-
should be.
that is a guarantee. Yes.
It's either one-sided, Connor destroys me, or we both give each other a good run for our money.
You've been on today, man.
You've been on today.
Yeah,
Oh my goodness. It's yeah. We're just gonna have Duel of the Fates playing in the background.
I mean, that's what goes on in the background of our heads all the time anyway. So, any trepidations facing each other?
No, we have fought in tournaments before.
We've met each other in a limbs before.
Yes, but not for a medal.
Yes, not for a medal. This is our first time fighting each other for a medal. You know, we always joked about it, but it has to happen, and of course on the home turf too.
Exactly. We have this. We've been having this running joke all week that only PMAC can eliminate PMAC. So,
it's paired out in tier A, B, C so
yep,
far.
yep,
I don't think that there's a single finals with a whatchamacallit, without a PMAC person in.
This is true.
Yeah.
This is true. So,
I mean, it's the
It is
local
fun.
tournament, and you have the biggest representation.
Yes.
By sheer numbers, you should be there.
We should, but it's also a very interesting rule set, and a lot of fighters. It's not something that we train consistently.
No.
So it just goes to show just like the adaptability from all three like local Philadelphia clubs. To take a rule set and just run with it.
It's so funny. That's like the one thing that we've been talking about like consistently throughout the day is like the biggest show of whether or not a person is going to win their match or not is if they know how to adapt to this fight as it's continuing, right? Having a good fight brain is what will get you there and there and back there and far enough.
And stay having fun because
Yes.
you can control that stressor of like, oh wait, I'm down versus wait, I can just parry riposte now, or I can play more on the back foot. It's not always just I'm losing. Ah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's actually one of the kind of cool things. You have that back and forth.
Okay, time to start finals for Tier C. This is
Time to start finals for
very,
Tier
very
C.
interesting.
Indeed. Sean Franklin, payment scorecard, sort them.
Patent pending.
Yes.
Cool. I will hop back in.
Oh, it's all my shit right there. All my shit's right there.
Yep.
So
No, we also probably should start warming up for
yes,
our glorious show off, showdown.
So you won't be seeing us back here, but you'll be seeing us over there in just a few minutes. So please hang around. Yes,
Please stay tuned. Philly Common Finals, folks.
Exactly the fuck.
Alrighty.
Right.
We'll leave you, brother.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
John, only Geisels.
No, not at all. Here we go.
Woo!
Hi, Mom.
All right. Next year we should do a best commentator award.
That seems unfair.
I mean, you get it.
I have a face for radio.
Oh, buddy. So do I.
All right. So, I think this is...
Tier C finals, I reckon.
Yeah, but is this Cormac and Freddie, or is this going to be Jonathan and Francis?
My suspicion is they're doing Francis and Ryder.
I
We're
don't
gonna have to
actually
Ryder
know
this one out. Oh god, I've made so many puns today.
All right, looks like this is... Christopher Francis was a little surprised that he had to gear up and get ready right away, but he is on his way for the third place match.
Disqualification due to not being ready.
We don't do that here. It's okay, John. We can't hear anything they're announcing either. There is so much echo.
Echo. All right, fencers show a little bit of sportsmanship. Chris trying to get as hype as is humanly possible. The other fencer being stoic in his approach. Both march into measure. A little bit of dancing. Attack, counter-attack. That is point for Ryder, I suspect.
That is a point for Christopher.
I'm focusing.
So, Christopher's been explosive all day.
Ooh, leg snipe just barely slipped. I think that's going to be attack for Christopher.
I think that's going to be a simultaneous.
That leg snipe to control measure is fascinating.
He is amazing at it. I've seen him do it at least 4 times.
Boy's got good distance management.
All right, so that was a...
Beautiful thrust.
Wonderful thrust in slow motion.
He got his point across so nicely.
He really stuck it to him.
Attack, counter-attack. I think that's going to be point Ryder.
That is indeed a point Ryder.
Parry riposte for Ryder. I think the riposte is going to count, but that grapple might be what skinches the point. I'm not entirely sure, Pat. What do you think?
I don't think Ryder's attack landed. Christopher was able to... They are tossing that out. Yep. And another point for Ryder. These are very quick exchanges.
Yeah, these fighters are both hauling ass today, Pat.
Oh!
Beautiful thrust with control.
Christopher thought that he was able to get the thrust out of the way, and it just didn't happen. He wound up letting go.
Attack, counter-attack. I think that is going to be point Ryder yet again.
Yep.
Christopher's really on the back foot this fight.
Ryder's just ever so slightly starting these attacks a moment sooner, and Christopher's just... Oh.
Ooh, cheeky Geiselin, but a thrust to the mask. That's going to be point for instance.
Yep.
Both of these fencers have been doing a phenomenal job all day, Pat.
They really have. It's been great to watch them fence, and this is really just the capstone of their afternoon.
And they're only going to go up from here. This is just Tier C. I can't wait to watch these guys in like another 2 years. This is the future of the sport, Pat.
Yeah, yeah. And that's what happens every time we see a Tier C final or a new fencer tournament.
Yep.
The people who are winning those are where the tournament is going to go. Where the human community is going to go.
Yes.
And what I really love to see, and it's kind of hard to see on the potato quality picture, but both of these fencers are smiling. They are happy.
Everyone's having a ball, and that's what fucking matters. If you're
Yep.
miserable and playing sore, it's time to give up.
Yeah. What's the point? If you're not having fun, why are you here?
Beautiful
But that
match
is a-
these two. Great display of the art. This is way higher
So-
than I've seen a Tier C event in a while.
Just to put into perspective, the elims go to 7 points where the pools went to 5, and they had a 3-minute time limit instead of 2. That match was done in 40 seconds.
Damn. No time today. Woo! Woo! Dilly dilly, I guess.
Okay, Cormac down versus Freddie C.
I've fought Freddie before. He is a phenomenal fencer, and I've trained with Cormac for a while. He is also a phenomenal fencer, so Philly's bringing it home in the finals at Tier C, baby.
Oh, yeah.
This will be fun to watch. Cormac coming forward, Freddie playing Sprite Fencer. Freddie has a beautiful workout that I think...
Yes, we've seen his workout a couple times, but that is a nice straight overhow from Freddie.
Yes.
They just got into range and took advantage of it.
Nice little hit to the noggin.
Yep.
Just where a good shield how might come in handy if Freddie's playing point forward like he is. Parry riposte for Cormac, beautifully done.
A very nice twirl to the arms.
Yeah, it's worked out quite nicely for him.
No, Connie.
Cormac pressing forward now. Very clean footwork from both, very linear. Nothing done, both fencers pass out of measure. Very tentative, Freddie with the immediate follow-up swear, but it doesn't matter. I believe his initial attack was yes.
I'm not sure his initial attack was yes. I think...
they're calling it parry riposte.
Yeah, I think Cormac had the initial attack, which gave Freddie the follow-up, the riposte, or counterattack.
Makes sense to me. Freddie. Once again, Cormac pressing forward. The score is 1-1.
Or they might have just tossed that one out.
I think they threw it out. Freddie with the old school Zwercopter.
Yep.
Been a while since I've seen one of those get broken
That was
out.
a little bit of a stuttering Zwercopter.
Had a bit of an engine malfunction.
Yeah, a little flutter.
Kind of like my heart. Freddie with a probe to the hand. Cormac, a renewal. I believe that's going to be point Cormac.
I believe so.
Beautiful fencing.
And where the last match was 40 seconds long total, this one is already a minute in. But both fencers are being very measured.
Beautiful direct attack
Nice
to the
cut
hands
to
by
the
Cormac.
hands.
That was gorgeous fencing. Cormac pressuring forward now.
Freddie counters with a flat thrust.
That was gorgeous, Pat.
That was beautiful. I love the flat thrust. Can I just say that?
It's one of my favorites, Pat.
But definitely finding the keyhole to drop that thrust in. And we have a little bit of pressure from Cormac. Freddie
Cormac
responding with
forward.
his work. That gets stuffed. I thought it got stuffed.
I think it might have just barely scraped the forearm, Pat.
I think there might be. Well, we'll see in a moment. Yep, they gave this work to Freddie.
Cormac playing. Oh, a thrust for Freddie right over the top into the throat.
Oh,
attack Freddie.
No, it looks like
oh
they're giving Cormac's initial attack.
This is a very tight match, Pat.
It's going to go to 7. It's going to 6-6.
Leg, nice.
Leg to head.
Bad trade.
But is it in time? We do have the target priority, but if it's out of
target priority goes to Freddie.
There we go.
It's one way to get ahead, I guess.
No.
Cormac
Don't
presses
split
forward
hairs.
again. Now, what can I say? I'm full of shite with that. Cormac pressing the advantage, drops into a low guard, comes with the thrust.
And lands a good
Oh
thrust.
my gosh, that was gorgeous, Pat.
And it is now 5-5.
This is such a back and forth fight. Cormac once again playing with distance. Freddie with the Zwehr pause Zwehr. I think Cormac might have had a blow in betwixt those two Zwehrs.
I think so. I think that's what they're giving him. Yep.
It's still anyone's fight, but Freddie now has to come back by 2 points to win it. Will Cormac pull the win? Harry riposte for Cormac, I believe.
But it's a cut to the body.
You're right, Pat.
If
I thought it was arm.
I thought no, they're calling it arm. They gave it to Cormac. Fantastic. Many hype thrusts. Yes, there are, and there's only
many
more.
hype thrusts, Axo. Many.
There's
hype thrusts.
only more that's going to be coming.
It only gets better from here, but this could easily been an upper elims match in a Tier B tournament.
Oh yeah.
Without a doubt in my mind, both of these fencers are going to go places.
Woo! Freddie C is our silver medalist, making Cormac our gold medalist in Tier C.
It's only up from here, Pat. It's going to be an honor to continue commentating with all of
So
this.
this is going to be very interesting because our Tier C fencers have gone basically from pools to elims to the finals with only a little bit of rest in between. So they never really got fully cold. They might have cooled down a little bit, but they were still hot compared to our Tier B and Tier A fencers who fought this morning.
Had a lunch break in all of Tier C to T-pose. Would you pull up the Tier C roster, Pat?
Yes, I will.
That one. One more over.
Woo!
Woo!
All right. Bringing up the finals bracket.
Fighting for third. I've trained with Vince for a very long time. He is a phenomenal fencer, but Athena has one hell of a program too. This will be a very interesting matchup because both clubs train right of way. I think that was Harry riposte for Vince. Clean exchange, Vince.
Well, looks like it. That is a point for Vincent. And they both move in. Dylan with a point forward and testing guard. And it looks
beautiful
like Vincent
thrust
got
for
that
Vince.
wonderful thrust in.
That was phenomenal fencing. Worked that point right into his throat, Pat.
All right. Dylan looking to cut in and... Yep.
Harry riposte for Vince yet again.
Yes, it is.
He is doing a phenomenal job setting the pace of this fight. If you watch his footwork, it is very clean and very dynamic, and it's really dictating how this fight is moving right now.
Yep.
Dylan's going to have to make some adjustments if he wants to try to get an advantage. Maybe try to focus more on parry riposte, bait Vince into a bad position and punish him.
Yeah, I think so. Because right now, Dylan's looking to cut in again and got in underneath for a cut to
Parry
the
riposte
hand.
for Dylan, Unterhout to the hand. Dylan could always come back, folks. Don't take your eyes off his match.
It's only 3 points in.
Exactly.
There's a lot of time. All right.
I think that was parry riposte for Vince again.
Yep.
Dylan's just overextending a little bit on those direct attacks, Pat.
Yep. Dylan is trying to do a double attack, which
is weak in this rule set.
It is. And there's a hit to the floor. There is a yellow card to Dylan 4 hitting the floor.
Yep. Yeah, that's my water.
That ain't mine. All right.
No, I have Cheney cooties or something. Current score is 4-1, folks. Vincent pressing forward, probing with the point. Dynamic footwork again. Dylan doing dynamic footwork in kind. Beat to the sword. Nothing done yet. Vince probing to the hand. Direct thrust, barely parried. Cut to the hand. I'm watching on a TV screen. It's hard to tell.
It looked like it stalled, but I don't know.
Thank you, Peanut Gallery.
All right, and Vincent did get at the point there.
Beautiful fencing by Vincent. He is just controlling this fight.
Oh, nope.
Nope,
They
throwing
did
it
not.
out.
They threw it out. Can't blame them. All right, and here they go. And again.
Harry riposte for Vince versus Renewal. That's going to be point Vince.
Yep. Dylan keeps going for that initial beat attack and then a cut to the hands, but he is not able to create enough time in between that Vincent's parry riposte doesn't land.
Beautiful parry by Vincent.
That was a good
Parry riposte for
riposte.
Hoffman.
Yeah.
Though his Unterhau is solid. I know it's been carrying him all day.
I'm not even sure I'd call that an Unterhaus so much as a mental.
Direct attack for Vince.
Vincent got that thrust in. This is a quick match. It's 6-2. Both these
Match point
fencers
for
are
Lou.
just really quick.
Beautiful parries by Vincent.
And that is a cut to the hand
Gorgeous.
by Vincent.
Gorgeous parry riposte for Vincent. Beautiful fencing from both fencers.
Oh, the director, I think, disagrees and gave the point for priority to Dylan.
Interesting. Vince is loading up for that thrust. Vince with an attempted do clear of all things.
And there's a question of quality. Stevie Parker, our tournament organizer, is our director with Stephen Cheney,
Couldn't ask for
co-organizer.
a better team. Vince looking to Fletch right now. Like I said, Vince looking to Fletch right now.
Yep.
Trained with him for a very long time, Pat.
Then they are giving no quality to either.
Interesting.
Not too surprising. Like, stuff happened, but the quality was
questionable.
Yeah, there was nothing clean. And these last exchanges always are a little less clean just because there's a little bit of desperation.
I think Vincent's thrust was yes in that exchange, right?
No, Vincent's thrust missed.
Mm.
No quality or nothing done.
Good Krumpau might come in handy this matchup.
Yeah, but that would mean that they'd have to like.
Harry riposte for
There
Vincent.
it is.
Harry
Where
riposte
is
for
it?
Mule.
Yep.
That was a
That is
very
for
intense
Vincent.
match, Pat.
That was a fantastic match. And Vincent Liu of Buck's Historical Longsword is our silver medalist for
Bronze
Tier B.
medalist.
Sorry, bronze medalist. One of those colors.
One of
medals.
the biscuity boys.
And actually, I'm going to let y'all in on a little secret. They're not getting medals today.
They're getting crowns.
They are getting crowns.
All right, Kwaklu versus Tarek. Let's get to that match so we can keep everyone up to date on the score.
Oh, we got time.
I mean, I'm technologically inept. It would take me longer than it would take you. Starting.
Yeah, the AC is doing its job.
A little too well, in fact. Clock has been successfully counterattacking all day, but Tarek is just very athletic and knows what he's doing.
Tarek on the right, Quack on the left. Quack from Bold City Longsword, Tarek from the Sword Inquisition.
Both kind of feeling each other out still. Neither is comfortable committing yet. I'm curious to see who's going to launch the first intention in this exchange. It's a very tense back and forth.
And
Nothing done. I think that might be
Oh.
Perry or Clock.
And I think that's what we're getting.
Nothing
No
done.
quality. But
That was attack,
changes.
counterattack, point Tarek.
Tarek getting that point. First point in the gold medal match for Tier B longsword.
Ooh, that was a low thrust, Pat.
That was a low thrust with a counterattack, but with that thrust landing, Tarek gets the point.
Seize the war. Tarek doing a beautiful job dictating the pace. Clock is kind of on the back foot right now, figuratively, not literally. I'm curious to see how this continues forward.
So it looks like
Attack
Tarek's
for Tarek.
cut to the arm is. They're discussing it. I think Stevie is awarding the point to Tarek.
Tarek is trying to walk away with this, Pat.
He's trying. I mean, wouldn't you?
Oh, and Tarek's a lefty. Or did he switch hands?
I don't.
I think they're going to say attack Tarek yet again.
You know what I mean? But it's like, I like to think my match is easy. Yeah. I just do.
Yep, attack Tarek.
Yep.
He's switching hands. Fascinating. Tarek approaching forward. Direct attack. Renewal. A little bit of fighting after the halt.
Both fencers going, sorry, we heard the halt. We just got a little excited there.
Oh, we might have played Pezzico.
A red card to
Red
Tarek
card for
for
Tarek
force,
for-
which gives Quack a point.
Yep.
Quack's first point of this final.
This has been a very interesting matchup, but so far Tarek's been really setting the pace.
Yes, I get it. Yeah.
Feeling out measure, a little bit of playing with the points. Beat attack.
Attempted one-handed thrust, nothing done.
And it looks like a cut down with a thrust in.
Attack, I believe that was attack, counter attack point, Tarek.
I believe that's what they're calling it from the indications, and that is what it shows up on HEMA scorecard.
Beautiful fencing today, folks.
It is.
Tarek is just dictating the footwork in this fight, and I think Quack is.
Ooh. All right.
Tarek
so
clutches. I
Tarek-
think Quack parries and lands a blow to the head.
I think Tarek is going to be getting another red card for hitting with the strong for his work. Tarek got a good got Quack's sword offline.
Yeah.
And
how many red cards for a black, Pat?
That is up to the judge and director.
Fascinating.
So, if multiple red cards can add up to a black card, if they are dangerous or continue to be a danger to the other fencer.
Interesting.
I think Tarek is flirting with it, but not necessarily. So Tarek goes for a single-handed thrust and gets cut down on top by Quack, but no strike to the hands or body.
I believe that was parry or pause for Quack.
Possibly. And then it looks like there's a
bit of debate.
And nothing done on scorecard. So they continue.
Tarek pressing forward. Expect to see a fletch any second now.
There's a thrust that seems to have missed, but Quack's counterattack seems to have landed. And then the renewal by Tarek was out of time.
I would agree with that. Tarek pressing forward yet again. Quack in interesting fluid. Gaisland
Hitting a nice
connects.
cut to the leg by Tarek.
Point's a point.
Point is a point. And we have seen, especially with Christopher Francis earlier, when you overextend that.
Thank you, Will. Walk. Thank you. Look. Thank you.
Look. Sorry. Thank
Look.
you.
4 serving 6. Match point for Tarek. This is a very cool matchup. Attack for Wook.
Yeah.
Beautiful fencing.
This is still a close match. It is 5-6. Tarek leads. Wook is not that far behind.
One-handed thrust to the hand for Tarek.
And that is match Tarek.
Wolf was starting to pull it back, Pat.
Yeah, he was. He was definitely making that a difficult fight. But ultimately,
Tarek, they're going to do award thingies.
You got to stay up there.
You got to
That
stay
was
up
the
there,
finals. Come on.
We say as we shit talk.
Stand in the limelight a little bit.
Both of us have gotten finals matches before. It's fine. Back in 2019, the Clash of Claymore steer bid.
All right. And Wook Blue of Bold City Longsword is our silver medalist.
Wook Blue did a beautiful job today.
And our gold medalist is Tarek Alsagoff of the Sword Inquisition. That is a fantastic match. It was fun to watch, fun to announce.
It was an absolute pleasure. Couldn't ask for a better co-commentator.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Connie. I couldn't ask for better either. Especially for this next one because, well, Tier A.
This is going to be fun. We have my first FEMA coach, Austin Straub, versus the wild child of Cincinnati, or of Dayton, Ohio, Sam Riles. This is going to be a fun matchup, Pat. This is going to be an interesting matchup. Austin is a very controlled fighter, and Sam is just wild.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a very fun matchup today.
On the blue line with the blue and gold arms is Austin Straub of Medieval European Martial Arts Guild, or MEMAG. And
I believe that is attack for
Sam.
Or counterattack, technically.
Yeah. And Samuel Riles just received a point from the Gem City Duelist Society.
Oh,
and that was a
gorgeous thrust for Riles.
That diving thrust is it's a beautiful thing. It's also terrifying, but
direct attack for Straub.
It is indeed a point, Riles. 3-1 and
that was an interesting technique.
No quality, hit the floor, and a yellow card for the flailing.
He's been getting cards for hitting the floor all day, Pat. With that exact same move, in fact.
I believe it.
You could say he's floored all the directors. Useless tip, don't do that.
So, if anybody's wondering why the yellow card for hitting the floor, besides it just being a bad thing to do in general, the event organizers would like to get invited back here so we don't want to damage the floor. So we are disincentivizing it.
Beautiful shield.
Beautiful thrust.
Wow, this is a phenomenal fight, Pat.
It is fantastic. There was a little bit of back and forth leading into that, but the setup was just gorgeous. All right. And
Rob with the parry riposte, I believe. Also, I love Rob's jacket. It is on point today.
Yep. I think they're going to be tossing that as no quality. I can see that with those strikes to the body. Often the sword will turn in your hands and
come on, we might fight.
Yep.
Having fought both of these fighters before, they are phenomenal technicians and absolute exemplars of what they like to do, and I'm just enjoying this fight immensely.
This is a measure and
parry riposte for Straub.
Yeah.
Beautiful fencing by the Iceman of the Medieval European Martial Arts Guild, Pat.
And it is 3-all, 37 seconds into this match. We have a 3-minute match.
Austin probing. Sam comes with the thrust.
And they got the thrust of the hand.
Thrust to the hand. This is a very close fight.
All right, and here they come probing again. They're taking that measure. And, Sam just commits to that
direct thrust. Sometimes you just got to send it, Pat.
Yep. And we have a cane down.
I'm raising cane. Oh, fuck.
We are going to leave these over here. Try not to break anything else. So something happened, but I could not tell because I was getting attacked by a cane. Oh. Kind of. But that seems to be a point for Austin.
Austin's bringing it back. It's still anyone's fight.
With every strike being just a single point.
Oh, one-handed thrust to the
One-handed
throat for
thrust.
Riles. Austin creeps into measure, and Sam takes advantage of the guard change.
Oh, this is taking measure, taking a step back, chambering, looking for that opening.
This is high-level
Constant
fighting.
Constant motion.
And Harry repulsed the throw.
Austin gets that strike in. He lost a piece of his gear.
Mild wardrobe malfunction, folks. As is tradition with sparring gloves, the zip tie has broken, and we need to bodge it back together. Dance battle? Someone heard it. No, this is a phenomenal matchup.
Fantastic to watch.
Yes, you fought beautifully.
And
Keep
if
it
you
up,
want,
Will.
you can watch the replay on the live stream.
And here, Pat and I mispronounced your name repeatedly. Yes,
I believe
it will be
they're
posted to
recording
YouTube eventually.
No. That's a challenge.
Yep, and the match is restarting, Pat, I think.
In just a moment. So, that's a great question.
Ask Connor.
The computer is not recording it directly.
Right.
I didn't bring anything. Yeah, like YouTube is going to save a... So, whatever that one's made. All right. Sewing, ladies and gentlemen, it is a valuable skill set.
Zip tying, you mean?
Oh, also sewing.
You're really going to needle me with that one, aren't you? I see what you did there. Alrighty, and we are back to the match, folks. Current score is 5 Straub, 6 Riles. This is still anyone's game. Austin's standing, probes into measure, dances back, probes again.
That's in.
Beautiful
Swords
combat.
clashing. And
attack Straub.
Straub had the forward momentum or forward movements to make that strike
6-6.
hit.
This is a tense finals, folks.
And this is the third place match.
I think if the tension is tight enough, I could cut it with Madame Kane. Straub probes forward, creeps low. Sam counters in kind. Both looking for the opportunity to move right now. Straub with a crump. I believe the thrust is deflected. So that's
I
gonna be-
think they're getting that thrust. The thrust landed on the way in. Hitting the thing rounds. Oh,
Beautiful
Dempsey Dual
fencing by
Society.
both of these fighters.
So, Samuel is our bronze crowned. Again, Samuel Riles of the Gem City Duelist Society.
Wow, my heart rate's 130 right now.
I can believe that.
That was tense. And now for the main event of the evening, folks. We have
From the Philadelphia Common Fencers Guild, Connor Kemp Cowell in the green jacket. And making this
two of the best fencers I have ever met.
rounding this out as a Philadelphia Common Fencers Guild finals
Master
for
versus
the
student
Tier
pack.
A longsword is Jonathan Paulino. Jonathan is, in fact, one of Connor's students, making this a fantastic match.
And we're getting body on body action to end the night.
Oh,
Harry riposte for Paulino.
no points
No
scored.
shade.
Yep.
It's hard
No
seeing edge alignment
quality.
through a TV screen.
Yeah.
Connor with the probe at the hand.
Oh.
Paulino with the attack. Connor with the unterthrust. Point Paulino.
And here they go again. Constant motion. It looks like Jonathan's initial attack was flat.
Yeah. Point Paulino.
Oh, they gave the edge alignment. All right.
Ooh, cut around for
Clash.
Kemp Cowell.
flash in, and when they separate, Connor makes the counter.
Real question is, can Paulino maintain his lead, or will Connor be able to catch up?
I mean, in this match, I think there's going to be a lot of back and forth.
That was Harry riposte for Kemp Cowell. Paulino fletches, Kemp Cowell wards the blow and strikes him.
These two face each other often in club.
Yes, I think that was counterattack versus renewal. Going to be point Paulino.
Yep, with a nice, and I know it's not body, but it's work to both sides.
Yeah, Paulino blends a lot of mire in with his body.
Yes, he does. And cover cut to the
Harry riposte to the hand, I believe.
No, Paulino's cut was the scored point, and now they slowly edge in and cut in. And
Connor with false edge, probes with a thrust to the hand. Paulino wards and maintains distance. Paulino pressing forward now.
And a wonderful cut to the hand.
Beautiful
by
strike
Connor
to the hand
Capel.
for Kemp Cowell. Connor's bringing it back. This is a phenomenal fight, folks.
It is beautiful to watch this poetry in motion.
I think the halt was called too soon. And then they are going to throw the exchange out. Let's note, John is wearing Connor's old jacket.
Really?
Yes.
Oh. All right, they gave no quality to that one, and we are in.
Intensity is high as fuck with these two. Probe to the hand. Connor retreats out of measure. Paulino biding his time, waiting to explode. And direct attack for Paulino.
Yeah.
A workout. This is a phenomenal fight between these two veterans of the sport. Connor presses forward and posta di donna, body style. Drops to Chingale. Goes to Sagittaria. Paulino probes with a rising blow.
And cut to the hands by Kemp Cowell.
Cut to the hands.
They are tossing that one out. I'm assuming a quality issue. Probably flat. Oh, and a nice cut, rising cut by Paulino.
Phenomenal fencing by Paulino right now. Kemp Cowell is also just displaying Vadi's system in a really beautiful manner.
Yeah, they are both doing a fantastic job, and I don't care that it's a 3-point difference, because this is definitely
Harry
a
riposte
closer
for
match
Kemp Cowell.
than it
He's bringing it
seems.
back.
Little flag on the tip of
It's decorative. Connor with falso. Paulino retreats out of measure. Paulino pressing forward now. Harry riposte for Connor. Interesting. Woo!
And I think
the honor on Paulino is insane. He is a
Paulino
wonderful human
denied
being.
those points, instead wanting to get
Beautiful Paulino.
a nice clean hit to the side of the head.
Oh, 5-6 for. This is anyone's
Connor got
fight,
that
folks.
point.
A little bit of a goof. Paulino slowly presses forward, switches guards just out of measure. Kemp Cowell doing the same, probes to the hands. Paulino tries to launch something but doesn't feel comfortable. Kemp Cowell falls just short. I think that was attack, counter-attack. I think that'll be point Kemp Cowell.
I think you're right. I think that's what they're
Both
getting.
of our matches are going to sudden death.
All right, a 6-6 match, final exchange.
Bad things happen in Philadelphia. Kemp
And
Cowell
here they
pressing
come in.
forward. Snipe at the
Constant
hand,
motion.
nothing done. Paulino twirling and flourishing, as Paulinos are wont to do. Paulino pressing forward now.
And
I think that is attack
Paulino-
Paulino.
Yeah, Paulino has the strike down.
Yeah.
Jonathan
Phenomenal
Paulino
fencing.
takes that win. And there's just so much camaraderie between these two.
Oh my gosh, that was
All right.
gorgeous fencing, Pat.
Our silver medalist is Connor Kemp Cowell of the Philadelphia Common Fencers Guild. And Philadelphia Common Fencers Guild is the Tier A gold medalist.
Couldn't ask for a more entertaining batch of finals, Pat. That was intense.
That was a very.
I need a
very
nap,
good.
and I was just watching.
Ah. All right, and I believe they're doing the awards ceremony now.
I do reckon we are doing the award ceremonies. And Connor almost lost his head rag.
Almost.
Congratulations, your commentator took second. One last pun before the stream ends, folks.
Oh, come on. There's the entire awards.
Yes, that would be disrespectful.
Connie, at what point today have you been worried about respectfulness
Never.
with puns?
Never. We're still streaming.
Oh, yeah, we're still
These two
streaming.
fuckers are still being Statler and Wolver.
Thank
Okay,
you.
which am I, Statler or Wolver?
Hi, people watching.
All right, so all of the medalists are coming up.
I need a fucking nap.
So, one of the things that I really enjoyed about that last match between Connor and Paulino is that it was a teacher and student, and there was really no losing for either of them.
No.
Because Connor taught Paulino, and it is a mark of a great teacher when your student can surpass you.
Exactly. And it was anyone's game right up until the end with that fight. Watching Connor pull it back from a 2-point lead was amazing. This was as high a level of finals as I've seen in any tournament.
This is an amazing day. A really great event. And our bronze.
You could say this was all of their crowning achievements.
All right. And he has received a copy of the RDL as well as a discount code to somewhere. They're not telling me. All right. Did you catch what that was?
Scabbard by Yasui Saya, as well as a voucher for SoCal Sword Fight if you want to go out to Cali.
All right, that's pretty damn awesome.
It's a cool tournament.
Woo! And again, Vincent Liu is our third place.
Beautiful fencing by
Round.
Vincent.
From Tier B. And
Wook Liu did a beautiful job.
Again in second place.
Woo!
Derek Astagoff is our first place Tier B.
And I can't wait to welcome them to Tier A, Pat.
I know. I'm looking forward to it. Even more people in Tier A that I'm not sure I could ever beat.
That's a whole mood. I'm not doing longsword anymore, but that's a whole mood.
So the
2 years in a
Vincent
row, I
gets to SoCal Sword Fight.
I guess he can't show up at SwordCal twice next year. Somehow.
Connor Cowell. Dueling in the Art of Mars.
Phenomenal book. I've read portions of it myself.
And for first place, he gets the Lacushner facsimile from Hema Bookshelf.
I guess you can start messering about. I really thought I nailed that pun. And now to the Tier A prizes, folks.
Woo! Sam Riles Award, third place Tier A finisher. He's receiving, I believe, a sword hanger and a certificate for SoCal sword fight. Cowell is our second place finisher. He is getting a couple of swords.
Sharp simulators, too.
Sharp simulator.
Woo! Paulino was a beautiful blunt black pencil. I'd recommend against smoking it, though.
You know, the swag from Revolution Rumble is a knife.
Yes, I have one, too. So now we have a dagger fight for best commentator.
I don't want a dagger fight, Connor.
I'm kidding, Connor. We love you. You are great at dagger. Or at least cloak and dagger. I've never actually done dagger with you.
Woo! All right. Jonathan Paulino has a voucher for SoCal Sword Fight and for Combat Con. It really was a fantastic day today.
We did
all of the fencers really did a great job.
Stevie and Cheney should be insanely proud of the event they ran today.
Yep.
We're back. All right.
All right.
Photo op.
And a photo op. All right, everybody take a screenshot.
No, I hope everyone watching the stream enjoyed my ramblings, as well as the ramblings of our amazing other commentators. Special thanks to Matt Huller, Connor Cowell, of course the terrible Patrick McCaffrey.
Terrible.
And Stephen Cheney as well, I believe.
Yes, Stephen Cheney.
And Pat Dunham.
And thank you, Connor, for being part of this stream. It really was a fantastic time having you commentating. And I don't care what anyone says about you. You should not be punished for those puns.
I think that is the perfect note to end the stream on, folks. Thanks for watching.
At the very least, I'm going to turn off the microphone.
That's fine, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
And congratulations.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Finals match.
You're telling me. All right.
All right, going to turn off. There you go. Now
Okay,
you
everybody.
can-
We're signing out here from Revolution Rumble 2023. What a great series of matches. This close.
Yeah, I know.
but-
We could see it over here.
Yeah, but if there's one person I'd be more than happy to lose to, it will be my own student, who was incredible. He did an awesome job. I had a great time out there.
And, you know, it really does speak to you as an instructor that you've made your student better than you.
We true.
It's seriously, no, honestly, fantastic job by both of you.
Yes, no, seriously, he did an awesome job. Goodbye, good night, and till next time.